Ayatollah Khamenei is dead. This wretched and vile man, Ayatollah Khamenei, is dead. This wretched and vile man, Ayatollah Khamenei, is dead. This wretched and vile man, Ayatollah Khamenei, is dead. This wretched and vile man, Ayatollah Khamenei, is dead. This wretched and vile man, Ayatollah Khamenei, is dead. This wretched and vile man, Ayatollah Khamenei, is dead. This wretched and vile man, Ayatollah Khamenei, is dead.
No! پادشاه به نام پهلوی رها شویم ز یوغ بندگی. شب سیاه ما ز نور شاه سپید دم شود ز فر پادشاه. به نام شاه همه صدا شویم برای میهنم من و تو ما شویم.
به نام پادشاه که با صدای شاه و نام تو جهان بلرزد از قیام تو. به نام شاه به نام پهلوی وطن شود دوباره می نوی. شب سیاه ما ز نور شاه سپید دم شود ز فر پادشاه. به نام شاه همه صدا شویم برای میهنم من و تو ما شویم.
نام جاویده وطن صبح امید وطن جلوه کن در آسمان همچون مهر جاودان. وطن ای هستی من شور و سرمستی من جلوه کن در آسمان همچون مهر جاودان. بشنو سوز سخنم که هم آواز تو منم همه جان و تنم وطنم 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 وطنم. بشنو سوز سخنم که نواگر این چمنم همه جان و تنم وطنم 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 وطنم. همه با یک نام و نشان به تفاوت هر رنگ و زبان. همه با یک نام و نشان به تفاوت هر رنگ و زبان. همه شاد و خشونت مزنان ز صلابت ایران جوان به اصالت ایران کهن ز صلابت ایران جوان. نام جاویده وطن صبح امید وطن جلوه کن در آسمان همچون مهر جاودان. وطن ای هستی من شور و سرمستی من جلوه کن در آسمان همچون مهر جاودان. بشنو سوز سخنم که هم آواز تو منم همه جان و تنم وطنم 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 وطنم. بشنو سوز سخنم که نواگر این چمنم همه جان و تنم وطنم 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 وطنم. همه با یک نام و نشان به تفاوت هر رنگ و زبان. همه با یک نام و نشان به تفاوت هر رنگ و زبان. همه شاد و خشونت مزنان ز صلابت ایران جوان به اصالت ایران کهن ز صلابت ایران جوان. بشنو سوز سخنم که نواگر این چمنم همه جان و تنم وطنم 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 وطنم.
when you look at the crowds today, you have maybe 6,000 people here. On the streets yesterday, 1 million people, 1 million Iranians in the street for the Ayatollah Khomeini. Does that not give you concern? Does that not make you afraid?
Because they are afraid, yeah, that's right. And most of the people don't say anything because they are afraid. And they are in silence, you know, they don't say anything.
Is this the silent majority of Iran out here now?
Yes, that's right.
Do you want the Shah to return?
Yes, Shah, return to the country.
What about you, Shah? Why do you want the Shah? Why does she want the Shah?
ما شاه میخوایم ما بیچاره این شاه کشتنش حلاله کجای قرآن گفته
Look at us here today. We see so many flags representing so many nations. We know we are not alone, and we thank you for being with us. For all people around the world who stand today in unity with the Iranian people. This is not just because it's good for us and you do it out of compassion and care for our rights to liberty and justice and equality and human rights. But understand that it is in your best interest too to have, unlike this regime that has been propagating terror and radicalism, we, the people of Iran, are peacemakers and not warmongers. We like to be friends, especially with the free worlds. We'd like to be able to have the best neighborly relationship with the people of our area in the region, with the Arab countries, with Israel, and all our other neighbors. We are fighting for justice, we're fighting for human rights, we are fighting for liberty, we're fighting to put an end to all sorts of discrimination. Because as an Iranian, I stand here to tell you that I've dedicated 47 years of my life because I think that my country deserves far better than what we have right now. Now understand that their best remedy is to support the people of Iran, because ultimately a free Iran will be your best partner, not just to bring stability and peace, but it will be in your best economic interest and opportunities. Together we can prosper again, and the world will be so different once the Iranian people are free. I am here to guarantee a transition to secular democratic future. I am committed to be that leader of transition for you, so we can one day have the final opportunity to decide the fate of our country through a democratic, transparent process, through the ballot box and free elections. And let's make sure that this time, especially the free nations of this world and their governments stand on the right side of history.
You're muted.
I'm muted. Durud Patriots, good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you are. Welcome to day 86 of Iran Revolution Live with your wonderful and amazing host, Armin Navabi.
And your wonderful and amazing host, Goldie And Armin.
Thank you so much. Armin, it has been a very interesting day.
A major day for people saying Goldie was right. Goldie, this is one of the most ultimate Goldie is always right days.
Really? And what makes you say that?
Well, I mean, President Trump just came out and said we're not going to. He delayed the attacks on the power plants. So your bedar begutabe divar beshnave theory is now has been verified to be right again, as usual. That was it. That was a mind game. Okay, so there you go.
And what do you think of what's happening with Ghalibaf?
I don't know. Like, people are saying President Trump is talking to Ghalibaf. Ghalibaf is coming out to say, like, no, no, I'm not. So I don't know what's happening, Goldie. I was actually waiting to see what you think. President Trump said, like, oh, we're negotiating with somebody respected inside Iran. And we're ready to surrender. And then the Islamic Republic, both Ghalibaf and the foreign ministry spokesperson came out and like, nobody is talking to President Trump. And so it's all over. Goldie, it's all over the place. Here's what might be happening. I have like a lot of different options and scenarios. This might be a really good way to divide the Islamic Republic right now and turn them against each other. Turn the IRGC against Ghalibaf by making because IRGC is not going to surrender, right? So if President Trump comes out and says like, oh, there's somebody very high up that I'm talking to, that they're negotiating with me and they're ready to surrender, then the IRGC might be on a manhunt on who this person is, and they might, and that's why they're coming out and saying that no, we're not. Yeah, exactly. Oh wow, there's a meme for my analysis. Oh my god, I didn't. Oh, I just there's a meme for my analysis. That's amazing. Okay. Yes, it might be turning them against each other. Wow. Okay, so I'm okay. What do you think? Do you think that's a good way of looking at it?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, so obviously it's difficult to tell exactly what's going on. What you're saying is definitely one aspect of it. President Trump is turning everyone on one another. For all we know, Ghalibaf may very well have been negotiating, but maybe he didn't think it would be leaked. So now maybe he's trying to backtrack because now Ghalibaf doesn't know if he's going to be exterminated by the IDF, by the Americans,
Right.
or maybe by the IRGC itself.
Yeah. I mean, they might even leak the evidence that they have been talking just so that they could give IRGC a reason to go and end this man themselves. Yeah.
And
But,
what's really interesting about what President Trump said, and I have his talk from earlier today lined up so that we can watch that and provide our analysis. But what's really interesting is President Trump is talking about negotiating like a reasonable outcome, and of course we all know that reasonable outcome is unconditional surrender.
Exactly.
It's unconditional surrender. And we also have to keep in mind President Trump at the beginning when he began this conflict with the Islamic regime, he said very clearly, he said to the Iranian people that when I am done, the conditions will be created so that you can go and reclaim your country. And I was also thinking about 1979 and what sort of conditions were created back in 1979. And look at this. In 1979, Jimmy Carter told the Shah's men to stand down, creating the conditions for the terrorist Islamic regime to take control of Iran. Pay attention to what President Trump is doing today with the Islamic regime. History matters. So I think President Trump is creating the conditions where the IRGC will either surrender or be completely destroyed. And when President Trump is done, the Iranian people will go out and reclaim the country and take it back.
Yeah, I mean, there's no other outcome. I mean, honestly, if given the things that President Trump is saying they want before all of this is over, there's if we get to that point, it doesn't really matter who from the Islamic Republic is the leader at that point. They have been they're so defenseless that it's so easy to just topple them for the Iranian people and finish the job at that point.
Absolutely. And honestly, watching this meltdown from Ghalibaf is so funny. And
Yeah.
the fact that he's not verified, so he has to put this in like 2 posts. It's really funny.
Oh my god. That's a good point.
So he's freaking out.
Yeah.
They're all freaking out. So Ghalibaf writes, Iranian people demand complete and remorseful punishment of the aggressors. All Iranian officials stand firmly behind their supreme leader and people until this goal is achieved. No negotiations have been held with the US, and fake news is used to manipulate the financial and oil markets and escape the quagmire in which the US and Israel are trapped. And then all the Iranians are trolling him. Like this one person is like, be quiet. You went behind the supreme leader's back to negotiate, thinking he wouldn't hear about it. We'll drag the blood of the martyrs of the revolution and Imam Khamenei right out of your throats. He's just being like totally trolled.
Oh my god.
So,
He's panicking. He's
yeah.
panicking.
So,
One thing I think people should understand, guys, there's nobody within the Islamic Republic that if they come and decide that, like, okay, we're gonna surrender to President Trump, that is able to manage the IRGC. Like, let's say, for example, somebody like Rouhani or Ghalibaf or somebody else are like, okay, we surrender. Okay, but who, like the IRGC, if the IRGC is gonna be like, no, we're not. Like, just because you're surrendering to President Trump, how are you going to make the IRGC stop from shooting? And guys, the IRGC is not one thing anymore. The IRGC right now is a fragmented thing that is in so many different quarters of Iran. Everybody is doing their own thing. So no, and they have weapons, and people like Ghalibaf and Rouhani or anyone else and Araghchi, they don't have weapons. So how are they going to go and force the IRGC to stop? There's nobody in Iran that could actually do that right now. So you have to just completely destroy the IRGC.
yeah. And what's really funny to watch is all these like so-called, because everyone apparently now is like an expert on Iran. They're an expert on like war. They're an expert on like the Strait of Hormuz. And so everyone is like saying that this is President Trump retreating or this is President Trump negotiating, but they're not looking at the full picture. They're not looking at the entire, like all the pieces of the puzzle, right? And so many people are saying, oh yeah, like this is Trump's going to allow the regime to continue because he's negotiating. Well, no, President Trump made it, like, guys, President Trump has gone on record calling the Islamic regime and everyone associated with them lunatics. So why would President Trump want to keep a bunch of lunatics in power when he has already said that he doesn't want them around in any way, shape, or form? So people are forgetting to look at the entire context here.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
And even Goldie, even if their analysis is true, and President Trump wants to back down, which is like, I'm not saying that, but the way things are heading, there is no, like, the dominoes are falling. Like, the regime is turning against itself. Everything is falling apart. There is nobody knows who the leader is. Not even the Islamic Republic knows who the leader is. The IRGC is fragmented. The supreme leader is not very supreme anymore. So I don't know, like, everything is just falling apart like a house of cards, and it's just everything is getting weak enough for the Iranian people to at some point be able to just do the regime change. Even if the military operations stop today and nothing else ever, it doesn't continue. I'm not saying that will happen, but I'm just saying the regime is just so fragile. We are going to get to the point where the Iranian people will have the upper hand if things go like given how things are going right now.
Yeah, absolutely.
Oh,
And I mean,
yeah.
the other thing as well is President Trump, um, let's say that because President Trump didn't actually say who he was speaking with, did he? Did he confirm that he was
No.
speaking with Ghalibaf?
No, but Manoto came out again. I'm not saying they're right or wrong, but Manoto came out and said that they have information that this was Ghalibaf.
So that's
And
very
I'm not
interesting.
saying yeah.
Yeah, that's very, very
Yeah.
interesting. So, okay, so before we go to, because I know President Trump is live right now as well, but we're gonna play that from the beginning. But guys, there's a very important demonstration that's happening in front of the White House on Sunday, March 29. And His Royal Highness, the Crown Prince Reza Pahlavi, he has come out and he has said that, or his comms team anyway, have said that this is um, probably the most important rally that they have organized so far. So this is happening on Sunday, March 29, in front of the White House at 1 p.m. Eastern, and they're encouraging everyone who can attend to get there, travel there from all around the world and participate and join. So just wanted to share that as well. So that's a big rally, big demonstration happening in Washington, D.C. Okay, let's go to President Trump's Truth Social post really quickly because this is what's like freaking out a lot of people. So he says, I'm pleased to report that the United States of America and the country of Iran have had, over the last 2 days, very good and productive conversations regarding a complete and total resolution of our hostilities in the Middle East. Based on the tenor and tone of these in depth, detailed, and constructive conversations, which will continue throughout the week, I have instructed the Department of War to postpone any and all military strikes against Iranian power plants and energy infrastructure for a 5-day period, subject to the success of the ongoing meetings and discussions. Thank you for your attention to this matter, President Donald J. Trump. Armin, I find it very interesting that instead of saying just like Iran or, like the
The
Iranian
country of Iran.
regime, yeah,
Yeah.
he's saying the country of Iran, which is very interesting to me.
What do you think it means? Why is he saying the country of Iran?
Maybe he's referring to Reza Pahlavi. Who knows?
But yeah, I thought but he's talking about somebody inside Iran. So unless Reza
Well,
Pahlavi is inside Iran.
he
Huh.
says. Well, he doesn't say. Does he say inside Iran? Because he's never actually said inside. He's always said internal.
Oh, really? I thought in the video that he's talking at the airport. Let me check. Maybe you're right.
Well, does he say inside or does he say internal? Because that's two different meanings.
Okay. Well, I don't remember exactly if he said inside or internal. So I
So I
guess when you
have,
play it later.
yeah, I have the whole video. So I mean, definitely we should watch that. And I mean, maybe he did say inside.
Yeah, I don't remember.
Maybe he did say inside, but usually when he's speaking about these things, he's always saying internal. And a lot of people have mistaken internal to mean inside. But internal could just be someone who's internal within the system, not necessarily physically inside the country. And then there was this really important message from King Reza Pahlavi as well, the leader of the revolution. And he said, so when the White House put out peace through strength, to put it mildly, he responded and he said, President Trump is right. This regime only understands strength, its infrastructure of terror, its leadership, machinery, and facilities that harm Iranians and Americans must be destroyed, and the entire regime must go. When Iran is free, the world will have lasting peace. So this is the message that King Reza Pahlavi put out last night. And then this is the message from President Trump, which speaks about productive conversations regarding a complete and total resolution of our hostilities in the Middle East. So the messaging here seems to line up with what His Royal Highness King Reza Pahlavi is saying about how when the regime is destroyed and the infrastructure of the regime is destroyed, the world will have lasting peace. So lasting peace is another way of saying, complete and total resolution of our hostilities in the Middle East.
Yeah, yeah. I think it's just for people who are concerned regarding what President Trump is saying, just even if you want to take it at face value and just understand that if the things that President Trump says happen, even at face value, the worst thing that you guys are worried about is having an Islamic Republic having a leader that will be easily toppled by the Iranian people. So the surrendering part, like even if there's negotiation and we find a leader inside Iran, that wants to talk to President Trump, and President Trump comes and said like, oh, this is a great guy, this is a respected person, and this is like a Venezuela model, and we're just gonna negotiate with this person and they're gonna surrender. First of all, there's multiple reasons that even if that happens, that cannot last. One, anybody who bends the knee to President Trump will be enemy number one of IRGC, right? So they're not going to last very long if they ever do anything like that, right? Two, if the Islamic Republic gets to a point where the whole system is now bending the knee to President Trump, that is so much against the nature of what the Islamic Republic is, that we have entered a new phase where we're not dealing with the Islamic Republic anymore. We're dealing with the corpse of the Islamic Republic. Like we are dealing with something so much less than what the Islamic Republic is right now, that you just need to push it over the edge and it's over. So again, this is why I keep telling people that if that happens, the only thing that is changing is that instead of us having the three phases of revolution phase, transition phase, and the post-transition phase, what we're having is the revolution phase, the surrender phase, the transition phase, and the post-transition phase. Because the surrender phase would be basically the Islamic Republic. But Goldie, I think that what is very likely to happen is that southern Iran is going to be liberated, parts of southern Iran and the Tehran areas and north of Iran is going to be at the hands of the Islamic Republic. I very much suspect that the Marines are coming there to maybe liberate some of the islands and take Khark Island as well, and basically suffocate the Islamic Republic so that they can't sell any oil anymore. And I don't know if people understand that if the Islamic Republic cannot sell oil, because again, remember, 90% of Islamic Republic's oil goes through Khark Island. If they lose access to Khark Island, then this military operation will be done very, very fast, because they need to fund their war machine. They're not going to be able to continue much if they can't sell oil. They will that would be the best way to paralyze them. And not only that, the Marines could come in and basically capture some of the islands, and many of these islands are the launching pad for the missiles that is closing the Strait of Hormuz. And yeah, basically from there you could take out any of the remaining drones and rocket launchers that are keeping the Strait of Hormuz closed not for the Chinese and the Indians, but for the rest of the world. And that would be it. And Goldie, what do you think? Do you think we might get to a position where some parts of the south has been liberated, and maybe Prince Reza Pahlavi will come to one of these cities in the south, and then eventually that will become the base of operations for the Iranian people and Israelis after United States comes in with their Marines? Then the Iranian people could make southern Iran as their base of operations for liberating the rest of Iran, like Tehran.
I think that's very reasonable. I think that's a very good possibility of what's going to happen, because the easiest and fastest way to reopen the Strait of Hormuz is to basically get rid of the IRGC's assets, military assets in the area. You get rid of them, the strait opens up.
Right.
Problem solved, right? And there's also, talks about Marines apparently Marines are showing up
Yep,
in about
exactly.
5 days. So, and then there's also this, like people are taking what President Trump said about like a respected leader um, out of context because you have to listen to the full sentence. So I found the clip of it here. So he says, "We're dealing with the man who I believe is the most respected and the leader." So it doesn't mean that he's respected by the people of Iran. Basically, he's saying like we're dealing with someone who I think is probably like the most legitimate person left, right? That's what he means. He's not saying like the Iranian people respect him or that he has popularity within the country, because President Trump knows that the Islamic regime has no popularity. So just listen to how he phrases it, because that's also very important. People don't really get the nuances sometimes.
Who is Steve Witkoff speaking with, Mr. President? A top person. Don't forget, we've wiped out the leadership phase 1, phase 2, and largely phase 3. But we're dealing with the man who I believe is the most respected and the leader. It's a little tough. We've wiped out everybody.
Is that the Supreme Leader?
No, not the Supreme Leader. We don't. Well, nobody heard of the second Supreme Leader, the Son.
Are these direct?
We have not heard from the Son. Every once in a while you see a statement made, but we haven't. We don't know if he's living. But the people that seem to be running it, and they seem that based on really fact, because things they've said have taken place.
Mr. President,
Again,
Mr. President, I know you've deployed.
because I don't want him to be killed. Okay, I don't want him to be killed.
Mr. President, you've deployed.
Nobody wants to be that. Nobody wants that job right now. Nobody's exactly looking forward to being the head of that particular country. But perhaps we'll be able to solve that problem.
I don't want him to be killed. So this confirms that whoever comes and wants to surrender, the IRGC will basically take them out.
So that's why Ghalibaf is freaking out right now, because apparently Israeli sources leaked out that it was Ghalibaf, and now Ghalibaf put out this statement on X saying, "I have not negotiated with anyone, and it's not me, and this is a lie, it's fake news." So this is literally the United States and Israel like trolling, right? Listen again.
Who is Steve Witkoff speaking with, Mr. President?
A top person. Don't forget, we've wiped out the leadership phase 1, phase 2, and largely phase 3. But we're dealing with the man who I believe is the most respected and the leader. It's a little tough. We've wiped out everybody.
Is that the Supreme Leader?
No.
He's basically saying, I don't know who I'm supposed to speak with, because we've killed them all. We've wiped them all out. So who am I supposed to speak with? Who's left?
We were too successful. We were too successful. That's the problem.
Supreme Leader. We don't. Well, nobody heard of the second Supreme Leader, the Son.
Are these direct?
We have not heard from the Son. Every once in a while you see a statement made, but we haven't. We don't know if he's living. But the people that seem to be running it, and they seem that based on really fact, because things they've said have taken place.
Mr. President,
Again,
Mr. President, I know you've deployed.
because I don't want him to be killed. Okay, I don't want him to be killed.
Mr. President, you've deployed.
Nobody wants to be that. Nobody wants that job right now. Nobody's exactly looking forward to being the head of that particular country. But perhaps we'll be able to solve that problem.
Oh my god.
So good.
Goldie Ghalibaf, remember, we have to remind the audience, Ghalibaf was the guy in the parliament who kept on remember when we played that Deaf to America in the parliament? That's the guy. People Oh, by the way, Goldie, I have to tell the people in the chat, happy Atheist Day to atheists in the chat and everybody who's watching us. March 23rd is Atheist Day. And you don't have to be an atheist to celebrate March 23rd. You could, if you know an atheist in your life, please reach out to them and tell them that you accept them the way they are and that you appreciate them and that's okay for them to be an atheist. And so happy Atheist Day to all atheists around the world.
Oh.
And hopefully
Armin,
one
happy
day we
18th
can.
Day to you. We appreciate and accept you the way you are.
Oh well, thank you. Thank you, Goldie. Oh, that's very sweet.
So before we go to this, do you have like a quick video of Ghalibaf being all like crazy?
Oh yeah, of course.
Let's see if we can like share something so people can see how like and guys, Ghalibaf also used to be like a top commander in the IRGC before he went into politics, right? Politics. So all these like politicians and whatever, they're all terrorists. They're all jihadis. They're all savages, right? So he's just as much of a lunatic as everyone else.
Yeah. I have only this 4-second. I found this 4-second one, so let me see. Yeah, this is in the parliament. I should find a longer version. Yeah, this is in the parliament.
But he's chanting death to America.
Yeah. Yeah, this is the guy that is negotiating. Sure. Okay. And he's wearing IRGC clothes as well, just to support the IRGC.
Jeez.
Yeah.
Literal insanity here. Literal insanity.
I also have a video. I said, like, President Trump said that he doesn't know if Mujtaba Khamenei is alive or dead, but I actually have video confirmation of him. Here's the latest video of Mujtaba. Okay, that's Mujtaba. Okay. That's okay. I mean,
guys, just to give an example of how hardliner and evil Ghalibaf is, I'm not going to play the video because it's horrific, but during the 1999 Tehran University dormitory protests, Ghalibaf is the person who orchestrated and planned the crackdown on university students, and they literally threw university students off the rooftops of university buildings. So that's what he was doing in 1999. They would tie the hands of Iranian university students behind their backs and throw them off rooftops to their deaths. And he was behind that.
Yeah. And he was bragging about how brutal he was. Like, he was bragging about it in that video, in that audio.
Absolutely. So none of these people are, normal or moderate or anything like that. They're all hardliners. They're all terrorists, and they all deserve what's coming to them. Okay, let's go to President Trump and watch this, because this has caused a lot of uproar.
Yes.
And a lot of people who might not necessarily be as familiar with the situation in occupied Iran don't know what to make of this. And apparently everyone is now like an Iran analyst and an Iran expert. So let's watch this and let's see what we make of it.
Let me just move over. Can we move over? Let's get out of the sun. Turn back. Isn't that more comfortable?
Mr. President, Iran's foreign ministry says you're not telling the truth when it comes to productive conversations.
Well, they're going to have to get themselves better public relations people. We have had very, very strong talks. We'll see where they lead. We have major points of agreement. I would say almost all points of agreement. Perhaps that hasn't been conveyed. The communication, as you know, has been blown to pieces. They're unable to talk to each other. But we've had very strong talks. Mr. Witkoff and Mr. Kushner had them. They went, I would say, perfectly. I would say that if they carry through with that, it'll end that problem, that conflict. And I think it'll end it very, very substantially. We have very much in mind our partners in the Middle East. We've had great relationships with a lot of them, as you know. A lot of them were surprisingly hit, and I was surprised to see it, and so was everyone else. But we have they're very much in mind in the discussions. So the discussions took place yesterday. They went into yesterday evening. They want very much to make a deal. We'd like to make a deal too. We're going to get together today by probably phone because it's very hard to find a country. It's very hard for them to get out, I guess. But we'll at some point very, very soon meet. We're doing a 5-day period. We'll see how that goes. And if it goes well, we're going to end up with settling this. Otherwise, we just keep bombing our little hearts out.
Oh my god.
He's basically saying either they surrender or we just keep on bombing them. Like that's basically what he's saying.
Oh my. Bombing our little hearts. I mean, Goldie, have you ever heard anybody describe it like that?
No.
Oh my god.
And like this is why like I'm looking at all these like reactions and like the media and whatever, and I'm like, how are you guys not understanding this? President Trump is basically saying either they surrender or we bomb them. So bizarre. So bizarre that people are not catching on to this.
A top person, don't forget. We've wiped out the leadership phase 1, phase 2, and largely phase 3. But we're dealing with a man who I believe is the most respected and the leader. It's a little tough. They've wiped out everybody. Is that the supreme leader?
Right? And then he says, we think we're speaking with someone who's the leader, but we don't know. It's hard to tell because they're all dead. We've killed them all.
So I think Goldie, President Trump might be killing Ghalibaf without killing Ghalibaf, because without actually making it clear that he's doing that. Because we all know after Larry Johnny's killing, the main number one guy that we could think of is Ghalibaf, right? So you're like, I'm not gonna mention his name because I don't want him dead, but he's the top guy. I mean, okay, the top guy is Ghalibaf. You just killed him. Okay.
Right, guys, no. He's not talking about King Reza Pahlavi here. No, he's not talking about Reza Pahlavi here. He's referring specifically to whatever leadership is remaining inside of occupied Iran. That's why he's like, well, I mean, we wiped out the first layer, the second layer, the third, right? Like we have no idea what's going on, right?
Yeah.
A top person, don't forget. We've wiped out the leadership phase 1, phase 2, and largely phase 3. But we're dealing with a man who I believe is the most respected and the leader. It's a little tough. They've wiped out.
It's like, I think he's the most respected. I think he's the leader, but it's a little tough because we've killed them all.
Goldie, did you ever think that following military operations and this scale would be this comedic? Like that being this
so good.
Oh my god.
This is so good.
Wow.
Everybody. Is that the supreme leader? No, not the supreme leader. We don't. Well, nobody heard the second supreme leader, the son. We have not heard from the son. Every once in a while, you see a statement made, but we don't know if he's living. But the people that seem to be running it, and they seem that based on really fact, because things they've said have taken place.
Mr. President,
Again,
Mr. President,
I don't want him to be killed. Okay? I don't want him to be killed.
Mr. President,
the way he says it, he's like, I don't want him to be killed because then who am I going to speak with? He's like, I don't want him to be killed. If he's dead, who do I negotiate with? Who's going to surrender?
God.
Who's going to surrender if he's killed too?
Oh, the janitor at some point, I guess.
No, it's going to be the spokesperson for
Khatam al-Anbiya.
Yeah, Khatam al-Anbiya. It's going to be that guy.
Yeah, that guy. Wow.
Oh my gosh.
Have taken place.
Mr. President,
Again,
Mr. President,
I don't want him to be killed. Okay, I don't want him to be killed.
Mr. President,
nobody wants to be that. Nobody wants that job right now. Nobody's exactly looking forward to being the head of that particular country. But perhaps we'll be able to solve that problem.
So when he says perhaps we'll be able to solve that problem, that's him. He's referring to regime change. So he says no one wants to be the head of the particular, like no one wants to be the head of the country right now, but perhaps we'll be able to solve that problem. That's where he's referring, sort of indirectly to regime change.
Deployed ICE agents to American
Who are you with?
Newsmax, sir. You deployed ICE.
You're not doing a very good job.
You deployed ICE agents.
You're not doing a good job. Did you hear me? Okay, go ahead.
What exactly do you want from
You
these
believe it? I'm
talks?
taking CNN over Newsmax.
What exactly are you looking for in these talks, Mr. President?
We're looking for all of the things that we've been talking about. We want to see no nuclear bomb, no nuclear weapons, not even close to it. Low key on the missiles. We want to see peace in the Middle East. We want the nuclear dust. We're going to want that. And I think we're going to get that. We've agreed to that. Yeah, we've agreed to that.
Do you want the enriched uranium before
Yeah.
we can end this?
And we want no enrichment, but we also want the enriched uranium. If this happens, it's a great start for Iran to build itself back, and it's everything that we want. And it's also great for Israel, and it's great for the other Middle Eastern countries, Saudi Arabia, UAE, Qatar, all of them, Kuwait and Bahrain in particular. So it's great for all of them.
If the war is ending, do you still need $200 billion?
It's always nice to have. It's always nice to have. It's a very inflamed world, and the Democrats inflame it. Largely the Democrats inflame it. And let me just talk about the others. So ICE has done very well. I've requested. Now, I'm a big believer that they should be able to wear masks when they go and hunt down, murderers, criminals, and others. But for purposes of the airport, I've requested that they take off the mask. I don't like it for the airport, and I believe they are willing to do that.
Why do they wear masks not at the airport, but they need to do it when they're out?
Because the people coming into the airport, typically speaking, aren't murderers, killers, drug dealers, etc. There may be a few of them, but there aren't many. They're people that want to come into the country, or that people want to leave the country, go into maybe their home country. So I didn't think it was an appropriate look for an airport. I think it's a very appropriate look when they're out on the street trying to find one of the 11,888 murderers that Sleepy Joe Biden led into our country.
Last year you gave a $10,000 bonus. Sorry. Last year you gave a $10,000 bonus to TSA workers who kept showing up to work during the shutdown.
Well, it could happen. It's amazing. There are people that are really, really loyal and great, and it's not easy for them. He was approved. Every medical left. They want to have open border. So corrupt. Also save America. It's not, and I don't think he's going to be a newsman. Well,
If you talk so well and you reach a ceasefire just with Iran, do you believe Israel would abide by that agreement?
I think Israel will be very happy with what we have. We just spoke to Israel a little while ago. I think they'll be very happy. This will be peace for Israel, long-term peace, guaranteed peace. If this happens, I can't guarantee it, but I think it's going to. My life is a deal. That's all I do is deals, my whole life. I think this is something that's going to happen. And why wouldn't it happen? So tomorrow morning sometime, their time, we were expected to blow up their largest electric generating plants that cost over $10 billion to build. It's a very good one. There was no dearth of money. And one shot, it's gone. It collapses. Why would they want that? So they called. I didn't call. They called. They want to make a deal. And we are very willing to make a deal. It's got to be a good deal. And it's got to be no more wars, no more nuclear weapons. They're not going to have nuclear weapons anymore. They're agreeing to that. Any of that stuff, there's no deal.
How are you going to get the enriched uranium? How are you going to get the enriched
Well,
uranium?
it's very easy. If we have a deal with them, we're going down and we'll take it ourselves.
Can I ask you, the Treasury lifted sanctions on Iranian oil in the South Sea. You criticized President Obama for giving Iran $1.7 billion.
Well, I just want to have as much oil in the system as possible.
But Iran is
And we don't even know if Iran gets that money. Frankly, I think it's very hard for them to get it. But you have ships that are out there that are loaded up with oil. Rather than keep there, I would rather see it go to the system. Any small amount of money that Iran gets is not going to have any difference in this war. But I want to have the system be lubricated.
Even $14 billion
Where's the 14 billion?
It's the inflated price. They get $14 billion from the.
I don't think they're getting the money. I can tell you, when this is all over, I will tell you who's getting the money.
Why are you sending the Marines from California, given that it'll take them weeks to arrive? It's the intention to police the trade or take off?
What are you doing?
Well, it's been reported that there are Marines that left California, left San Diego, left. Why are they headed there now?
Well, let me ask you this. If you were in my position and I asked you that question, do you really believe I could give you that? It's a crazy question. We don't talk about strategy. Yeah. Yeah, let in by Biden. It's devastating. These people were let in by Biden. We're getting them out. We're getting them out fast. That's why ICE is so important. They're doing such a good job. This animal.
Armin, did you catch the part where President Trump is saying we're not giving the money to the regime, but we'll tell you later who we're going to give it to?
Wow. That is everything. That is everything you need to know.
I saw the whole thing last night. They gave me a briefing. Came in through.
You know what? There, guys. So the reason that they're missing the plot is because they're not looking at the Iranian angle. They're only looking at this from the American and Israeli angle. They're not looking at it from the Iran revolution angle, and so they're literally missing a third of the entire situation. And President Trump isn't going to tell them, right? President Trump's not going to make the job of these reporters easier, but these reporters are doing a huge disservice to the American people by completely ignoring the Iranian angle here.
Joe Biden, with his open door policy, and his borders are Kamala, who never saw the border, never made one phone call. All the ICE people, you see, they all know me. Everyone knows me. They like me. I speak to them all the time. Didn't make one phone call during 4 years. She was the border czar to anybody on the border. Never went there. This person came in through the open door policy of Joe Biden. And we're taking them out by the tens of thousands. We're doing a great job, but it's a shame. They've hurt our country. Just remember this. Joe Biden and that gang of radical left lunatics, some very smart, but radical left and bad ideology, sick people. These people have hurt our country very badly.
Are we directly talking with Iran?
How is that different from Russia and doing in Ukraine by Ukrainian help?
Well, I think it's a lot different. And if you look at the nuclear weapons that they wanted to have, that they wanted to possess, a lot of things are different. I'm not a fan of what Russia's doing either, just so you understand. All right? But it's a lot different. You're talking about a country that has been evil for 47 years. They've been horrible. Death all over the world, not just us. Look at the way they attacked unexpectedly all of those countries surrounding them. It was not supposed to be. Nobody was even thinking about it. But they wanted to take over the Middle East and they wanted to knock out Israel permanently. If they had a nuclear weapon, they would have been able to.
Are we directly talking with Iran?
Look, I'm not a fan of the guy. If you look at, and you never cover this, if you look at his truths or whatever he went on, his ex-truth, if you look at his truths or his statements, he was all for everything. All of a sudden, he wasn't. He was a man that I met at Dover. He came and his wife was killed. He remarried fairly quickly. His wife was killed, and I felt badly for him. He ran for Congress, he lost. He ran for Congress again and he lost. I said, he's a guy, nice guy, seemed like a very nice guy. I met him, he was pretty heartbroken, but I said, it's a shame. He ran for Congress twice. Call him up, give him a job in the White House. Smart. He gave him a job in the White House, and this is what he does to me, Being a nice guy doesn't pay off too much. Think of it. He loses twice. in Congress, ran not very good campaigns, should have won, but he loses twice. How do I get him? I have my people call him, because I didn't deal with him for the most part. I saw him a couple of times, but I never dealt with him at all. I had no idea his ideology was left or right, whatever it is. I can say this. He said very strongly that Iran is not a threat. Iran's been a threat for 47 years, and there's not a country in the world that doesn't agree with me in that. So I take this guy, Joe Kent, who lost twice for Congress, pretty badly and tough, and it was devastated. And I know that he lost his wife. So instead of letting him live out his life, I brilliantly have my people call him and offer him a job in security, essentially, in the White House. Now, what does he do? He goes out and he says that Iran is not a threat to get publicity. Now, he probably signed up with CNN or maybe signed up with your division of Newsmax. I don't know, but probably signed up with CNN or somebody. But if you look at his tweets, X's, or Truth, whatever he uses, I don't know because I don't follow him. What he said, 100% he agrees with me. All of a sudden he leaves. I never knew he had a problem. Now I hear they're looking at him for leaking. That's possible. But just so you understand, just to put it to rest, he lost twice badly. He also lost his wife. He's remarried since. He lost his wife. I felt badly for him. So I told my people, reach out to him, give him a job at the White House. This is the thanks I get. Any other questions?
Overall crime and murder was not an imminent threat. That's what the intelligence said.
I think it was an imminent threat. I think that Iran, if we didn't bomb them with the B-2 bombers, now that set them back. But if we didn't hit them with the B-2 bombers, they would have had a nuclear weapon within 2 weeks to a month. And if they had a nuclear weapon, they would have used it as soon as they got it.
I find it absolutely insane, Armin, that President Trump has all of the intelligence at his disposal. He knows everything. He sees everything. And yet, for some reason, the media think that this random guy, Joe Kent or whatever, is more qualified to speak on whether or not, like, the Islamic regime is a threat. I mean, it's literally the job of the president to look at the military, intelligence, analysis, all of that. And it's his job to look at that and make a determination. And so he made that determination. That's what people have voted for him to do. That's literally what, commander-in-chief means here. So it's so bizarre that media is pushing back on this, like, one conspiracy theory guy.
Or somebody like Marco Rubio, who has been following and has so much detailed information about Iran, like to dismiss Marco Rubio and take this guy seriously just because it fits your narrative. I mean, Goldie, anybody who says Iran, like the Islamic Republic, has not been a threat to the United States, like, that's such a ridiculous claim. And it's such a disrespect to all the Americans who died by the hands of the Islamic Republic for the past 47 years. So, yeah, you could just completely dismiss that person as retarded, anybody who says that.
Yeah.
If they had a nuclear weapon, they would have used it as soon as they got it.
If nuclear sites last summer with their strikes, then how can you argue with an imminent threat now?
Oh, we hit them so hard, we obliterated them. But that doesn't mean with the right equipment, you can't dig down and go get it. We don't want that. We won't have that. But we obliterated that site. They still haven't been able to get it. That was a complete success. But if it wasn't, they would have had, if we didn't hit them, if we didn't use the B-2 bombers, which are unbelievable. We just ordered 22 more of a modern version, by the way, super modern version. If we didn't hit them with the B-2 bombers, they would have had, within 2 weeks of that attack, that's why we hit them, because we knew they would have had a nuclear weapon. They would have used it on Israel and the entire Middle East.
Overall crime in Memphis is down 43% since you began this task force. Is this a template you think is
well? What I'm doing today, really, this was a little bit before, set up a couple of weeks ago. This was before we had this situation with Iran take place last night. And by the way, they're just not committed. When they say, I'm sure they don't mean that. When somebody says, "Oh, I didn't know you," we were talking last night, and I'm sure they have a lack of communication, which is appropriate considering we blew up, in addition to their Navy, Air Force, every division, their radar. We also blew up all of their anti-aircraft and communications. So they have no telecommunications. So there is a lack of, I would imagine, a lack of coordination.
That's a very important point, Armin. The fact that like there's a lack of telecommunications, it means that like whatever's left of the regime, they're sort of operating on their own, and just, each sort of unit is kind of doing its own thing.
Yeah, they only have radio and face-to-face meeting, and even radio they can't use it because immediately the Israelis will pick up on that and find their location. So, but based on the type of communication they're having. But this, Goldie, this is exactly why they managed to kill 300 of them when they were getting. A lot of people are like, why are you guys still meeting when you know that they're going to hit the meeting? Because they have no other way to communicate with each other. They have shut down all other ways of communication. They're forced to meet with each other. Yeah.
So there is a lack of, I would imagine, a lack of coordination. Well, we think all we can do is think, look, we have numerous leader groups. They've all been killed. Very dangerous position. Khomeini was killed. Khomeini's son is unavailable. Nobody knows what happened to him. I can say they haven't seen him there either. Something is going on with him, but regardless, I don't consider him really the leader. But they do have some leaders left, because we blew up group number 1, group number 2, a lot of group number 3, but we think we have people that are very representative of the country and will do a good job in
Ooh. Wow.
You know what it is? This is
What?
giving me like Gorbachev vibes. President Trump is basically trying to figure out who's Gorbachev, because he's looking for a Gorbachev that's basically going to surrender, and that's how the Berlin Wall is going to fall down. So, and like when he says do a good job, right? Representative of the country and do a good job, he doesn't mean do a good job in running the country. He's referring to a good job in negotiating terms of surrender, which is what President Trump wants, right?
What do can we play that part again? This
Yeah.
is the most important. Yeah.
Well, we think all we can do is think, look, we have numerous leader groups. They've all been killed. Very dangerous position. Khomeini was killed. Khomeini's son is unavailable. Nobody knows what happened to him. I can say they haven't seen him there either. Something is going on with him, but regardless, I don't consider him really the leader. But they do have some leaders left, because we blew up group number 1, group number 2, a lot of group number 3, but we think we have people that are very representative of the country and will do a good job.
Goldie, he didn't mention inside here when he said the last line. What do you think?
He could be referring to King Reza Pahlavi. He could be referring to well, because he doesn't. So the last sentence, right? The last sentence, he doesn't say leader. He says people.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Right? So when he's talking about like all the leaders that they've blown up, right? They're like, well, there's numerous leader groups, but they've all been killed. We've blown up all of the leader groups, right? Nobody knows where they are. But then, they're like, they have some leaders left. But then he says, well, they have some leaders left because we, and I'll play this again. We, blew up group number 1. But here's the part. At the end of it, he says, but we think we have people that are very representative of the country and will do a good job in, and then I think he says something like rebuilding or something. So he makes a distinction between the leadership inside of Iran versus him knowing people who are gonna, who are representative of the country and can do a good job.
That's a very important point, Goldie, because Princess of Pahlavi also mentions that we have people inside Iran that would do
Yeah,
a very good job, right?
absolutely.
Yeah.
So
There's a lack of, I would imagine, a lack of coordination.
If you're worried about the disconnect.
Well, we think all we can do is think, look, we have numerous leader groups. They've all been killed. Very dangerous position. Khomeini was killed. Khomeini's son is unavailable. Nobody knows what happened to him. I can say they haven't seen him there either. Something is going on with him, but regardless, I don't consider him really the leader. But they do have some leaders left because we blew up group number 1, group number 2, a lot of group number 3. But we think we have people that are very representative of the country and will do a good job in
I think that's very interesting.
Yeah.
Elon Musk has offered TSA workers during this DHS shutdown. Is this something that you've been speaking to him about?
Yeah, I'd love it. I think it's great. Let him do that. And I want to thank ICE because they stepped in so strongly. They'll do great. And if that's not enough, I'll bring in the National Guard. We're not going to have the Democrats destroy our country. These people are the most destructive, sick people, the Democrats. They want, and they're fighting for this. They're fighting for men and women's sports. They're fighting for transgender for everybody. Everybody go out, get your kid a nice operation, and change the sex of your kid. They're fighting for, think of it. They don't want you to do voter ID. You walk into a booth. In California, if a person who's doing voting, an official, asks you for identification, they're subject to being arrested. What's wrong with this country? So we're fighting it hard. And I think they should, because the Democrats are being blamed for the shutdown, and it's their fault, and they're getting killed. That's why when I announced yesterday about ICE, the Democrats called. We want to settle. We want to settle. And I told the people, don't settle. Don't settle. Because we have something bigger. Only settle if you get the Save America Act. Vote. We're dealing really.
Whose idea was it?
Mine. That was mine.
And can I ask you?
That was like the paperclip. You know the story of the paperclip? 182 years ago, a man discovered the paperclip. It was so simple. And everybody that looked at it say, why didn't I think of that? ICE was my idea. First person I called was Tom Homan. I said, what do you think? He said, I think it's great. Then I saw today there was some masks on. I didn't think the masks were appropriate. I put out a statement and I asked them, would it be possible to take off the mask? Because they should wear a mask when they're dealing with the murderers and the thugs left and let it go.
So you said there's many points of agreement with Iran right now.
Many.
What can you give us a
Many, like 15 points. 15
So
points.
Iran has said yes.
Well, they're not going to have a nuclear weapon. That's number 1. That's number 1, 2, and 3. They will never have a nuclear weapon.
They said yes to that.
They've agreed to that.
Will we see arrests, illegal migrant
Correct.
arrests at airports, sir?
Arrests.
Will we see ICE arresting illegal migrants at
Yeah,
airports?
yeah. That's why the Democrats are going crazy. Because they've allowed, by what they did, and hold up, we put ICE, who are a very high level. I mean, they really are a high level group of people.
Goldie,
They love it because they're able to
Yeah.
now arrest.
he said 15 points. They agreed on 15 points. Guys, like 15 points, 1 point would be no enrichment of uranium. Another point would be to deliver the already enriched uranium that they have. Then there's going to be missiles, proxies. 15, like we and not killing the people. That's 5. Then there's 10 more. Guys, this is like, if anybody from the Islamic Republic has agreed to 15 points, that is complete surrender. That is regime change. That is like completely removing the obstacle from the Iranian people to finish the job. 15 points, there's only full surrender. And I don't know if anybody within the Islamic Republic can force the IRGC to agree to that. But even if that happens, that is complete surrender.
Yeah.
Right? Yeah.
Well, I agree. I mean,
Yeah.
I'm curious to know what these 15 points are, because these 15 points are are new. I'm wondering if it's just something he's saying to troll the regime.
Yeah, maybe the Argentine is like, who is this? Who is this person that is constantly talking? Like, find him, find this mother, whatever.
Well, yeah, well that's exactly what's happening because you saw Ghalibaf's panicked again, like Ghalibaf's panicked post. It's so funny, Armin. Like, it's just based on what President Trump said. Ghalibaf is like, Iranian people demand complete remorseful punishment. All Iranian officials stand firmly behind their supreme leader. No negotiations have been held with the US. Fake news is used to manipulate the financial and oil markets. So this is so funny. This is so funny. Like these 15 points, like this is what's happening right now. Right?
That's so amazing.
There's President Trump in the back there. Like this meme was made so quickly. This person, Free Iran, made this in response to my guys. I'm telling you, like, Iranian memes and Iranian humor, next level.
I think
you know what? Actually, I was gonna look into that. Does the Iran Prosperity Project have 15 points? Someone is saying that it does. Wait.
Well, I mean, that's for building Iran. It's not for the agreement points with the surrender points. I think those are different.
Is it though? Let's see.
Yeah.
Let's see what.
Maybe. I think the next once Ghalibaf is dead, the next condition of the person who's talking to Trump is like, okay, I will talk to you, but please don't tell people. Like, I have only one condition: please don't talk about it. Please.
I don't know if the IPP has 15 points or not, but I'll have to look at it because it has like way more points than that. But this is just so funny. This is so great.
Arrest illegals as they come into the country. That's very fertile territory. But that's not why they're there. They're really there to help.
Are you talking to Iran directly? To know and bring people whatsoever, even for medical purposes, civilian purposes?
They have. Thank you.
And what about the Strait of Hormuz? Who's going to be in control of that?
That'll be opened very soon if this works.
How soon? And who's in control of it? Will Iran still be
Somebody in the chat is saying, I believe he might be talking to Artesh General. Guys, the problem with Artesh is that the leaders of Artesh have been all replaced with the leaders of IRGC. So if you want to talk to anybody from the Artesh, it needs to be from the body of the Artesh, because the leaders are the Artesh leaders and IRGC leaders are the same, unfortunately. But yeah.
Whoever needs it for medical purposes, civilian purposes?
They have. Thank you.
And what about the Strait of Hormuz? Who's going to be in control of that?
That'll be opened very soon if this works.
How soon?
Strait of Hormuz will be open very soon if this works, which means regime change, right? Because once the IRGC is gone, then there won't be a threat to the Strait of Hormuz anymore.
And who's in control of it? Will Iran still be in control of the
Be jointly in control.
By who?
Maybe me.
You want the United States to be in
Me
control?
and the Ayatollah, whoever the Ayatollah is, whoever the next Ayatollah is. Look. And there'll also be a form of a very serious form of a regime change. Now, in all fairness.
Did you catch that? There's going to be a very serious form of regime change.
And the next Ayatollah, whoever the next, so we're not dealing with this Ayatollah. Guys, if there is a next Ayatollah as a supreme leader, that would be the last Ayatollah. There is no way the Islamic Republic can go through Ayatollahs this fast and survive. So, and then he also said, like,
but Armin, I think the Ayatollah comment is a troll. He's just trolling the media. He's like, I don't know, maybe me and the Ayatollah, right? Whoever the Ayatollah is.
I would go. This whole entire thing is a troll, in my opinion. Honestly, it's not just his comment.
He's so chill. He's so relaxed. Like, President Trump is really enjoying this. Like, President Trump, like, he doesn't want to count his chickens before they've hatched. But for President Trump, like, victory is on the horizon. Victory is right there. So.
The Ayatollah is whoever
so funny.
The jointly.
And who's in control of it? Will Iran still be in control of the oil?
Be jointly in control.
By who?
Maybe me.
You want the United States to
He and the Ayatollah, whoever the Ayatollah is, whoever the next Ayatollah is. Look,
The next.
and there'll also be a form of a very serious form of a regime change. Now, in all fairness,
See, that's guys, that's the key part here. He says there's also going to be a very serious form of regime change. That's the key part here.
also be a form of a very serious form of a regime change. Now, in all fairness, everybody's been killed from the regime. They're really starting off. There's automatically a regime change. So we're dealing with some people that I find to be very reasonable, very solid. The people within know who they are. They're very respected. And maybe one of them will be exactly what we're looking for. Look at Venezuela, how well that's working out. We are doing so well in Venezuela with oil and with the relationship between the president-elect and us. And maybe we find somebody like that.
Are you giving any more options to lower the price of oil while
the price of oil will drop like a rock as soon as the deal is done. I guess it already is today. No, we have a very serious chance of making a deal. That doesn't guarantee anything. I'm not guaranteeing anything. I'm not going to come out here in a week or 2 weeks and have you all say, oh, you said. I didn't say anything. All I'm saying is we are in the throes of a real possibility of making a deal. And I think if I were a betting man, I'd bet for it. But again, I'm not guaranteeing anything. They want to make a deal very badly.
What changes would you like to see in the DHS under Mark Wayne?
Well, he's going to be fantastic. He'll make his own change. He's already given me a list of people he wants to bring. He's a fantastic guy. I think he's just the right guy. You all know him. He's a very open, smart guy, very successful actually in business, which people don't know. And he's a friend of mine. I think Mark Wayne is going to be fantastic. Thank you.
Are these direct offers?
That was very good.
Wow. That was fantastic.
Did you see the interview with Admiral Brad Cooper on Iran International?
I have that. I only have 20 seconds of it. Do you have a feel?
I have the 15-minute interview.
Oh, okay, let's do that then. That's very important.
So, guys, this was yesterday. Admiral Brad Cooper had an interview with Iran International.
Into the Operation Epic Fury, how do you describe what you've done so far and what have you achieved and was accomplished during?
Actually, let me see if I can find this on, or let's see. Let me see if I can find this on YouTube so that maybe I can add the closed captions. International.
Yeah, that's a good idea.
Oh, yeah, here we go. I found it. Okay. There we go.
Thank you so much for your time. We really appreciate it. It's more than 3 weeks now into the Operation Epic Fury. How do you describe what you've done so far and what have you achieved and was accomplished during this time?
Yeah, I believe that our achievements are obvious. If you zoom out and look at the situation, the Iranian Navy is no longer at sea. The Iranian Air Force is no longer flying. The air defense is no longer shooting. And the large salvos of drones and missiles that you saw at the beginning of the war have now largely degraded into onesies and twosies, 1 and 2 at this point. My overall assessment is that we are on plan to achieve our main military objectives.
Are you ahead of what you've scheduled before? Because that's what I've heard from President and Secretary Hexas, that you're ahead of what has been scheduled.
Yeah, we're largely ahead or on plan for our main military objectives. The principal objective is to prevent the Islamic Republic from being able to project power from its own borders to affect both Americans as well as regional partners. And we're focused on 3 principal military objectives: eliminating the ballistic missiles, eliminating drones, and sinking the Navy, as well as eliminating the manufacturing for each of those 3 areas. No more manufacturing of drones, no more manufacturing of missiles, and no more manufacturing for the Navy. And we are definitely on plan for all of that, and in some cases ahead.
And obviously the operation still goes on. Why is that? If you achieve the objective, so why is it still going? And for how long do you think this operation? I don't want you to give me an exact number or weeks or a timeline, but what do you imagine that this is gonna lead to?
Yeah, I would. This will ultimately be a decision by the President of the United States as to when to finish it. But as you mentioned, we are ahead of plan. We'll continue to degrade the capabilities and missiles, drones, and the Navy. As of today, for instance, we've sunk or severely damaged 140 ships. That effort will continue.
And Admiral, how Islamic Republic was fighting back in terms of launching lots of missiles and drones to Arab countries, Persian Gulf countries, to Israel, even to Cyprus. How were they doing that? Do they still, for instance, today or yesterday, I mean now, do they use launchers in west of Iran, or they now moved back to eastern sides of Iran? Can you give us more details?
Yeah, we have a very clear perspective of how this is going. And my overall operational assessment is they're operating in a sign of desperation. At the beginning of the conflict, you saw large volumes in the dozens of drones and missiles. You no longer see that. It's all one or two at a time. So that is dramatically shifted. And the desperation you've seen is they've shifted from military targets. In the last couple of weeks, they've attacked civilian targets very deliberately more than 300 times. 300 times.
Do they still have big arsenals of missiles? Because how they attacked Diego Garcia a few days ago with those missiles that nobody knew about. Do you think they have other arsenals like that you could not so far detect and target?
We're very aware of the capabilities, and I wouldn't want to get into the specifics. We're watching it very closely. Clearly, they've had to shift their strategy out of desperation from one where they're focused on mass and volleys to attack to one where they're only shooting one or two at a time.
And Admiral, about the Strait of Hormuz, it's a big tension there going on. What is your plan about opening the strait, and how a coalition, because now we are seeing more and more countries are joining this coalition. We had yesterday, I think now it's above more than 20 countries that are part of that coalition. How these other countries can help you? What are your plans to secure the shipping there?
Yeah, a couple of thoughts here. First, I think you've seen the president's comments in the last day. I don't have anything to add to that. But what I will say is the Strait of Hormuz is physically open to transit. The reason that ships are not transiting right now is because the Islamic Republic is shooting at them with drones and missiles. Our job, and consistent with our military objectives, is to decrease the Islamic Republic's Navy's ability to attack shipping, and we are getting after that every single day.
President Trump said that it's a very simple military maneuver to do that, to secure Hormuz, and he said that it's about volume, it's about a lot of ships. Can you explain more what he means, and how is that a very simple military maneuver?
Yeah, I think he described it very well, and that's why one of our objectives is to eliminate the threat from the Navy, to diminish the regime's capability to attack commercial shipping. We've been working on that since the very beginning. This is why we've sunk more than 140 ships, and it's something that we'll continue to do. In my own experience, I've transited through the strait more than 50 times in my career. I'm very familiar with it, and I agree. It's straightforward what we're doing, eliminating the capability of the regime, and we're essentially degrading the capability of the Navy to attack commercial shipping.
Admiral, you said that they are shooting missiles and drones, Islamic Republic. Can you detect those launchers, target those launchers? Is it easy for Islamic Republic to build, again, launchers, like launcher after launcher? Is it easy to build those?
Well, not only can we detect them, we have been detecting them, and we have been eliminating those threats in large volumes. And we're not just focused on the things that exist today, but we're also getting after the manufacturing. So it's not just about the threat today. We're eliminating the threat for the future, both in terms of the drones, the missiles, as well as the Navy.
And the Navy, they don't have any floating thing in Persian Gulf. Do they have anything at the moment?
There's no capability presently in the Gulf of Oman around Hormuz or in the Gulf.
And Israel is helping you in that mission south of Iran, or no?
We're working in close cooperation throughout the country in those same military objectives.
And Admiral, going back to what President Trump wrote yesterday about the 48 hours, do you have any comments on that? And that's a concern for Iranian people.
Armin, just really quick, are you noticing how he's referring to the Islamic Republic, not Iran?
Yeah, I really appreciate that. That's very nice.
Well, I don't have anything to add beyond his comments, but what I will say is we're very clearly focused on our objectives of eliminating those missiles, eliminating those drones, and then continuing to go after the Navy, which is directly related to the comments on Strait of Hormuz.
Admiral, this administration, from the beginning, there was a distinction between the government and the people, and that came from Secretary Rubio, and then President Trump was talking about that. This administration clearly distinguish people and the government. So that is why I'm talking about that deadline that President Trump put forward. And we are talking about infrastructures here and the worries that Iranian people have and the civilians, and if they are going to be fearful after these operations, if you are going to do anything about the power plants. I want you to describe to me what sort of measures you are taking to protect these people who are suffering under this government.
Yeah, let me talk about it kind of in two ways. Let me first talk about a message to the government and to the regime, and then a message to the people. For the government, they could stop this war right now, absolutely, if they chose to do so. For the regime, they could stop this war right now if they chose to do so. They haven't chosen to do so. My second message is they need to stop putting the wonderful Iranian people at risk by firing missiles and drones from inside populated areas. I've seen it with my own eyes. They continue to do this. They have no care for the people. They're threatening their own people. And the third point would be they need to stop immediately attacking civilians throughout the Middle East region. They've deliberately attacked and targeted 300 times. That needs to stop. So that's one side. For the Iranian people, the wonderful Iranian people who I've gotten to know over several years, including living in the region for many years, extraordinary culture, deep culture of thousands of years. My main message is this. First and foremost, we are attacking the regime in the Islamic Republic, not the wonderful people. The second piece is continue to heed our advice. We've had multiple messages that have come out that have said, beware. The government doesn't care about you. They're launching missiles and drones from populated areas. You need to stay inside for right now. Third, there will be a clear signal at some point, as the president has indicated, for you to be able to come out. And then
Goldie, there will be a clear signal from the president for you to be able to come out. Yeah. Guys, Goldie was right. The plan is full-on regime change. This is clearly being communicated that the point is to get the situation to the point where the Iranian people get the signal for them to come out. This is still the plan. This is still the plan. It has always been the plan, and it continues to be the plan.
That's what President Trump said on February 28th. He said, when this operation is over, that's going to be your time to go out and seize your country. This also, goes against the narrative that like the anti-war people are putting out. They're like, oh, this is a failure because the Iranians haven't come out yet. They don't want regime change. And we kept on. We've been saying, guys, it's not time yet. It's not time. I was actually on Piers Morgan today as well, before I started the live, and this was one of the things. And then people are like, well, this war has obviously failed because the Iranian people haven't come out like they said they would. And I was like, well, no, they haven't come out because it's not time yet. President Trump, CENTCOM. I think I even mentioned, I think I said General Cooper though instead of Admiral Cooper, but because it was just like off top of my head. And, I also said, King Reza Pahlavi have all said, stay inside right now. It's not time to go out yet. And when the time is right, they'll let everyone know. And that's when you come out. So, yeah, like that's But people who want to see the Islamic regime survive, people who are, against Israel, and people who are against President Trump, they're all trying to claim that because Iranians have not come out yet, that they don't support this and they don't want regime change. But that's literally not it. It's literally Iranians have been told to wait, stay indoors, and wait for the signal. And I don't know how much clearer it gets than this.
Yeah.
Many years. Extraordinary culture, deep culture of thousands of years. My main message is this. First and foremost, we are attacking the regime in the Islamic Republic, not the wonderful people. The second piece is continue to heed our advice. We've had multiple messages that have come out that have said, beware, the government doesn't care about you. They're launching missiles and drones from populated areas. You need to stay inside for right now. Third, there will be a clear signal at some point, as the president has indicated, for you to be able to come out. And then the last thing I'd like everyone to know is, I've watched this over the last week, this extraordinary contrast between the comfort and protection that you're seeing with the senior generals in the Islamic Republic, at least those that are still alive, who are up in deep bunkers and facilities in and around Tehran, and contrast that with the soldiers who are down on the ground, who are unprotected. The generals are protected, the soldiers are not protected. I've watched this in Bushehr, Shiraz, Bandar Abbas, Abu Musa Island, Konarak, Jask, Chabahar, over and over again. I think this is a story that has to be told over and over again so that the people understand exactly what's happening. The generals are protected, the people are not. And I think this is an important point.
And these other nations, other countries, Arab countries, how are you working with them? That because they're under a lot of attacks, maybe like UAE is more than Israel even.
Yes.
What are they doing?
Yeah, we continue to stand shoulder to shoulder in what has been established as the largest umbrella of air defense in the Middle East history. For decades, people have written articles and books about what Middle East air defense could look like in an integrated way, and we're seeing it today, a very thick defensive umbrella that we've put around all the countries, and we're working very closely with everyone.
And that was created a few weeks before the Operation Epic Fury. I remember there was a statement from Department of War that this NATO sort of umbrella defense alliance is coming together, because there was a talk about this during President Trump's first term. You're talking about that,
the capability
right?
has been in develop for many years, involving thousands, if not tens of thousands of people. And today, we see it very alive and active as a protection mechanism.
And how do you define Israel's role here in defending the Arab countries? Because we know some European countries are involved in defending those Arab countries. How do you define Israel's role here?
Well, to speak precisely, Israel is attacking drones and ballistic missiles that are aimed at Arab countries, and attacking and defeating them.
I want to ask you about the MEUs, the 11th and the 31st units that are, I don't know about 11th. There are rumors that they are coming to Middle East from San Diego, but we know maybe it's more a fact that the 31st unit is coming from Japan to Middle East. Can you say what is the purpose of these units and if they're going to go in?
Yeah, I won't talk specifically about what we're going to do operationally. What I will say is we're very focused on our military objectives, and we've seen very clearly that our capabilities continue to grow, our strength grows, and over the last 3 weeks, the Islamic Republic's capability have dramatically declined. We'll see what happens here in the future.
So you mean maybe it's not needed to go in?
These are options that are being generated. Let's see what happens here in the end.
And other than Khark, which is a bit north of and away from Strait of Hormuz, are you thinking about other small islands like Kish, which is closer, Lark, they are closer to Hormuz? Are you considering those as well?
Yeah, as you would appreciate from my many years living in the region, I'm very familiar with where the options could be. And from an operational perspective, I just wouldn't want to talk about them here. But the options are on the table. And I think we'll just have to see where things go. In the meantime, we're just going to focus for now on our military objectives.
And Admiral, do you think in future there's going to be a change in how Strait of Hormuz is controlled?
Well, I'm confident that our efforts, and particularly focused on degrading the Iranian military, will set conditions for the future. And as you've seen in the news, you now see multinational and national organizations stepping up. So we'll have to see what that looks like. But I am confident.
Admiral, how your goals, the U.S. goals in this conflict and Israeli goal, how are they? Do they have overlapping? Are they the same? Are there any differences?
Yeah, I think in practical terms, in pragmatic terms, you see us conducting the same types of missions. We're eliminating the ballistic threat. We're eliminating the drone threat. We're eliminating the manufacturing so that the Islamic Republic cannot project power outside of its borders.
Is that going to change?
It's almost
just
done.
Quickly,
Like,
okay.
90 seconds.
I'm sorry. Let's do that then. And after that,
are you going to change the way you operate because you're sharing obviously some part of the operation, taking out the missile arsenal factories, it's on US, and maybe targeting generals and commanders is on Israel. Is that going to change in future?
I wouldn't want to tip what we're going to look like in the future. But right now we're just focused on other things, the main military objectives.
And what is going to happen, in your opinion, that you're going to call that a good end? It's time to end it. What should happen?
This will be a decision by the President of the United States.
So as a commander, you cannot give us any detail.
Well, from my perspective, the President will have this final decision. In the near term, we're going to focus on our military objectives. And my assessment overall is that we are ahead of plan, that our combat power is increasing dramatically, and the Islamic Republic's combat power is decreasing dramatically.
Thank you so much, Admiral. Thank you.
Thanks very much. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Great questions, great answers.
Yeah. It's kind of nice to get like a normal interview once in a while, right? So
yes.
There you go. Yeah, so this
Actually getting you.
Yeah. Anyways, Armin, go ahead, because I know it's time for you.
No, I was just making a point that, actually getting the information that we need rather than trying to prove a point or debating the person, actually getting the crucial information out of somebody, that's actually really refreshing. So you're so right. And Goldie, sorry for interrupting you a couple of times. I didn't know.
Go ahead.
Yeah. All right, guys. So, guys, I'm going to go to the discussion group. The link is in the chat. If you want to come talk to me and ask me questions, that will be where you could do it. So the link is in the chat. It's also pinned on top of the Atheist Republic YouTube channel's live chat. So I'll leave right now, and I'll see you. I'll come back here on the live very soon. All right, guys. See you guys soon. Bye. I'm Israel Chai. Long live America. Javid Shah. Payandera. See you guys.
See you soon. For those of you asking about Petito, yes, unfortunately, we received word yesterday that Petito has been arrested by the Islamic regime. We have no further information. We're hoping and praying for good news. So please keep Petito and all Iranians in your thoughts and prayers, because we don't know what's going on, and it's a very dangerous situation. Yeah. So Hale, how are you doing?
I'm doing great.
Thanks for being here. Okay, so 2C is going live in about 13 minutes. So we will go to 2C when he goes live. This is really scary. So the Islamic regime is now hunting down civilians for sharing war footage, branding them as terrorists and threatening extreme punishment. IRGC-linked media aired footage of young women being arrested from their homes simply for posting videos. In the clip, an agent warns that anyone sharing such footage would be treated as a terrorist after prior SMS warnings. This is a full-scale crackdown on information where documenting reality is now being criminalized. So, yeah, this is the Islamic regime arresting young women just for sharing footage of the war. And by branding them as terrorists, that basically gives the Islamic regime, you know, the ability to execute them for treason, right? So it's really scary. This is, and then this is how messed up they are. They also broadcast. Oh yeah, guys, and custody is not custody. Custody means rape, torture, beatings, right? Forced confessions, and like this is really messed up because they're broadcasting, arresting like two young or arresting women just for the crime of sharing information, and they're broadcasting this on Islamic regime state TV to like scare everyone else. So they're doing this because they want to silence other Iranians. But what I can tell you is that like Iranians were well beyond that. We're well past that. And this is only going to make Iranians even more angry. So this is having the opposite effect. He was asking her like, what are you studying? She said, I'm studying medicine. You see this woman, like this evil, like Aunt Lydia woman here, right? So when I tell you that the Islamic regime women are even more evil and ruthless than the men, I'm not exaggerating. So he's like, he's making this girl call someone, and he's like, where's your phone? And then she's telling this Islamic regime terrorist where the phone is. Oh wow, oh my gosh. Okay, so here oh my gosh. So the girl, she's like, well, I don't like, I think she's referring to like her boyfriend, or I don't know, someone. And she's like, well, he told me that he sent videos to his friend. I don't know who his friend is. And then the Muslim Nazi that's interrogating her says, no, I know that your boyfriend is sending videos to Vahid online. This interview is from like today. This video is from like yesterday or today. So the guy says, no, I know that you're sending info to Vahid online. Vahid online is this account. Vahid online is this X account here. And a lot of people have been sending him videos so that he can like document like explosions and attacks, and also, share messages. So Vahid online is one of the people that's being threatened by the Islamic regime. So that's why he's like, no, I know you've been sending it to Vahid online. And he's like, oh, I found it. So they have the phone, and then they're confiscating the laptop as well.
من موافقم با شما، ولی این چیزی که الان درگیرش شدن
SMS دادن که فرستادن هر گونه تصویر به مثال همکاری با گروه تروریستی.
So basically right now he's basically saying to her, any video or footage or message or anything that you send to share information about what's happening in the country, we consider that an act of terrorism. And anyone who shares footage or video or information with the outside world, we will assume that you are a terrorist and you're working with terrorist groups.
جرمش مشخص کردم. حالا جرمش میگی. چرا مثلا بفرسته یه مثل قدیمیه؟
Look at this. Look at, so this, guys, this is broadcast on Islamic Regime State TV. So he's like, say your first and last name.
بلند. دیروز ساعت حدوداً 4 صبح یه اصابت داشتیم توی خیابون.
So now, guys, this is basically, we're getting into forced confession territory. So this is what the Islamic regime does. They torture you, and then they make you do like a forced confession on TV, and then they use the forced confession to execute you, to torture you and execute you. Yeah, this is what we Iranians have been dealing with for the last 47 years.
فلسطین ساختمون شما دقیقا مقابل این ساختمونه پشتشه درسته؟ نشدی فیلم گرفتی؟ بعد از چند دقیقه نشدی فیلم گرفت درسته؟ برای کی ارسال کردی فیلمو؟ خواهر و دوستت و رسانه وحیده؟
Oh my gosh, this is a young woman. This is a young woman. They're doing, I thought this was a guy with curly hair, but now that I hear the voice, guys, this is a young woman.
آنلاین درسته؟ چون تو گوشیت هست خودت فرستادی یا کسی فرستاد؟
Right? So they're basically showing her phone and how she was sending videos to Vahid online.
خودت فرستادی؟ برای وحید آنلاین فرستادی؟
دوبار از دودایی که معلوم بود فیلم گرفتم. یه بار
And she's saying 2 times when I saw smoke, I took footage.
فعالیت‌های پدافندا و یه بارم از ساختمانی که جنمون مشخص بود که مورد استفاده قرار گرفته بود.
So she's saying, you know, I took some footage of smoke rising from one of the buildings and I sent it to Vahid online.
و یه بارم از ساختمانی که جنمون مشخص بود که مورد استفاده قرار گرفته بود.
These people are pure evil. Honestly, these people are pure evil. These Muslim Nazis are evil, and like they don't have the strength or capability to keep up with the United States and Israel, right? They can't fight back against the United States and Israel. The only thing that they're good at doing is arresting, torturing, raping, beating, and executing unarmed Iranian people. And here you can see them literally arresting and threatening 2 young women for the crime of taking video footage and sharing it with the outside world. That's all they're good at. This is all they're capable of doing. They're honestly, like, the Islamic regime is the most evil. Like, their evilness and their brutality. You get the link. Yeah, the link is on X. People who are on people who follow me on X, you can see the link on my timeline. I'll put it in Rumble as well. Let me just go to Rumble. Yeah, it's really upsetting. But guys, this is why, I hope you understand, this is why, for us, like, this is why we say we don't want any deals with the Islamic regime. We don't want them to survive. We don't want them. We don't want them. Because this is what they do. This is what they do. And these people are pure evil. Pure evil. Okay, just a quick reminder. We're going to go to 2C because 2C is starting in a few minutes. Just a quick reminder that Iranians are gathering in front of the White House on March 29 at 1 p.m. and it's a rally, peaceful rally. Nowruz of the Lion and Sun in support of Iranians' fight for freedom. This is going to be very interesting, guys. I feel like this is going to be interesting because this is coinciding with President Trump's 5-day plan, right? President Trump spoke about 5 days. President Trump spoke about, 5 days. And then this is happening on Sunday. So keep an eye on this, guys. And His Royal Highness and the team that's organizing this rally, they have said that this is possibly the most important demonstration to have to happen, right? So they're encouraging Iranians from all around the world, Iranians and of course supporters, right? Iranians and supporters to show up on Sunday, March 29, in front of the White House. Okay. 2C TV is starting soon, so we'll go to 2C TV now, and then I'll be back in a little bit. Let's see. I have a feeling that this week is going to be consequential. I'm looking forward to seeing what 2C has to say. Yeah, everyone go tune into 2C and support his channel and then come back when he's done. 2C's been doing great work and we appreciate him very much. It's not a ceasefire. It's not a 5-day ceasefire. It's a moratorium on not attacking the energy infrastructure. There's no ceasefire. Attacks are still happening. Some people in the media who don't understand how these things work are calling it a ceasefire, but that's just, they're just stupid. It's like, honestly, you can't trust the media at this point. Very few media outlets are characterizing this properly. So there's no ceasefire. The conflict is definitely continuing still. All right, 2C should be starting soon. There we go.
Welcome back to 2C TV. Ladies and gentlemen, this is your global news channel. I'm Maya Tusi, and President Donald J. Trump has caused absolute chaos inside the Islamic Republic of Iran and the IRGC leadership. We're going to give you guys the latest update on what is going on in Iran, but we're also going to go live to Beirut. This is the live footage that we have over the last few seconds. We've seen more strikes by the Israeli Defense Forces on the IRGC's Hezbollah wing in the city. You can see the smoke coming out of their buildings. We're going to stay with this for a second. I'm going to explain what on earth is happening right now in the Middle East, because the IRGC leadership are in full panic mode. We are now entering the regime change phase of this conflict. First, President Trump, the reason he caused chaos was first, he came out earlier today and said somebody from inside Iran wants to talk to us. And yeah, we're going to talk to them. The IRGC said, it's not us. We're not talking to Trump at all. And then the rumors came out of nowhere that the Speaker of Parliament in Iran, Ghalibaf, he's the one who's talking to the Americans. Now, Ghalibaf is still part of the regime. Ghalibaf panicked. He came out in public saying, no, whoa, it's not me. They even said he just arrived in Pakistan, in Islamabad, to talk to the Americans. He said, I'm right here in Iran. Everything's fine, because obviously that meant that the IRGC fanatics were going to go and assassinate him. Oh, there we go. Another one. Another strike. I've just missed that. That's great, as usual. What else is new? Every single time we have the live feed, I tend to miss the moment of strikes. Anyway, going back. So Ghalibaf debunked those claims, and then President Trump, after he caused chaos, he essentially said, "Oh, yeah, when I said somebody is talking, it's not from the current regime. It's from somebody from Iran, but not part of the current leadership." And he said that he's not accepting the current leaders of the Islamic Republic, including Moshtaba, the cardboard leader, as anybody to negotiate. So we're going to explain what's going on. We're going to stay with our live footage. We're going to give you guys the latest videos coming from Iran as well. We're going to move away from Beirut for a second because we have to show you what on earth is going on in the south of Iran over the last few hours. And I'm going to explain the reaction from the IRGC and why this is actually important, what President Trump is saying or doing. Because, again, what President Trump says is not what it seems. That's always the case. Never take him literally, but take him seriously. If he says something, it's not what it says, but there is a reason he's saying that. There is another move that's going to be made. That's always been the same since 2016 and since the days when he was in the world of business. We know that the regime change phase has now started. Hypothetically, academically speaking, let's just say President Trump is talking to somebody from the regime, right? Still doesn't change anything. Firstly, the regime, they've already said they've given red lines. There's not going to be a deal based on that. But let's say, hypothetically, somebody from inside the regime would say, okay, we're going to change everything, reform everything. Please save us. We're going to make a deal. Doesn't really change anything because it's not up to President Trump at the end of the day. The immortal guard of Iran and the opposition led by the Crown Prince Reza Pahlavi is up to them. They're going to come out on the streets. The Israelis are on the sides of the Crown Prince and the Immortal Guard. They're going to come out and destroy the whole thing and take over the country anyway. So we're going to stay on this because I think there's going to be another attack on Hezbollah. Okay, let me just quickly take you to the south of Iran. Because the reason I mentioned the Crown Prince was because the Crown Prince Reza Pahlavi asked the president not to hit the power plants, and the president has basically effectively changed his mind, as he says. But the reality is that he couldn't say, I've changed my mind, right? So he had to say, we've paused for 5 days, because somebody in Iran is talking to us. Anyway, let's go to the south of Iran, Bushehr, and see what happened earlier. Now, of course, the next phase is, as I said, the Immortal Guard. These are the Iranian people, the anti-Islamic Republic Iranian people who are getting ready. They've been told to stay at home for now. The Americans, President Trump, the Israelis, and the Crown Prince have told them to stay at home. There were a lot of rumors that they might have to come out now, but the U.S. Central Commander, Admiral Cooper, earlier on repeated the same urgent message to the Immortal Guard. Say, Iranians, stay indoors, do not come out, not yet. That's not the time yet, because we're still hitting them. Once they are crippled, then it's your turn.
Continue to heed our advice. We've had multiple messages that have come out that have said, beware, the government doesn't care about you. They're launching missiles and drones from populated areas. You need to stay inside for right now. Third, there will be a clear signal at some point, as the president has indicated, for you to be able to come out. And then
see, nothing has changed. The plan is still going ahead as mentioned. The Israelis also confirmed the plan. It doesn't really matter what you hear in the midst of war. When it comes to geopolitics, no statement made by anybody from any side, it doesn't matter. Actions, that's important. Outcome, that's important. So that aside, the Americans, of course, Admiral Cooper says, we will give you the signal to come out. Not yet. The plan is still the same when it comes to regime change and the takeover by the Iranians, so that the Americans could actually have a legitimacy and say, look, we just wanted to eliminate the threats. And oh, in the middle of all this, the Iranian people took over the country. Oh, well, that's great. Let's make a deal now. Democracy is here again. That's good. That way, this could happen, and President Trump could say, see, this is different to the 2003 Iraq operation. Let's go back to the southern parts of Iran. Massive explosions at ammunition depots. Yeah, the guy was saying they've just hit a massive ammunition depot in the south of Iran near Bushehr. Also, we have received another update, a huge targeted assassination in Urmia at an apartment building. This is in the northwestern parts of Iran, and I believe the Israelis were behind this from earlier on. Let's go and see the aftermath. This is actually broadcast by the Islamic Republic state media. By the way, the fake news media and the lamestream media continue to spread fake news, obviously, about this whole conflict and the military operation in general. And as we have proven many times on this channel, because obviously 2CTV, we are one of the few outlets in the world, a handful, that we have sources, not just in Washington, D.C., but also from the Immortal Guard in Iran. We have also sources inside the Islamic regime, those who are leaking information to us, as well as the Crown Prince, Reza Pahlavi's side, and all the others. They are laughing. When we speak to all our sources from different sides, they are laughing at the way that the liberal media across the Western world are reporting the way this conflict is actually going. But we have to actually also listen to the official spokesman of the IRGC. As you guys know, over the last few days, couple of days, we've been showing you guys a lot about this man. This is the guy who told President Trump that he's fired. Apparently, it was a joke about The Apprentice. We just had another senior leader of the IRGC eliminated. We're going to get information. This is just breaking news. A number of them have been eliminated. Oh, how many is this? 2, 8. We got confirmation of 8 IRGC leaders and commanders who have now been killed. We'll get back to that. Let's go to the IRGC spokesman, because he's become quite entertaining over the last few days. A very serious statement from this man. Very serious, guys.
Good evening. Iran is definitely winning the war, you guys. We don't have any more leaders, no more ships, no more airplanes, no more missile launchers, and no more weapons. But other than that, everything honky-dory here in Iran. Totally winning. Nobody panicking or anything like that. Okay, Baddy?
I can confirm this is not AI. I don't know why you're accusing this of being AI. This is legit. This is his official uniform. Of course, it's AI. But we're going to continue to make fun of him. That's part of the news program that we have on 2CTV. Every single day, he's going to wear different costumes. So keep watching. There's going to be more surprises later on. Anyway, we have another one. This man who filmed one of the waves of strikes in Iran, saying that they are hitting everything. And soon they will finish them off. This is not a dream. This is a reality, that the regime is collapsing.
دیگه هیچ جا نمونده که بمباران نکرده باشن. آسمون ایران هم پر از عدالت شده و هیچ پناهگاهی برای این قاتلا باقی نمونده. اگر هم مونده، آمریکایی‌ها حسابش رو دقیق دارن. باقی مونده ها هم یکی یکی میزنن تا آخرین نیروی سرکوبگر نابود بشه و مردم راحت به خیابونا بیان و ایران از چنگ این خونخوارا در بیارن. این امید نیست، بلکه یه واقعیته. هممون به زودی میبینیم. رژیم در حال فروپاشی کامله و آزادی انشالله در آستانه فریاد زدنه.
There are people in the live chat who are confused, saying, well, he doesn't have a Persian accent. It's not real. Why are you taking that seriously? Oh, no. Okay, so we also have an audio message from the Immortal Guard in Iran. Obviously, in case you don't know, they were inspired by the elite imperial military under the last king in Iran. But this is he's talking about the situation with the IRGC Basij units and checkpoints in Ahvaz in the south of Iran. Everything is kicking off. The Immortal Guard, the Iranian people, even though they've been told to officially stay at home, to not come out to do any sort of uprising or take over the buildings. Having said that, there's a lot of covert operations happening on a daily basis, mostly during the night. They are taking out the regime officials and their militants on the streets one by one. Listen to this with subtitles.
یکی از دوستام زنگ زد که گفت از اهواز بهش زنگ زدن و گفتن که همین گروه‌های گارد جاویدان شروع کردن به بسیجی‌ها، به این گشت‌های بسیجی‌ها که مثلا چادر میزنن تو خیابونا و فلان حمله میکنن، با نارنجک و این چیزا میکشن، بعد برمیگردن یه ساین میذارن اونجا که اینو گارد جاویدان انجام داده. میگه الان چندین و چند جا رو تو اهواز همین کاری کردن و کلی بسیجی کشتن. حالا این نمیدونم تو اخبار اومده یا نه، من خبرها رو چک نکردم، ولی اینو مستقیم از تو خود ایران، از تو خود اهواز چیز کردن، زنگ زدن یه ساعت پیش گفتن. یعنی که اینم جالب رو گفتم تو بدونی.
God bless the immortal guard of Imperial Iran who are continuing their covert operations across the country. Also, there is a quick update from the Israeli Defense Forces. The IRGC are now only launching a handful of missiles, and there's a reason for that. I'm going to explain why the IDF are confident that this operation is going to finish sooner than expected. Firstly, not only they're launching a handful of missiles, they're not even able to hit Israel anymore. 2 missiles were launched from Iran, and they hit Lebanon. Absolute shambolic situation. It's like the Houthis in Yemen, where every time they try to aim at Israel, they hit Egypt. So yeah, the IRGC have now hit Lebanon twice, and which is not good, very naughty. But the reason for this is a couple of things from the IDF. Firstly, quick information about what they've been doing today. This is the video they have released. They have announced that the Air Force, the Israeli Air Force, with precise intelligence from the Mossad, have completed a wave of attacks earlier on command and control centers of the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps around Tehran. Now you can see you got the Defense Command Center of the IRGC. You got the Command Center of the IRGC's ground corps, and also the Quds Forces base utilized for coordination and overseeing intelligence activities of the IRGC. And of course, there's a lot more in the actual city of Tehran and the outskirts. All this has now been gone. Okay, we now have another breaking news. Oh, that's finally done. Okay, that's good. Finally. There is a huge IRGC facility in Esfahan. There's a kind of a special, let's just say, we don't know what they're holding in there, in Qaim, in Esfahan. It has now been destroyed, and I've been waiting for this for weeks now. We're getting a video to verify this first, and then I'm going to put it on the screen for you guys. It's going to be a busy night. Okay. It's one of those nights. Everything is happening at the same time. And we also have a statement from the Prime Minister of Israel. Okay, so we're going to have to go to him as well. I think that's earlier on. But before we do that, the IDF have made a major announcement about the missile capabilities of the Islamic Republic. They now say that the Israeli Defense Forces, with the help of the Americans, have taken out around 330 of IRGC's missile launchers. Now, 330 out of 470 that they have. More than half were destroyed in direct strikes, while others were essentially damaged and, well, found and compromised by the Israelis in the tunnel entrances of the underground sites. And the Israeli Air Force are now hunting the remaining, I think there's about 140, roughly speaking, 140 launchers left. And the incoming fire has now dropped to about 10 missiles a day, down from around 90 missiles a day. So there are not many left now, about 140. So at this rate, I don't know, a couple of weeks maybe, if they could obviously identify the rest of them. They are hitting them one by one. They had quite a few. They had over 300. So it is quite interesting how quickly they've managed to paralyze the regime's missile launchers. Let's quickly go to Tehran. Earlier today, the Israelis also managed to take out the official headquarters of the IRGC's Basij unit. These are the guys who are the militants on the streets in charge of the crackdown and crowd control, public control in Tehran. It's been destroyed. Oh, I just realized I was on mute. Anyway, so the smoke came and everybody died. And by the way, there's this whole situation with Nancy says, what? Trump sought, I think said, ceasefire today. No, he didn't say anything about ceasefire. Why are you getting your news from either CNN or Tucker Carlson or Instagram? Do not get your news from random people on social media or CNN or CBC or BBC or Tucker Carlson. Just don't do it. Stop it. Just stop it. I've already explained what actually happened, but I'm going to give you guys the actual statement by President Trump. There's no ceasefire. Breathe, Maya, breathe. Okay, where was I? I don't even know what I'm talking about. Oh, yeah. When President Trump said a couple of days ago, yesterday or 2 days ago, that he was going to hit the power plant of Iran, obviously the regime freaked out. What they decided to do was they told their supporters to come and do a massive gathering outside one of the main power plants, right? This is the Ramin power plant. This is all they could bring. What is it, I think about 35 people, 40 people who decided to turn up. These are the brave ones. These are the ones who are ready to become martyrs. So the idea was they gathered outside this power plant and said, I dare you to hit us, because if you hit, then you're going to hit our civilians, using civilians as human shields. The only issue is, even the IRGC supporters, not all of them are brave enough to turn up. So you got about 30, 40 people like, yeah, we're going to come, sure. Let's make sure they don't hit us, actually. We were promised free sandwiches. So where's the sandwiches? There are no sandwiches. You lied to us. And then they all went home. Of course, President Trump was not hitting their power plants. Again, the problem with these idiots, they take what Trump says literally, but not seriously. Anyway, we have another massive IRGC base in the western parts of Tehran, in Shidgar, that was hit earlier on. Let's have a look at that. And major developments that was confirmed earlier on by the Israelis. This one is actually quite interesting because these are underrated eliminations that people don't realize how big it is. So this individual, he is a doctor, Saeed Shamkhadi. He was eliminated by the Israelis at his home, a targeted assassination. His job was, he's part of the IRGC, he's a member of the IRGC, well, was a member of the IRGC. He also specialized in control engineering for missiles and also drones. So people like him, they were the brains behind the missile program and the drone program of the Islamic Republic. He has received his reward and he's become a martyr. So bye-bye, absolute crazy doctor. See, evil doctor. That's what happens when you're too smart, but also a little bit evil. Okay, Karaj, just outside of Tehran, there was an emergency facility that also got hit earlier on. We have the latest footage from there, and then we're going to go to this breaking news. I think we've got it verified now. Let's go. Oh yes, we have confirmation from the British government. Oh dear God. Okay, so Prime Minister Starmer has some news for us. The same Starmer that said we're not getting involved, we're not doing anything, and then he changed his mind 13 times, and then he said we're getting involved, but we didn't know what he was going to do. We now have updates. The United Kingdom is now sending air defense systems to the Persian Gulf. The official statement by the Prime Minister is, we are now deploying short-range air defense systems to Bahrain at speed. And that Britain was doing the same with Kuwait and also Saudi Arabia. The United Kingdom is working with industry to distribute air defense missiles to the Persian Gulf partners, and has now embedded airspace specialists in the Middle East, according to Keir Starmer. Okay, so that's relatively some good news. You know, he's doing something at least to help allies and, of course, British interests in the Middle East. So this is how President Trump caused chaos earlier, which was absolutely glorious. Masterclass. The art of the deal. He made this announcement all in capital letters, shouting, saying that I am pleased to report that the United States of America and the country of Iran have had, over the last 2 days, very good and productive conversations regarding a complete and total resolution of our hostilities in the Middle East, based on the tenor and tone of these in-depth, detailed, and constructive conversations, which will continue throughout the week. I have instructed the Department of War to postpone any and all military strikes against Iranian power plants and energy infrastructure for a 5-day period, subject to the success of the invisible ongoing meetings and discussions. Thank you for your attention. This is how everything kicked off, because firstly, the low IQ people read this and thought, oh, this is ceasefire. It's like, no, because yesterday, 2 days ago, he said, I'm going to hit the power plants. He basically said, yeah, no, so we're not going to hit the power plants for 5 days, just 5 days. We're going to hit everything else. We're going to continue hitting everything else, just not the power plants, right? And then he said somebody is continuing to talk to us. This is how he caused so much chaos inside the leadership of the IRGC, because rumors came out saying, who is it? Who is it? Who is he talking to? Because the official Islamic Republic said, we're not talking to him. It's not us. Even the good guy, you know, the reformist foreign minister, Abbas Araghchi, who's not a good guy, but that's what they say. He's the good guy. He's the harmless one. The foreign minister who used to negotiate, he said, it's not me. They're not talking to me. Basically, everybody in the region said, it's not me. And then rumors came, oh yeah, we're here. It's the Speaker of Parliament, Ghalibaf. And then Ghalibaf said, whoa, whoa, whoa. I'm gonna show you the statement from Ghalibaf actually in a second, because that's also hilarious. Firstly, the rumors about this guy, Ghalibaf is also, I don't know, for some reason, he's also considered as a moderate. The guy is a murderer, but apparently Ghalibaf, the Speaker of Parliament, is a moderate now. The idiot who continues to say in Parliament, death to America. No energy. The absolute state of Parliament in Iran. And I love how the Speaker of Parliament, who's a ringleader, who starts these chants, he has low energy like Jeb Bush. Please clap. Death to America. Death to America. Please clap. Wake up, man. Wake up. He's a combination of Jeb Bush and Joe Biden put together. Even if he was supposed to be considered as the main guy to negotiate, somehow give him the crown to become interim leader instead of the mullahs, he's gonna fall asleep and die anyway. Nobody takes him seriously. And anyway, so they were talking about him. Rumors, no confirmation anywhere. We realized basically CIA spreading these rumors to cause absolute mayhem. He panicked because, as I mentioned on social media, said, well, now the IRGC are the fanatics are gonna try and assassinate him because they think that he's betraying them. Anybody talking to the Americans is a traitor. So, and then he had to release this statement. He said, Ghalibaf said, Iranian people, as in the regime, demand complete and remorseful punishment of the aggressors. Oh, punishment, sexy. All Iranian officials stand firmly behind their supreme leader. Which supreme leader? You don't have a supreme leader. What are you talking about? And people until this goal is achieved. So basically the goal is to spank the Americans. Okay. And then he says, no negotiations have been held with the US, and fake news is used to manipulate the financial and oil markets and escape the quagmire in which the US and Israel are trapped. And then he basically tried to expose President Trump, saying he's only saying that to calm the markets down. And I was like, well, that was just a bonus. That kind of helped as well, because the markets are going down. Like, oh, this is nice. Apparently there's going to be peace in the Middle East. Not yet. And but he was also panicking. He had to say this to tell his friends, whoa, that wasn't me. I did not betray you. I don't know what Candace Owens is telling you. She's lying. Okay, then from here, the regime decided to release the official red lines. So if we ever talk, this is where it gets interesting. There are 4 demands. They have demands. They're the same regime that's falling apart, have demands. Number 1, no restart of war. So basically, don't fight us anymore. Okay, that's kind of by default the definition of doing peace anyway. But right, no more Israeli strikes on Hezbollah. That is a weird demand. Priority is to save Hezbollah. Okay, then closure of all US bases in the Middle East. So President Trump to say yes to basically removing the only defense that we have in the Middle East for our allies and the American interests. Yeah, I'm sure the American empire would say, yeah, we will leave the most important part of the world, the most important region of the world. Yeah, we're going to leave it. Close the bases, guys. Let's all leave. Yeah, that worked out well in Afghanistan. And also there's the 4th one. That's the spanking. It's not a literal spanking. It's a compensation. They want reparations. So they've gone full Black Lives Matter. They demand reparations. And so, yeah, good luck with that. I mean, somebody call ICE. We need to deport the IRGC to Pakistan. Anyway, now, President Trump said, this is one of the, again, he's been walking around all day saying words, random words, and the media have been eating it up, which has been absolutely hilarious to watch. He said that we are directly talking to a top person in Iran. But he also said earlier, he's not part of the regime. He's not part of the current regime, but he's inside Iran, right? Now, we know that there have been many members of the regime who have defected, especially the last few weeks and few months. And there are a lot of speculations that this could be one of the defectors. And obviously, the goal is to have somebody as a delegate sort of representative, but they all want the return of Crown Prince Reza Pahlavi anyway. But President Trump cannot come across as the president who's installing the Crown Prince in Iran. It can't. That's just a bad look. It has to be seen as it's the will of the people in Iran. Oh, people in Iran want this guy. Okay, well, have your prince back. You cannot have President Trump bringing in the Crown Prince. You can't do that. It's 2026. 20th century stuff is done. Your job is to destroy the regime. The Iranian people will have to take over the country, and then they can bring back the Crown Prince. But this is what President Trump said earlier, and everybody got confused.
We're speaking with Mr. President. A top person. Don't forget, we've wiped out the leadership phase 1, phase 2, and largely phase 3. But we're dealing with the man who I believe is the most respected and the leader. It's a little tough. We've wiped out everybody.
Is that the Supreme Leader?
No, not the Supreme Leader. We don't. Well, nobody heard of the second Supreme Leader, the son.
Are these direct?
We have not heard from the son. Every once in a while you'll see a statement made, but we don't know if he's living. But the people that seem to be running it, and they seem that based on really fact, because things they've said have taken place.
Mr. President,
Again.
Mr. President, I know you've deployed.
Because I don't want him to be killed. Okay, I don't want him to be killed.
Mr. President, you deployed.
Nobody wants to be that. Nobody wants that job right now. Nobody's exactly looking forward to being the head of that particular country. But perhaps we'll be able to solve that problem.
Mr. President, you deployed.
He's loving it. You can see his smile. He's just saying random words. And he's like, we've killed everyone. There's nobody there. There's no leader. There's nobody in charge. Oh, but we're talking to a top person who is respected. Well, hang on, you killed everyone, but you're talking to someone. The problem here is that half the idiots took it literally, right? Like, oh yeah, he's talking to someone. He's betraying the Iranian people. And then the other half who are still going around not understanding his language. He just trolled everybody. The bonus was to calm the markets down, but the reality was everybody in the regime has been kicking off against each other and briefing against each other and trying to kill each other. So that's also fun, and he's enjoying life. Brilliant, absolutely brilliant. But let's actually hear from the official spokesman of the IRGC again, because I think this man needs to be taken seriously. And we've been joking a lot about this guy, and I do apologize. Let's go to the official spokesman of the IRGC again. 5 points to Gryffindor. Okay, so I told you I'm gonna keep trolling this guy. It's just an easy target. He doesn't help himself. Look at that face, though. Anyway, that's legit. Definitely not AI. If you think it's AI, then all right. What's going on in Beirut? Let's quickly go back to the situation. Oh, hello, smoke. We still have a smoky situation in the capital of Lebanon. And also, let's quickly, I'm going to get some reactions because we are verifying some very important updates for you guys. Heather says, I hope the people see just how bad the media and others are lying to the world and how important it is to have a team like 2CTV to bring us the truth. Thank you all very much and stay safe. Thank you so much, Heather. George says, please keep it calm for a couple of days. I'm going to be at the casino and can't be disrupted. Thank you for attention to this matter. How long are you going to be there for? 2C, I've learned so much about the Middle East geopolitics. I was ignorant. I appreciate your insight and knowledge in this region. By the way, your hair is more famous than you. That's sad. It needs its own talent agent. Okay, I'll take that as a compliment. All right, now let's bring you guys the latest. I think things kicked off first with the Israelis. They confirmed the latest round of eliminations. Oh dear. Yeah, okay. Evacuation order again in Beirut happening now. And right. There we go. We got details. Who wants who wants details of the latest leaders of the IRGC who've now been confirmed as slightly dead by the Israeli Defense Forces? All right, so these lovely gentlemen, hang on a sec, put them on. Ah, okay. These goat lovers are now dead. On this list, we have leaders and commanders of the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps. I'm assuming they were all in the same meeting because that is the whole list. We have Hamid Hosseini, Hamid Ali Zangi, or Zanji, I don't know, Zangi. Ali Nejad, Mohammad Nazari, Sadiq Zakariya, Ahmad Rasul, Hussein Ahmad Lu, terrible name. These are terrible names. And Javad Bagheri. Oh my God, these are terrible. It's like when they were born, they've been given the worst names, and they're all either Muhammad or Ali or whatever, right? Hussein. And then they also get it's just they happen to have the worst surname and first name and surnames. And it's not surprised that they turn out to be absolute nutters. Okay, so also there's another sign of anti-Iranian IRGC. Bad hairline. Look at that. They were all losing their hair. If you have a lot of hair like this, thick hair, you won't be IRGC. If you start to lose your hair, you will be IRGC. It's just a virus. It happens. It's not really your fault. Let's go to Dahia. We have the latest footage from the IDF showing the latest round of strikes over there. And where is the... Okay, yeah, we got it. I am once again being absolutely dramatic for no reason. I thought the whole system crashed, but it didn't, so everything's fine. Let's take you to Dahia. And I don't know what's happening. Okay. Let's watch this together. This is the IDF having a great time.
هاي هي الغارة بوجهنا مباشرة كتير قوية. الغارة برج البراجني.
Okay.
هاي
Stop talking.
بين بعجور والمنشية صارت.
Don't know what they're saying. They're saying Arabic. Stop talking Arabic. Okay. Anyway, so that's that. And then I believe that... Oh, God. Mohsen Razai, who's still alive for some reason in Iran, the senior official of the Islamic Republic, has now said that the war will continue until all damages are compensated, all economic sanctions are lifted, and a guarantee is obtained that the United States will not interfere in Iran's affairs. This is the decision of our nation, our leader, and our armed forces. Number one, your nation hates you. Number two, you don't have a leader. Number three, your armed forces are defecting. Dude, wake up. All right, so there was an interception in Israel, in the southern parts of Israel just earlier on. And okay, we can go to Esfahan. We now have the confirmation of what I mentioned earlier. A massive special facility in Ghalibaf was hit earlier today. And, well, not earlier today, minutes ago. And let's go to the footage, and then we will get more reaction while we wait for more updates on this. Let's quickly go to Esfahan, and then we shall return. There's the woman in the background. She's saying, "Oh, it's very beautiful. Oh, it's a beautiful strike, guys. Well done, America and Israel." That was the best thing about that video. First, she was like, I thought she was upset or something, but then she was like, "Oh, this is so beautiful." Yeah, well done. Beautiful hit, guys. Okay, let's go back to Beirut and nope. Oh, now we are getting another set of rumors, and these are the rumors that obviously turn into reality because they are testing the waters. As we said, one of the obvious things that the Americans can do is ground invasion of the Kharg Island, because they've already basically destroyed the defense of the island, and 90% of oil is exported from the terminals there, and it's symbolically a very important place for the Islamic Republic.
What did I tell you guys? Keep an eye on Kharg Island. Remember? I told you guys.
You don't even have to launch a ground invasion into mainland Iran yet. If you take that island, you also send a message to the rest of the regime that, look what we just did. You lost a chunk of your territory and your sovereignty. So obviously take it with a pinch of salt for now, because this is just US officials telling the media, and they've also told the Israeli officials, saying Washington may have no alternative but to launch a ground invasion to seize Iran's Kharg Island. But again,
Wait, I'm just seeing someone comment on Petito's X account. His X account is still suspended. It's still down. So maybe your report might not have worked, but the mass reporting did work. His account is still suspended.
And the boots on the ground sort of scenario, instead of risking and going into mainland Iran, which is a huge country, you can just do a tiny corner that belongs to Iran. So that will be interesting if it does happen. There's no guarantee yet. I don't understand why attack Iran.
No, guys, his account is still suspended. His account is still suspended.
Oil and energy infrastructure, right? It's not. That was the whole point of the. Oh yeah, we're now pausing for 5 days. I'm like, you weren't going to hit that. That's the future requirement. How the immortal gods have arms if they bombed. How the immortal gods have arms if they bomb military infra. I don't know what this means, but something about the immortal. Yeah, obviously there's a lot of them, the immortal gods in Iran, who are armed. A lot of them are also basically stocking up and also doing making improvised devices. A lot of Molotov cocktails, grenades, range of things, but also weapons. They've been working on this for weeks and weeks and weeks since the uprising essentially was stopped. Did you hear someone?
Okay, so Tusi's just going to the super chats now. So we're gonna go to President Trump's other. He had a roundtable earlier today. He participated in the Memphis Safe Task Force roundtable. So we're gonna watch this now.
Ladies and gentlemen, the 40th and 47th President of the United States, Donald J. Trump.
And I'm proud to be an American, where at least I know I'm free. And I won't forget the men who died, who gave that right to me. And I gladly stand up next to you and defend her still today. 'Cause there ain't no doubt I love this land. God bless the USA. From the lakes of Minnesota to the hills of Tennessee, across the plains of Texas, from sea to shining sea, from Detroit down to Houston and New York to LA, where there's pride in every American heart, and it's time we stand and say that I'm proud to be an American, where at least I know I'm free. And I won't forget the men who died, who gave that right to me. And I gladly stand up next to you and defend her still today. 'Cause there ain't no doubt I love this land. God bless the USA. I'm proud to be an American, where at least I know I'm free. And I won't forget the men who died, who gave that right to me. And I gladly stand up next to you and defend her still today. 'Cause there ain't no doubt I love this land. God bless the USA.
Thank you. Wow, it was a nice place with the best sound system. I don't know who did. Sounds like the finest opera hall in anywhere in the world. Let's.
Subtitles haven't been generated yet. Let's see if we No subtitles yet. Sorry, guys. No, this is not live. This was streamed about 3 hours ago. So it just finished. This is from earlier today. We haven't watched this yet.
Thank you. Wow, it was a nice place with the best sound system. I don't know who did. Sounds like the finest opera hall in anywhere in the world. Let's come back here more often. So often you have sound systems that aren't the greatest. And there's nothing worse, making a speech when nobody can hear you. This is beautiful and it's a great place. And Memphis has to like me because I have a lot of friends here and they were not happy a year ago, 2 years ago, 4 years ago. And now they said, we can't believe what's happened in terms of crime, in terms of what's gone on and the job that these people and some of the great people, many of the great people in the audience have done. And that's why I'm here today. In fact, we were going to cancel because we have a couple of events going on, as you probably noticed. So they said, oh, we'll cancel Memphis. I said, we're not canceling Memphis for anything. We're not canceling. We're not going to cancel Memphis, but we do have some big things happening and very positive, I have to say. So before getting to our important discussion this morning, let me provide a brief update on Operation Epic Fury, which is a very good name, as it turns out. That was the name. They showed me 20 names. Sir, what name would you like? I didn't like any of them. And then I get toward the end, I said, you got to be kidding. What? Operation Epic Fury. I love that name. And it's very appropriate for what's taken place, if you know, in Iran, because we knocked out their Navy, we knocked out their Air Force, we knocked out their anti-aircraft, we knocked out everything. And we did it with fury, actually. As I announced earlier, based on preliminary conversations between the United States and Iran over the past 2 days, I've directed the Department of War to temporarily postpone planned strikes against major energy and electricity targets in Iran. They have very, very big, new, actually, and very expensive, billions of dollars it costs to build them. One missile, one of our powerful ones, and it comes down to the ground like it was made out of dust. But to determine whether a broader agreement can be reached, we've had very good discussions, very, very good discussions. And you have to understand, I know my whole life has been a negotiation, but with Iran, we've been negotiating for a long time. And this time they mean business. And it's only because of the great job that our military did is the reason they mean business. They want to settle, and we're going to get it done, I hope. So hopefully this will be possible, but no matter what, we'll ensure that Iran never obtains a nuclear weapon. They can't have a nuclear weapon. They would have had one if we allowed the Obama deal to stand. That was the Iran nuclear deal, they called it. They would have had one, Marcia 3. But I'll tell you what, Martha, we would have nuclear weapons up there when, would you say, 2 years ago, 3 years ago, or 4 years ago? We would have been.
I'm on mute. Okay, so for people asking why Petito's account is suspended, that's standard protocol, guys. So whenever we find out that an Iranian from inside occupied Iran is arrested by the Islamic regime, the first thing we do is we try to get their X account suspended so that the Islamic regime can't access their X account and see who they were speaking with and things like that. So it's a safety protocol. It's a safety measure. So it's something that we Iranians have been doing for a very long time. So as soon as we found out yesterday that Petito has been arrested, put out the word, and thanks to all of you, mass reporting his account, it was suspended. So that was done for his own safety and also the safety of others that he might be in communication with. So that's why his account was suspended. Yeah, it's messed up, but that's the reality of being Iranian in occupied Iran. I want to comment very briefly on when President Trump says we want to, we don't have any updates on Petito. No, I know people who know him, and as soon as they have an update, they will let me know. Okay, so I want to go to what President Trump is talking about here. When President Trump is referring to he wants to make sure Iran never has another nuclear weapon again, this in and of itself, he's also referring to regime change. Let's see, Jane, keep us posted. I will, absolutely. I'll keep all of you posted. So guys, he is referring to regime change here because one of the things within the Iran Prosperity Project, okay, and let me pull up the Iran Prosperity Project here for you guys. Okay. This is really important, guys. Let me just find what I'm looking for here. Okay. Okay, let me share this with you because what President Trump is talking about here, he's window. Here we go. So, guys, one of the key elements of the Iran Prosperity Project, and the Iran Prosperity Project is basically the outline, the guideline that His Royal Highness King Reza Pahlavi and his team have come up with. And one of the core principles of the Iran Prosperity Project, and one of the foundations of the transitional government, and of course a future and free Iran, is nuclear transparency, seizing all uranium enrichment and allowing unrestricted inspections by the International Atomic Energy Agency to facilitate the lifting of sanctions. Global realignment, normalizing relations with the United States and the European Union, and officially recognizing Israel through the Cyrus Accord framework. And also regional stability, establishing a framework for regional stability with neighboring countries based on the principles of non-interference and border security. But guys, the top priority for the leader of the Iranian National Revolution, and of course, the leader of our transitional government, the Crown Prince of Iran, His Royal Highness Reza Pahlavi, is seizing all uranium enrichment and complete nuclear transparency. So President Trump is very, very aware of this, right? This is one of the core foundational commitments of the transitional government and, of course, of free Iran. So going back to what President Trump is saying, when President Trump says, stop screen. So when President Trump says that, he wants to make sure that Iran never builds a nuclear weapon again, well, the best way to do that is through regime change and through supporting transition to a government and a leader that is committed and has openly committed to not just nuclear transparency, but ending nuclear enrichment. And in previous talks, President Trump has said that, he doesn't want to leave the Islamic regime in power because 5 years from now, 10 years from now, they're going to rebuild and they're going to continue with their nuclear efforts. So when President Trump says he wants to end all nuclear proliferation, what he really means is regime change, right? So this is just another way of making sure that the Islamic regime doesn't stick around. So when he's referring to ending the nuclear program, what he really means is ending it by having a new government come in. And he's even called the Islamic regime, he's called them lunatics. He said that you cannot negotiate with these people. And he said that you can't keep them in power. And he's also mentioned unconditional surrender. And then remember, earlier today, when he was on the tarmac and he was speaking about this, he said, I think there's going to be a very big and very serious regime change. So I just want to point that out. So when he's talking about, the nuclear aspect of it, President Trump knows that the only way to resolve the nuclear issue once and for all is to eradicate the regime and to support regime change and, help, support the Iranian people in their decision to bring in His Royal Highness King Reza Pahlavi.
It was the Iran nuclear deal, they called it. They would have had one. Marcia 3. Well, I'll tell you what, Martha, we would have nuclear weapons up there when, would you say, 2 years ago, 3 years ago, or 4 years ago? We would have been in a position that nobody wants to be in. We won't allow ourselves to be in that position. Over the past 3 weeks, the United States military and our partners have been decimating Iran's military capabilities with overwhelming firepower, skill, lethality, and force, and we're destroying their ballistic missiles and drones programs with launchers down by more than 90%. We're hitting their launchers at a level that nobody even thought of before. 90%. They can't launch them, and they don't have very many of them because most of them have been annihilated. But we've annihilated their defense industrial base, eliminating their navy. We had 158 ships are down. I said to my people, why didn't you capture the ship? I said, were they good or not? They said, they were great, sir. So why didn't you capture it? We could have used them. They said, it's more fun to put them at the bottom of the sea. But they're not there anymore. So we eliminated their Navy, Pete, right? And that's gone. We eliminated their Air Force. We eliminated all of their air defense, everything. We eliminated everything there is to eliminate, and we eliminated them. We eliminated their leaders. We had the first set of leaders. They're gone. Then they met, 88 people met. And it's sad. I mean, it's sad they couldn't have made a deal. We could have made a deal with them a long time ago. Then the second set, 88 people met to pick a new leader, and they're now extinguished. And then they're meeting again, but now nobody wants to be the leader. It's one of the few political jobs that nobody wants anywhere in the world. Nobody wants it. It's a very dangerous job. My job is dangerous too, but their job is worse. In other words, we're systematically dismantling the regime's ability to threaten America. They're not threatening us anymore. As Commander-in-Chief, it's my sacred responsibility to protect our country from all threats. For decades, Iran refused every opportunity to renounce its nuclear ambitions, and in recent months, its own negotiators bragged to our representatives about having enough material to make nuclear weapons. And that was supposed to deter me, but it didn't deter. It made me more anxious, and it just made it much more important. This mission that we're all on together was much more important, and we did it quicker. Iran's missile capabilities were also growing so fast that it would soon have become virtually impossible to stop them. Once they have a missile, once they have what they were building was incredible. And you got a little glimpse of it by the fact that when they came out, they started shooting all of their neighbors. Their neighbors weren't fighting with them. They were getting along okay with their neighbors. And I was surprised. Everybody was surprised. And it actually worked in reverse because their neighbors then turned against them. Now Iran has one more opportunity to end its threats to America and our allies, and we hope they take it. Either way, America and the entire world will soon be much safer and will be a much more secure planet. In addition to all of this, we're working on so many different things. You know, our economy was fantastic. We had a Dow at 50,000. They say it couldn't happen in 4 years. It wouldn't happen during my term. But if I got anywhere close, it would be a great success. Well, in my first year, we hit 50,000. And with the S&P, they said, even more difficult. They said it would be impossible to hit 7,000 on the S&P. And we hit that in our first term. And then, unfortunately, I called Pete, I called General Kane, I called a lot of our great people. We have great people. And I said, let's talk. We got a problem in the Middle East. We have a country known as Iran that for 47 years has been just a purveyor of terror. And they're very close to having a nuclear weapon. We can keep going and get that 50,000 up to 55 and 60 is no end. Or we can take a stop and make a little journey into the Middle East and eliminate a big problem. And Pete, I think you were the first one to speak up. And you said, let's do it, because you can't let them have a nuclear weapon. So we are now having really good discussions. They started last night, a little bit, the night before that. And I think they're very good. They want peace. They've agreed they will not have a nuclear weapon, et cetera, et cetera. But we'll see. You have to get it done. But I would say there's a very good chance. And it began when I said that we were planning tomorrow on shooting down some of their power plants, and we're going to hold that up. Hopefully we won't have to do it. And hopefully we can make a deal that's good for all of us, including the Middle Eastern allies that have been very good to us, including Israel, that's been a great partner in this fight. They've really been a good partner in the fight. They fought hard. But we'll see what happens. I think there's a very good chance we're going to end up in a deal. And so we're giving it 5 days, and then we're going to see where that takes us. And I would say at the end of this period, I think it could very well end up being a very good deal for everybody, as good as if we went all the way and just literally annihilated the place, which if we don't have to do that, that would be a good thing, not a bad thing. In addition,
Okay, I've explained this before, and I will explain this again. The only thing that President Trump is interested in negotiating is unconditional surrender. So what he is saying, again, very clear, what he is saying is that they have 5 days to negotiate a deal of unconditional surrender. And if they don't, then they're going to continue with the boom booms. In fact, they're boom booming them right now as we speak. So the terms have never changed. President Trump is just giving them another chance, while my understanding is that the Marines are on their way. The Marines are on their way there. So, President Trump is referring to negotiating terms of surrender, right? Unconditional surrender.
after the appalling lines and massive disruptions at major airports nationwide last weekend, I'm again
No, he's not betraying the Iranian people. I don't know where you come up with that analysis. He's not betraying the Iranian people. This has always been the plan. And you guys had, for those of you who've just tuned in, you should go watch after this, go back and watch from the beginning, because I shared 2 other talks, right? And President Trump made it very clear that his only interest is regime change.
Demanding that Democrats in Congress immediately end their disgraceful shutdown of the Department of Homeland Security and restore the full funding for airport security and the TSA. They are holding it up because they want to take care of illegal immigrants coming into our country. They want to take care of criminals that are in sanctuary cities. They want to take care of transgender for everybody, literally the mutilization of our children, men in women's sports. But what they don't want to do is give us anything to do with citizenship for voting or voter ID. Can you imagine? We're the only country that doesn't do voter ID. Every country does voter ID. You know, brought to my attention today that we're the only country that does mail-in voting. Mail-in voting means mail-in cheating. I call it mail-in cheating. And we got to do something about it all. And it's part of Homeland Security. And I'm suggesting strongly to the Republican Party, don't make any deal on anything. The most important thing we can have is what's called the Save America Act. Don't make any deal on anything unless you include voter ID, and you have to be a citizen to vote. You have to show citizenship to vote. Very easy to do. It's very insulting when they say people can't do it because they don't know how to do it. Anybody that can't do it, I think it's a very insulting thing to say. The Democrats are fully to blame with the struggle of the great American public is going through at the airports. They're going through a big struggle right now, and we just put ICE in charge, and they're helping TSA, the agents, and they're working together so far very well. I actually suggested that in the airports they take off their masks, and they did that. In the airports, I'm a big believer in the mask because we have, you know, Biden allowed hundreds of thousands of killers into our country. We're rapidly getting them out, by the way. But they would go after these people if they knew exactly who they were. But in the airports, it's different. I didn't love the look in the airport as you get off the plane. So I made a request and they agreed to it. So they're not going to be doing that. We would also bring out, if we don't have enough, we will bring out the National Guard and, you know, where we need it to help out at up money and full deal. They want to basically renegotiate a deal that they already approved. And they're doing it largely for a criminal element. So also the Democrats are putting our call leaders should be fighting on this. I don't know. I've never seen a man change. And then, you know, he's worried he's going to lose his next election, but he's gone citizenship as part of America. You call it. You have to, under any circumstances, you have to call it the Save America Act. In a way, thugs in the White House. You talk about weaponization. They and the great work out too well. But they want to have people come into our country. And so many of these people are murderers. They're drug dealers. They're the worst criminals anywhere in the world. They want them in.
Okay, I'm just gonna go ahead a little bit and get to the parts where he speaks about Iran.
Another thing, we can, or we don't have to, add those other items. And by the way, they say they're 80-20. You could ever survive. Now you're the hottest country. Use that expression.
Yeah, the video's skipping because I'm skipping forward. I want to get to the parts about Iran.
And he said, now you're the hottest country anywhere in the world. And we are now. Congratulations, because we're all partners in this deal. You're the hottest country anywhere in the world. It's really amazing. So I congratulate you. It's a great feeling because we were laughed at for 4 years with this guy that should have never been president. So I'm tying Homeland Security into voter identification with picture, the drawing board, and try something else because this won't work. In another 2 or 3 months, you're going to have like no crime. And, you know, and we took out over 3,000 people. And, you know, there's an expression to me and they're saying, sir, thank you so much. I know immediately what they're talking about. I say, how big a difference is it? They say, we walk to work. We were afraid to walk into an Uber. Members of the incredible National Guard to smash. Before I took office, Memphis saw more than 20. They said it's the first, it sounds terrible, but it's the first Mardi Gras we've ever had. So I'd like you to also say a special welcome and hello to the Tennessee National Guard. That the Secretary of War just signed a directive to ensure that all National Guard members serving on this task force, as well as in D.C., New Orleans, and our border security missions, will receive the same benefits as active duty troops because you deserve it. That's not bad. That's not bad. Is that it? Speaker of that, you know what I like about them? They're not 3 o'clock in the morning. Sir, I get a call. I have heard such good things about you, Chris, to the people of Memphis, and really
requests for federal assistance, occupants of a vehicle rallying back.
Some people choose
leaders, and that's what it is. It's weak leader force.
And Pete Hegseth, who has been unbelievable at what he's doing, is nobody better. That was a wise choice. Pete, go ahead.
Well, thank you, Mr. President. Thank you for your historic leadership on Operation Epic Fury. The success you've laid out was only possible because of the military you rebuilt, as well as the historic success here in Memphis. And I want to start by thanking every patriot in this room in law enforcement and the nearly 1,500 National Guard members for your heroic efforts in this operation. This is more than a task force. This is a statement not just in this city, but across the nation. When I look around this table, I'm looking at people that we work with every day: Governor, Cash, this team, the National Guard, Pam, Stephen, as was mentioned, Gaddy, the Speaker, at the federal level and the state level, working hand in glove. It doesn't happen any other way.
Okay, I think that's pretty much all that we're going to hear about Iran. If he says something else, I'm sure it'll come up. But let's go to CENTCOM. Oh, I lost audio. Give me a moment, guys. Okay. So CENTCOM has some interesting updates as well. So here's the first one. Let me just make this a bit bigger here. There we go. So rumors are circulating. Like, honestly, it's like the craziest rumors are going out right now. So apparently there's a rumor going around that a US F-15 was shot down over Kuwait. They are not true. True. The disinformation campaign from the Iranian regime is rampant. Lies about US aircraft being shot down by Iran have been circulated multiple times on different platforms using fake or misleading imagery. To be clear, no US fighter aircraft have been shot down by Iran. And then here you can see like all of the like Islamic regime news agencies that are like putting out this weird fake news, right? Guys, like don't ever trust anything that comes from the Islamic regime. Next, for anyone who says that there's a ceasefire, there's absolutely no ceasefire because look at this. US forces continue to aggressively strike Iranian military targets with precise munitions. So there's no audio to this video, so let's add some audio here.
Ayatollah Khamenei is dead. This wretched and vile man, Ayatollah Khamenei, is dead. This wretched and vile man, Ayatollah Khamenei, is dead. This wretched and vile man, Ayatollah.
There you go. So anyone who is claiming that there is a ceasefire, because there are a lot of people in the media who are saying that President Trump's statement amounted to a ceasefire or that he's ending the war. That's not at all what's happening. People need to work on their reading comprehension a little bit. Okay. And here's another post from yesterday. So the Qom turbine. Okay, so I always get like a tongue twister when I'm like reading Iranian and like English words at the same time. So this is the Qom turbine engine production plant produced gas turbine engines for attack drones and aircraft components used by Iran's Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps. The photo dated on March 6, 2026 shows the plant before US airstrikes, and the second photo shows the plant 3 days after a devastating attack from US forces. So here we go. This is the before, this is after. This is before, this is on March 6th. And there's after. So US forces continue to eliminate the Iranian regime's one-way attack drone capabilities, which they've used to indiscriminately target civilians throughout the region. So guys, I think, weren't these like loud Mexican, remember like the Mexican drones? Look at this, all these like drones. Whoa. There you go. So, United States is attacking all of those. Let me go to US CENTCOM in Persian. Let's see if they say anything different in Farsi. Nope, that's the same one. Oh, what's this? Peak readiness and professionalism of the US Army's logistics and support forces. I think I've shown this one already. Did I? Okay. All right, let me go to IDF. The IDF, I think, has some news for us. Okay, so in the heart of Tehran, remember, Tehran is the capital city of occupied Iran. In the heart of Tehran, Israeli Defense Forces targeted a central IRGC headquarters established within civilian infrastructure. As part of a wave of attacks completed just moments ago in the heart of Tehran, the Air Force struck the Imam Ali Corps headquarters affiliated with the terrorist Basij forces. Guys, remember, Basij is basically our version of the Gestapo. Okay, so Basij is basically the Gestapo of the Islamic regime. So they hit the HQ affiliated with the terrorist Basij forces, a base responsible for suppressing the Iranian people and operating from within civilian crowds. This corps was used by the IRGC as an emergency asset for coordinating between units under this organization and conducting field assessments. It also serves as the HQ for the Imam Ali battalions within the Basij unit. The Imam Ali battalions played a primary role in the violent suppression of the Iranian people during the recent wave of protests, employing severe violence, mass arrests, and brute force against protesters. Targeting this corps is part of deepening the blow to the regime's core infrastructure and its security capabilities. Guys, the more of these sorts of bases that the United States and IDF are able to target and destroy, the easier it's going to be for us Iranians to overthrow the regime when the time comes, right? So this is what the United States and Israel are systematically doing around the country. And this is why Iranian people have to stay home right now, because now is not the time, because the IDF and the US military are still in the process of destroying all of these various bases. The more of these that are destroyed, the easier it's going to be for the Iranian people to rise up. So here's another update. Headquarters, bases, and main weapons production sites. The Israeli army concluded a massive wave of attacks in Tehran last night. In this wave of attacks, the Air Force employed over 100 munitions against a range of headquarters, bases of security institutions, and central weapons production sites, including the Quds Force base, which was used as the HQ for coordinating and overseeing the operational and intelligence activities of the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps, the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps Air Defense Headquarters, the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps Ground Forces Headquarters, which was established in a large military complex in the heart of Tehran, a complex which had previously also housed multiple headquarters that were targeted. The Quds Force Intelligence Headquarters, site for the production of naval cruise missiles affiliated with the Iranian Ministry of Defense, other production industries and research sites in various fields, electronics, ballistic missiles, and warheads. These attacks are part of the phase of deepening the blow to the central systems of the Iranian terrorist regime and its pillars. So again, guys, look at this. Wow, so all of these sites were targeted within Tehran. Wow. Guys, they're going to make sure that nothing is left of the Islamic regime, and that's going to make it so much easier for the Iranian people to rise up. So, here's another update. The Israeli army reveals that 2 of the missiles that the Iranian terrorist regime fired towards Israel last night have struck in Lebanese territory. Yep, Hezbollah, which calls itself the defender of Lebanon, is in fact the defender of the Iranian regime or the Islamic regime. The reality is clear. By entering the war for Iran's interests, Hezbollah has sacrificed the residents of Lebanon. Yep. It's crazy. It's crazy that the Islamic regime attacked Lebanon. And then, guys, do you see how much love like the IDF Farsi account gets from Iranians? So here they posted a video yesterday and it says, "We will resolutely continue our actions until we achieve victory." It has 5,000 likes and, everyone is like, thank you. Like these are all Iranians, right? These are all Iranians and they're all just like, thank you. Look at this one. There's like so many AI photos of this, of like President Trump and, Prime Minister Netanyahu and King Reza Pahlavi in front of like the tomb of Cyrus the Great. So, and then Iranians are like, don't forget about these people, kill these people too. Right? So there's a lot of love. There's a lot of love between Iranians, Israelis, and Americans. So if you guys ever need like a feel good or like a mood booster, seriously, just go to the, IDF Farsi's account and just just read the comments under there. Here, let me play this video for you guys. So this is a video that IDF Farsi posted for Iranians.
מדינת ישראל כולה וצה"ל מצויים במערכה רב-זירתית. אנחנו נלחמים מול איראן בציר הרשת. אנחנו ממוקדים ופועלים בעוצמה רבה מתחילת המערכה במשטר הטרור האיראני. נמשיך לפעול בנחישות עד לניצחון.
There you go. Let's see, what else do we have here? So 40 means like breaking or urgent. So what's this? Ooh, Israeli army targeted a terrorist element from the Quds force in Beirut a short while ago. Further details will be announced subsequently. Israeli army just launched a fresh wave of attacks against the infrastructure of the Iranian terrorist regime across Tehran. Oh, what's this one? Israeli Air Force technician, First Sergeant A, in a message to the people of Iran. That's weird that here it's like Israeli flag, but then when it's the translation, it's like the Iranian flag. Oh, okay, so here's a message from an Israeli Air Force technician to the Iranian people.
Salam, az goya.
Oh my gosh, he's Iranian, guys. So we have a lot of Iranian Jews who live in Israel, and of course they speak Persian, and they're very proud of their Iranian heritage and culture as well. And you know, for them, this is something that I learned when I visited Israel. This is something that they told me. They said, you know, they view Iran as their mother and Israel as their father, and so they have a strong connection to both countries, and many of them actually came to Israel after the 1979 Islamic coup d'etat, because prior to that, Iran, when the Shah was still around, prior to 1979, Iran was a safe place for Jewish people. And you know, we consider Iranian Jews as Iranian, right? Like there's no difference for us. Like when I see an Iranian Jew, to me, they're just an Iranian that has like a different religion, right? And that's because the Iranian nation and the Iranian identity is, you know, 3,000 years old, and we are a very diverse society, right? We have Iranian Muslims, not as much anymore, Iranian Christians, Iranian Jews, Iranian Zoroastrians, Iranian Baha'is, Iranian atheists, you know, Iranian everything and anything you can think of. And, you know, we all consider ourselves Iranian regardless of religion. So Iranian Jews, I can tell you, are playing a very, very important role in the liberation right now, because for them, this is also very, very personal. This is very personal because they're also freeing their motherland or their homeland as they see it. So okay, well, I'm gonna listen to this, and then I'll turn on the chat GPT so that I can translate for you guys afterwards. Okay, let me just increase the volume here as well.
سلام از گروه هوایی اسرائیل. به عنوان بخشی از شغلم هواپیما درست میکنیم و تعمیرشون میکنیم. پدر و مادرم از ایران اومدن اسرائیل در سال 2000. از خونه همیشه فهمیدم که هیچی مثل ایران نیست. بریم اونجا. از وقتی که شاه اونجا نیست دیگه مردم اونجا خوشحال نیستن. من امروز اینجا هستم در سال. خیلی خوشحالم که میتونم کمک اسرائیل کنم. میخوام که بدونید ما دوست شما هستیم. ما به یاد داریم که از کجا آمدیم. خیلی دوستتون داریم و امیدوارم که یه روز زندگی بهم بکنیم. خوشحال بشیم بهم. به امید دیدار. الف از قرون هوایی اسرائیل. سلام.
What a beautiful message. I'm going to translate that for you guys. Let me pull that up here. So he says, here, let me play this.
Here is your accurate and natural English translation. Open quote. Hello, I'm speaking from the Israeli Air Force. As part of my job, we care for and treat the injured. My parents came from Iran to Israel in the year 2000, and from them I heard that since the Shah is no longer there, people in Iran haven't been happy. Today I am here in Tel Aviv, and I'm very happy that I can help Israel. I want you to know that we are your friends. We remember where we came from. We care about you very much, and I hope that one day we can live together, be happy together, and meet again. Greetings from the Israeli Air Force. Close quote.
There you go. So he's saying his parents left occupied Iran and went to Israel in the year 2000. And then he says, you know, his family still maintains a connection to Iran. Oh, that's beautiful. And then you can see like all the Iranians here responding. They're like, thank you. Like, you know, brought tears to my eyes. We love you. Thank you. It's just like messages of love and support, right? So there you go. So yeah, lots of love and support between Iranians, Israelis, and Americans right now. So that was a very nice message. Yeah, widespread terror attacks. The terrorist regime of Iran and its pillars are under attack. Wait, did I already play this one? Ooh, what's this one? There we go. Okay, I see there's some questions. All right, let me go through some of the super chats here. Okay, so I'll work backwards for a little bit. So your opinion on Trump's threat to attack Iran's power plants. It was just a threat. He's not actually going to do it. There's no plan for him to be attacking the power plants. In fact, that's why he put like a 5-day moratorium on it, right? So he basically did that to pressure the Islamic regime into negotiating. And now he said, you know, he's gonna put a hold on that for the next 5 days. Meanwhile, the Islamic regime is collapsing internally. So that's that. That's that. Aristotle, 4 UK ambulances set alight by I've heard that the attack in London was a terrorist group that was connected to the Islamic regime. Very, very shameful stuff. Watch Tuesday's update. Yeah, we've also spoken about what Trump said earlier as well. This meeting could be an email, is a matter of life and unlife. Yeah, that's true. American prophet Brandon Biggs, who foretold the assassination attempt on Trump and Butler, has prophesied seeing the assassination of Pahlavi. Well, I mean, he was wrong about that. He was wrong about President Trump, so I'm pretty sure he's wrong about this too. Eric says, thank you. Let's see. What are some of the other ones here? Okay. It's pretty much all I see here in terms of super chats. Okay. Yeah, I don't really pay much attention to what prophets say. That's not, guys, listening to listening to prophets is not like sound military or strategic advice. So I would not pay attention to what like some prophet hack has to say. That's just not sound military advice, just saying. Okay. Oh no. Jeez. Now we are apparently hearing rumors that the Islamic regime has executed 18-year-old Melika. We've spoken about her quite a bit. We've tried to raise awareness. Oh my gosh. I hope it's not true. The regime is savage. Oh my gosh. And look, there's so many young people right now that are at risk of execution. I don't know. I don't know if it's true or not. Jeez. We need to get rid of the Islamic regime. This is horrifying. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. I pray this is not true. Oh my gosh. Guys, the Islamic regime, like they're going scorched earth, and they know that they know that they know that they're going down. So basically they're just trying to they know that they're going down, so they're just trying to murder as many young people as they can, right? You know what? That's not. You know what? It's not. Okay, so Vrybor says it sounds kind of selfish, but before I knew about Potipto being captured, this conflict has been somewhat abstract and impersonal. That's not a selfish comment to make. It's just it's very difficult to, sometimes it's difficult to feel empathy for something that seems so far away and something that you have no personal connection to. But now that you and many others have that personal connection with Potipto, and so hearing about his arrest by the Islamic regime, that impacts you more because there's now that personal link, right? You established that sort of human connection. So no, it's not selfish to think that way. It's just easier to connect with what's going on now that you have that human element, that human connection, and it's not just headlines that you see on a screen. So yeah, it's not selfish to think that way. It just means you have a bigger connection. But I mean, the fact that you have been here for a while and you cared and you were here and you were watching even before that human element, that just shows that you're a good person and you care. So no, it's not selfish to think that way. Okay. So strikes are still ongoing. Several strikes targeted the special unit headquarters of Isfahan province, located in Isfahan this evening. So, guys, there are still massive explosions happening, right? Smoke seen from direction of IRGC Aerospace Science and Technology Complex. Wow. So in the last few hours, there have been at least 7 or 8 massive explosions. Oh, look at this. IRGC Cyber Division HQ was hit. Guys, this is a big deal. The Cyber Division is what they use to monitor Iranians online. So if one of their cyber divisions was hit, like they should be attacking all of the cyber divisions. Look at this. Look.
حد زدن خیلی بد زده دم خونه خودمون بدن اینجور داره بخور
It's absolutely wild to me how precise the strikes are, because this guy is filming and he's like, they hit the building and he's like, it's right beside my house. It's right beside where I live. Right. And he's like, you can tell, like, he's, he's not scared. He's just like, he's happy about this. Close to my house.
حد زدن خیلی بد زده
They hit them really hard, hit them really bad.
دم خونه خودمون
دم خونه خودمون. It's like right beside our own house.
بدن اینجور داره بخور
They're basically like they totally decimated it. They ruined it. Good. So a base like this is used to monitor and go after Iran. Like, guys, this is a sort of HQ that would go after Petit Toe, right? One of the safe houses of the IRGC Cyber Division HQ on Maliklu Street in Tehran, opposite the Iran University of Science and Technology, was hit by a US and Israeli missile today. This is the same facility from which Sayed Ali Aghamiri, Yasser Balaghi, and Masoud Jalili launched phishing attacks targeting US intelligence, political officials, and the Trump campaign. All 3 were indicted by the US Department of Justice in 2024. Guys, so the building that they just destroyed was not only monitoring Iranians, but that building is where the Islamic regime was attacking US intelligence, political officials, and the Trump campaign. Look at that. Yeah, and then people think that President Trump is going to have a ceasefire. Are you kidding me? This is personal for President Trump. He's going to make sure that every single IRGC base is destroyed.
حد زدن خیلی بد زده
دم خونه خودمون. اینجوری داره بخور.
Wow. Oops. Okay, we already showed that one. So more attacks happening in a city called Fardis, Alborz province. Oh, this is interesting. U.S. Navy FA-18 Super Hornets continue to conduct strafing runs against Iranian coastal targets. Look at this. Wow. According to messages received from citizens, around 2:10, attacks were carried out on various points in Tehran. Monday, March 22. Look at this. This is all from today. Wow. That's huge. Look at this. Okay. Sadaya Infijar, where's this? So this is more sounds of explosions. And so guys, the reason why these videos are now being blurred is because there are unfortunately bad actors online who are taking the videos that Iranians are posting, and they're trying to geolocate them, right? They're trying to geolocate them, and they are geolocating them. And that is very, very dangerous for the Iranians who are fighting and who are sharing this information. So that's why the video is blurred. But here's another footage from Isfahan. Okay. This is Bandar Abbas, guys. So Bandar Abbas is very important. Let me show you where Bandar Abbas is. Bandar Abbas, okay, this is Bandar Abbas here. It's a port city in the Strait of Hormuz, okay? Wait, how do I move this? There you go. So Bandar Abbas is a port city in the Strait of Hormuz. Why is this called the Arabian Gulf? That's so insulting. Like we need to get Google to change that, because that's so disgusting and insulting. It's not the Arabian Gulf, it's the Persian Gulf. But anyway, so Bandar Abbas is right here. Bandar Abbas is a key site for the IRGC. And so going after Bandar Abbas is really important because it's a key position, and if you control Bandar Abbas, you basically control the strait. And I think that's why. Where is it? That's why U.S. military is going after Bandar Abbas right now. So here's some footage from Bandar Abbas from a few hours ago. So there's lots of explosions you can see there. And then here's another photo. Oh, wow. This is Isfahan. West of Isfahan. It's a big explosion. Wow. This is again Isfahan. Whatever it is, it's in the mountain. So it almost seems as if like the IRGC has built some sort of base or something within the mountain. And so that's what's being targeted here. There you go. Here's another angle of Isfahan. Explosions. Where's this? So they were also like the attacks in Isfahan started earlier because those pictures were from the evening. This is from the dates. So he's saying that this attack in Isfahan happened around 5:30. SSF Gaming, I don't know why you're spamming, and I don't know why you're saying Lord Bakhtiari like that. If you continue spamming, I'll ban you. So that's your one warning. I don't understand why you're mocking the Lord Bakhtiaris like that. I think it's very rude, and I don't know what your intention is. So stop it, or I'll ban you. Okay. Here's more footage of the smoke. So this was happening at around 3:30 today in Isfahan. There you go. Okay. Where's this? Okay, this is the aerospace park. This one is in Tehran. Like 2 big explosions. Oh, wow. Electronics Industries building affiliated with the Ministry of Defense on Sayed Shirazi Highway. So they're going after the entire infrastructure, right? They're going after the entire infrastructure. Oh, and the fire's still going on in the night. They haven't even been able to control it. Here's another building, probably an IRGC safe house, right? Guys, they're going after everything. This is Yazd. This is another city. Look at this. They're going after something in Yazd too. Like this is, guys, they're not leaving anything for the Islamic regime. And it's crazy because it doesn't matter if it's like day or night. Like they're just bombing. They're just bombing, right? Because United States and Israel has total control of the air. So they don't care if they're going in day or night. Look at that. Look at that. It's wild. Absolutely crazy. You know what? You know what's happening here? Like President Trump and Prime Minister Netanyahu are pretty much making it so that when the military operation is complete, Iranian people can just go out and just capture the country, right? This is really, really important. Okay, let's go to Iran International really quick. So sirens have sounded in Bahrain. Is the Islamic regime going after Bahrain? Wow. So the Islamic regime has placed a number of underwater naval mines in the Strait of Hormuz. Isn't that like a war crime? Pretty sure that's a war crime. While Iran's military says it's already controlling the strait, does not need to mine it. CBS reports cited one official as saying there are at least a dozen mines deployed across the waterway, while another put the number at fewer than a dozen. U.S. assessments cited by CBS says the mines include Iranian-made Limpet mines, Maham 3, a moored mine equipped with magnetic and acoustic sensors to detect nearby vessels, and the more advanced Maham 7, designed to evade sonar detection and can be deployed from ships or aircraft. However, a spokesperson for the Khatam al-Anbiya central headquarters said the Islamic Republic has full control and initiative in the Persian Gulf and Oman waters and is managing the Strait of Hormuz intelligently and powerfully. Yeah, I somehow doubt that. With sufficient dominance and capability, there is no need for mining in the Persian Gulf. Ibrahim Zolfaghari said, yeah, whatever. Liar. Liar. This is so weird. Iran's president, Masoud Pezeshkian, spoke with Pakistan's Prime Minister Shehbaz Sharif on Monday. Oh, hey, Armin, welcome back. Shortly after reports that Tehran and Washington may hold peace talks in Islamabad.
Oh, Goldie, remember Ghalibaf, according to Manoto, the Ghalibaf, their understanding was whoever President Trump is sending somebody to talk to is going to be in Pakistan as well. So Pakistan seems to be the new intermediary between the Islamic Republic and the Americans.
Yeah.
That's funny. By the way, if I have a suggestion to President Pezeshkian, if you go to Pakistan, that's your chance to run away. Ask for help. Claim refuge in Pakistan. Don't go back. gonna die. Stay in Pakistan. They're like, save me, Pakistanis, keep me here. I don't want to go back. I think he's Goldie. I think they're taking him hostage. I think Pezeshkian is a hostage of the IRGC right now.
Well, based on it, well, did you see his Nowruz message? It was the weirdest thing.
It was a hostage video. That's exactly why I think it was a hostage video.
Like, I saw the video, and it was just the weirdest thing.
Look at it. Is that not a hostage? That's a hostage. That's not a man who wants to be there.
Like, look
Is
at
it
this.
in the swimming pool? I think he's inside a swimming pool.
No, he's got like blue blankets draped behind him, so people don't know where he is.
Yeah, I'm kidding.
يا مقلب القلوب والأبصار يا مدبر الليل والنهار ويا محول الحب
What? Like, why is he even like he's starting with Arabic for a Nowruz message? Okay, buddy.
حب الحالنا إلى حسن
حب
قبل از هر چیز لازم شهادت مقام معظم رهبری و خدمتگزاران خدوم این کشور رو خدمت همه مردم عزیز و شریف کشورمون تسلیت عرض میکنم. دعایی که ما همیشه در حلول سال جدید قرائت میکنیم درخواستی است از خداوند بزرگ.
I will never get over the weird doll. Like, what's with the doll? That's not a Nowruz thing.
It's a new tradition, Goldie. You're not familiar with that? We put stuffed animals on our have seen all the time. You don't? Okay.
که خدا حال ما رو بهترین وضعیتی بکنه که درش قرار گرفتیم و دلهای ما رو منقلب بکنه در جهت
He also has a backpack. He's got a backpack on the Sofre Hafsin.
راه و مسیر و جهت خودش. اون چی که خدمت شما باید درس کنم امسال 2 اتفاق مبارک در کنار هم قرار گرفتن.
I don't know, man. He sounds like there's a gun to his head and someone's like, you know.
Yeah.
I don't know. He just sounds like there's a gun to his head.
Yeah,
It's very, very weird.
He should learn how to do more Morse code with blinking, so that maybe he could do SOS or something. But yeah. Oh wait, I found what that looks like here. Let me show you. See, I was right. People did extension with AI, and it looks like he's at the bottom of a swimming pool. Look at this, Goldie. It looks it looks exactly like that. I don't know. I think it looked like that. Okay.
I have a quick video from His Royal Highness. I was waiting for you to come so that I could play it with you.
Oh, okay. Let's do that.
So we have seen some crowds going out in favor of Mojtaba Khamenei, the new leader of Iran after his father was killed in an airstrike. Does that worry you, seeing these crowds? Are they just propaganda from the regime? And what do you make of his first statement that was through Iranian state media as the leader, given that Secretary of War Pete Hegseth said today that they believe he is severely injured and unable to actually lead the country?
Mojtaba Khamenei is no different than his father in terms of being as virulent and aggressive and radical as he is corrupt. And this is one reason why we always said that the Iranian people will not settle for anything else than a clean break from the regime. Any of the surviving elements of this regime will not pass that litmus test. What we are working on are elements that could be in the regime, but are certainly not elements that cannot fit in the future scenario. And we need to cooperate and work with them to bring in that transition. Mojtaba doesn't qualify, and many of the other elements under his control certainly do not qualify in that sense. And I don't think that Mojtaba Khamenei, regardless of what kind of campaign of publicity or propaganda that the regime has always managed to do through its instruments, would be able to be persuasive in any form or shape. This is the last desperate act of trying to cling on to power, but I don't think they will succeed. This regime is extremely weak, on the verge of collapse, and ultimately we need to make sure that it is totally gone to put an end to all the problems that we're facing and offer an end game to us Iranians and to the rest of the world.
Perfectly stated. He always has the writers. By the way, Goldie, I really do want people to understand that when Princess Pahlavi comes and gives us these answers, it basically gives the direction to all of us. Like there are so many people like you, me, and other people on social media and on their own platforms, on Iranians who are fighting against the regime, and sometimes we might be saying different things and moving in different directions, and then Princess Pahlavi comes and says something, and we all get on the same page. It's such a I notice his influence. Like I noticed, like the day before he says something and the day after, I see everybody getting on the same page after he gives specific answers to things.
My God, America.
Oh, there we go.
My God, America. My God, America. My God, America. My God, America.
Guys, so this is Ghalibaf. This is the speaker of the parliament. And as you can see, he's literally leading the "Death to America" chants, right? So this is the guy. This is the guy that like mainstream media and like the jihadis and Islamists want you to think is like a reasonable person.
My God, America.
So guys, imagine if like some crazy radical jihadi like this one is left, and he's considered moderate.
Yeah.
No wonder President Trump wants to get rid of them all, right?
Yeah.
Like
this is the most.
Yeah, this is the
most moderate. This is the most moderate it could get.
My God, America. My God, America. My God, America. My God, America. My God, America.
Oh my gosh, I'm so sick of that stupid chant, Armin. I can't wait until we never have to hear it again.
Oh my god! No, we will still hear it because we will be playing it to show how delusional these people were and everything that they wanted to do. I mean, it's actually, isn't it the most poetic justice, but that people who chant "Death to America" and "Death to Israel" die by the hands of Israelis and Americans? Like that's very poetic in my opinion. So
yeah.
It's not death to America and death to Israel. It's death by America and death by Israel.
I know, right? Like they're chanting Magbat Amrika, except it's Amrika that's doing the Magbatting.
Yeah, exactly. Death by America, death by Israel. That's what's happening.
So funny. So there you go. That is yeah. All right, let's go to some of the videos that you have that you would like to share.
Okay. I want to start with the most important video that I have for today, and that's this one.
Good evening. Iran is definitely winning the war, you guys. We don't have any more leaders, no more ships, no more airplanes, no more missile launchers, and no more weapons. But other than that, everything honky-dory here in Iran. Totally winning. Nobody panicking or anything like that. Okay, Betty?
Why is he Indian? What?
Yeah, that I don't understand. I don't understand why he's Indian.
I didn't know what made him Indian. Okay, here, let me see this one.
Hey, Trump, you are fired. You are familiar with this sentence. Thank you for your attention to this matter.
Who posted that?
I don't know. Wait, hold on. Somebody's a second.
Oh my gosh. Okay, it's American.
Okay. Let's get to serious news.
Wait, Armin, I have one more for you before you go.
Okay,
you'll like this one. It just came up on my feed.
Oh, so cute! I love these baby ones.
I think this is from today.
Okay.
Mr. President, Iran's foreign ministry says you're not telling the truth when it comes to productive conversations to end the war.
Well, they're going to have to get themselves better public relations people. We have had very, very strong talks. We'll see where they lead. We have major points of agreement. I would say almost all points of agreement. Perhaps that hasn't been conveyed. The communication, as you know, has been blown to pieces. They're unable to talk to each other. But we've had very strong talks. Mr. Witkoff and Mr. Kushner had them. They went, I would say, perfectly. I would say that if they carry through with that, it'll end that problem, that conflict. And I think it'll end it very, very substantially. We have very much in mind our partners in the Middle East. We've had great relationships with a lot of them, as you know. A lot of them were surprisingly hit. And I was surprised to see it, and so was everyone else. But we have, they're very much in mind in the discussions. So the discussions took place yesterday. They went into yesterday evening. They want very much to make a deal. We'd like to make a deal too. We're going to get together today by probably phone, because it's very hard to find a country. It's very hard for them to get out, I guess. But we'll at some point very, very soon meet. We're doing a 5-day period. We'll see how that goes. And if it goes well, we're going to end up with settling this. Otherwise, we'll just keep bombing our little hearts out.
Oh my God.
This. Otherwise, we'll just keep bombing our little hearts.
Oh no. Oh no. Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh wow. Oh my God. Okay. Wow. This was so good, Goldie. That was the best one yet. Oh my God.
They even have baby Ghalibaf. Oh my God.
Oh my God. They made. Oh my God. They did the impossible. They made Ghalibaf cute. I'm actually they made Ghalibaf. I never thought I would think Ghalibaf could be cute, but he was cute. Oh my God. Even here, this Mushtaba was cute too. Oh no, I don't want to say that. Oh my God, what are you doing? This is confusing. A cute Mushtaba.
Guys, so people are asking if this is real. So what President Trump is saying here, it's real. I believe it's from this morning. They made this very quickly.
Yeah. Yeah, you're right.
Quickly, because this is from President Trump's statement this morning, and we played the full video for you.
It's diaper, guys. This is from Diaper Diplomacy, and all the audio that Diaper Diplomacy uses is all like they don't change the audio. They only change the video, make it easier for people to follow the news. But the audio, Diaper Diplomacy, always the audio behind it is they don't mess with that.
So this is when President Trump said today, he, at the end of his press conference with the media, right before he got on the plane, he basically said, if they don't surrender, we're just going to keep bombing them. So I know it's really cute. Try not to get distracted by the babies. But don't get distracted by the babies, but listen to what President Trump is actually saying here.
Don't get distracted by the baby.
Mr. President, Iran's foreign ministry says you're not telling the truth when it comes to.
Can't you say that the baby Secret Service is so cute?
Mr. President, Iran's
Goldie, you got 2 seconds into the video, you got distracted by the babies.
I know. Okay. I won't get distracted anymore.
Mr. President, Iran's foreign ministry.
Oh, wait, people are asking who this is. Guys, this is Ghalibaf. So this is the one who's freaking out. This is the one who came out with like the post on X saying that no, I haven't negotiated with anyone, and President Trump is lying, and blah blah blah. So okay, all right. Now I'm gonna play no interruptions. Now you know who they all are.
Mr. President, Iran's foreign ministry says you're not telling the truth when it comes to productive conversations to end the war.
Well, they're going to have to get themselves better public relations people. We have had very, very strong talks. We'll see where they lead. We have major points of agreement. I would say almost all points of agreement. Perhaps that hasn't been conveyed. The communication, as you know, has been blown to pieces. They're unable to talk to each other. But we've had very strong talks. Mr. Witkoff and Mr. Kushner had them. They went, I would say, perfectly. I would say that if they carry through with that, it'll end that problem, that conflict. And I think it'll end it very, very substantially. We have very much in mind our partners in the Middle East. We've had great relationships with a lot of them, as you know. A lot of them were surprisingly hit. And I was surprised to see it, and so was everyone else. But we have, they're very much in mind in the discussions. So the discussions took place yesterday. They went into yesterday evening. They want very much to make a deal. We'd like to make a deal too. We're going to get together today by probably phone, because it's very hard to find a country. It's very hard for them to get out, I guess. But we'll at some point very, very soon meet. We're doing a 5-day period. We'll see how that goes. And if it goes well, we're going to end up with settling this. Otherwise, we'll just keep bombing our little hearts out.
Oh, I love their reactions. They're looking around. I don't know. Oh,
All right,
my
let's go to
God.
the video that you had now.
Oh, okay. Oof, okay. Okay, so this is Hossein Hosseini, TV host on the Islamic Republic State TV, basically saying, we will smack you so hard your teeth will be knocked out to the Americans. Don't talk to us about retaliation. Our attacks are legitimate. So let's listen to him. These people, delusional, Delululand. Saying, today I saw the foreign minister of one of these Persian Gulf countries saying, if Iran thinks we will not retaliate, it is seriously mistaken. His long teeth were featured prominently in the frame. What the hell? What the hell? Talking about the guy's teeth. Don't you dare to talk that much, or we will smack you so hard that your teeth will be knocked out and you'll have to seek treatment. Understood? You know what locations we have been targeting. Since you permitted the enemy to use your territory, even international law gives us legitimacy to target it. Therefore, cover up your teeth. What the? And stop saying Iran shouldn't think we can. Oh, and stop saying Iran shouldn't think we cannot retaliate. Okay, guys, I'll show you this because right now there's a competition. There's a race inside Iran among the Islamic Republic officials. Everybody is trying to outcompete the other person regarding how tough the Islamic Republic is, how strong they are, how good they are at destroying their enemies. And this is the reason why we don't see them surrendering, because if anybody from the Islamic Republic wants to surrender to the Americans, they will be killed from the inside. Like the Americans and the Israelis wouldn't even get a chance to reach them because there's no tolerance for this. Right now, the virtue signaling inside the Islamic Republic, the reason why you see that so many people, media outlets, hosts, politicians, trying to outdo other people with regards to how tough they're going to stand against the Americans and Israelis and get revenge for killing Khamenei. The reason why they have to do that is because the Islamic regime's remaining small support that they have demands it. And they cannot lose those followers. Those people are angry, and the Islamic Republic needs to convince those people that the Islamic Republic is not weak, and because if they lose them, they will collapse from the inside. Before we even get a chance to topple them, they will get toppled by themselves if they lose their last remaining followers. So this is why it's very important. The narrative war for them is more important than the military operations, because if they lose that, that's the last day. That's how they fall. So this is why you see them not surrendering. This is why you see this major competition within the Islamic Republic for them to come and try to convince them, their own followers, that yeah, we're tough, we have this, we will survive this, right? And let me see what I have here. Oh, Goldie, you played all of this, right? So there were segments of it that I was wondering if we should
Well,
play.
yeah, but you can, I mean, if you want to repeat the part about Iran, absolutely. I think we should. That's important.
Right.
I wouldn't even mind repeating, like replaying what President Trump said earlier this morning, because we have a lot of new viewers who've just joined, and they weren't with us from this morning. And
okay.
they're still trying to figure out, what's going on with President Trump's post. And, some people are like, oh, is this like a ceasefire? Or, what's going on? So I think, it might be helpful to play the earlier one as well.
Oh, okay. So let's just
let's
play. Yeah. No. I think that's a good point. Yeah. So let's play this part.
Earlier, based on preliminary conversations between the United States and Iran over the past 2 days, I've directed the Department of War to temporarily postpone planned strikes against major energy and electricity targets in Iran. They have very, very big new, actually, and very expensive, billions of dollars it costs to build them. One missile, one of our powerful ones, and it comes down to the ground like it was made out of dust. But to determine whether a broader agreement can be reached, we've had very good discussions, very, very good discussions. And you have to understand, I know my whole life has been a negotiation, but with Iran, we've been negotiating for a long time. And this time they mean business. And it's only because of the great job that our military did is the reason they mean business. They want to settle, and we're going to get it done, I hope. So hopefully this will be possible, but no matter what, we'll ensure that Iran never obtains a nuclear weapon. They can't have a nuclear weapon. They would have had one if we allowed the Obama deal to stand. That was the Iran nuclear deal, they called it. They would have had one. Marcia 3. I'll tell you what, Martha, we would have nuclear weapons up there when, would you say, 2 years ago, 3 years ago, or 4 years ago? We would have been in a position that nobody wants to be in. We won't allow ourselves to be in that position. Over the past 3 weeks, the United States military and our partners have been decimating Iran's military capabilities with overwhelming firepower, skill, lethality, and force, and we're destroying their ballistic missiles and drones programs with launchers down by more than 90%. We're hitting their launchers at a level that nobody even thought of before, 90%. They can't launch them, and they don't have very many of them, because most of them have been annihilated. But we've annihilated their defense industrial base, eliminating their Navy. We had 158 ships are down. I said to my people, why didn't you capture the ship? I said, were they good or not? They said, they were great, sir. So why didn't you capture it? We could have used them. They said, it's more fun to put them at the bottom of the sea. But they're not there anymore. So we eliminated their Navy, Pete, right? And that's gone. We eliminated their Air Force. We eliminated all of their air defense, everything. We eliminated everything there is to eliminate, and we eliminated them. We eliminated their leaders. We had the first set of leaders. They're gone. Then they met, 88 people met. And it's sad. I mean, it's sad they couldn't have made a deal. We could have made a deal with them a long time ago. Then the second set, 88 people met to pick a new leader. And they're now extinguished. And then they're meeting again. But now nobody wants to be the leader. It's one of the few political jobs that nobody wants anywhere in the world. Nobody wants it. It's a very dangerous job. My job is dangerous too, but their job is worse. In other words, we're systematically dismantling the regime's ability to threaten America. They're not threatening us anymore. As Commander-in-Chief, it's my sacred responsibility to protect our country from all threats For decades, Iran refused every opportunity to renounce its nuclear ambitions, and in recent months, its own negotiators bragged to our representatives about having enough material to make nuclear weapons. And that was supposed to deter me, but it didn't deter. It made me more anxious, and it just made it much more important. This mission that we're all on together was much more important, and we did it quicker. Iran's missile capabilities were also growing so fast.
Wow, so Arakchi really effed up, didn't he, by saying that? It made everything happen faster. Like, I think the entire everything that is like I know everything is what happens behind the scenes is not necessarily what they talk about directly to us, but the fact that President Trump keeps saying that, oh, they told us that the enriched uranium is good enough for us to make atomic bombs. I mean, that's what Arakchi admitted to Witkoff. It made Witkoff become like always pro diplomacy. Witkoff became the greatest warmonger ever after he heard that. And that is Arakchi, who's supposed to be the greatest deal maker, the greatest negotiator that the Islamic Republic ever has to offer. He came out in the negotiation rounds and like, guys, we actually have enough enriched uranium to make a couple of bombs atomic bombs already. I'm like, oh my God. Witkoff is like, okay, like, holy crap.
And remember, Armin, like during the so-called negotiations, whenever like a round of negotiations would finish or it would be canceled or it would end early, all of a sudden we would see reports of even more military assets going towards the Middle East, right?
Yeah.
And then Iranians would like post like images from Flight Tracker, and then they would be like, Arakchi, what have you done to make the United States send so much military troops over, right? So,
I know, the greatest negotiator in history. Oh my God.
Gosh.
I mean, if I was the Islamic Republic, I would be executing Arakchi right now, giving his performance. Yeah.
It made me more anxious, and it just made it much more important. This mission that we're all on together was much more important, and we did it quicker. Iran's missile capabilities were also growing so fast that it would soon have become virtually impossible to stop them. Once they have a missile, once they have what they were building was incredible. And you got a little glimpse of it by the fact that when they came out, they started shooting all of their neighbors. Their neighbors weren't fighting with them. They were getting along okay with their neighbors. And I was surprised. Everybody was surprised. And it actually worked in reverse because their neighbors then turned against them. Now Iran has one more opportunity to end its threats to America and our allies, and we hope they take it. Either way, America and the entire world will soon be much safer and will be a much more secure planet.
So, guys, President Trump also posted and also mentioned earlier that he was talking to somebody, a high official within the Islamic Republic, and they have agreed to 15 points and many other things, and they're ready to surrender and everything. And the reporters asked President Trump, well, who is this guy? And President Trump said, well, I'm not going to mention his name because he's going to get killed, which confirms that we were right about the fact that anybody from the Islamic Republic wanting to come and surrender. That's why I showed you the earlier video to show you the environment right now inside Iran when it comes to the Islamic Republic is that we are not backing down at all. So anybody from the Islamic Republic that even wants to hint at the fact that they might want to, capitulate, they are going to, the IRGC is going to come at them like their own, like an enemy, like they're going to treat them like an enemy force within. So as soon as the reports suggested that this might be Ghalibaf came and posted this tweet. He said, our people demand the complete and humiliating punishment of the aggressors. All officials stand firmly behind their leader and people until their goal is achieved. No negotiations with America have taken place. Fake news is intended to manipulate financial and oil markets and to escape the quagmire in which America and Israel are trapped. So he was like, nah, it's not me. So this is caused the manhunts and like the Islamic. So this is, look at this. This is Trump behind the scene. Has caused chaos right now within the Islamic Republic. Yes, turning regime officials against each other. Who is this person that President Trump is talking to, which is good because it's turning the regime against itself. But here's the thing. President Trump also mentioned that the Strait of Hormuz is going to be controlled by me and the Ayatollah, and I have a visual of what that looks like. So this is the Ayatollah seat.
Strait of Hormuz, who's going to be in control of that?
That'll be opened very soon if this works.
How soon? And who's in control of it? Will Iran still be able to control the flow of oil?
Be jointly controlled.
By whom?
Maybe me. Maybe me.
You want the United States to be in
Me
control
and
of
the Ayatollah, whoever the Ayatollah is, whoever the next Ayatollah.
The next Ayatollah. And yeah, this is
Armin.
going to be yeah.
Oh, sorry. I was just gonna when you're done this, I just want to say something.
No, go ahead. I'm done with that.
So just really quick, I saw a clip of my Piers Morgan interview.
Ooh, let's see.
Okay. I'll just share this really quick and then we can go back to the news. So it's "You are insulting Iranians, have some respect." Goldie Gabari calls out Brian McGuinness for listening to Islamic regime propaganda, adding that most Iranians are grateful for U.S. intervention in Iran.
There's so much death and there's so much accountability that must be had. So I really hope that, I demand accountability. Trump has backstepped on his campaign promises, and he's throwing us into a war. And I do have concerns about a nuclear threat, and we do have to de-escalate this. And I hope that Trump's negotiations continue positively.
Okay, Goldie, you were shaking your head there. Your response to that?
First of all, there's so much craziness that I just heard. I don't even know where to begin. But where were you when 2 months ago, in the beginning of January, the Islamic regime slaughtered over 40,000 innocent, unarmed protesters just because they wanted to live in a free and democratic society? Where were you? Where were you when on Friday, don't interrupt me when I'm speaking. Do not interrupt when I'm speaking. I let you speak. Do not interrupt me when I'm speaking. Do not interrupt me. Where were you when the Islamic regime gang raped 2 nurses because they were helping Iranian protesters? They took them, they gang raped them. One of them was gang raped so hard that they had to remove her uterus. Where were you for that? Where were you when on Friday the Islamic regime executed 5 innocent young innocent Iranian men? Where were you? Nowhere. So don't bring your Israeli conspiracy theories here. No one's buying it. No one cares for it. This is something that the Iranian people have wanted for a very, very long time. It's called the responsibility to protect. It is a UN doctrine. Do not interrupt me when I'm speaking. You are insulting the Iranian people's right to self-determination by claiming that this is some sort of Israeli project. What Iranian people are saying inside of occupied Iran is that we are grateful for American and US interventionism. And you would know that, except the Islamic regime has shut down the internet for the last 24 days. The internet has been cut off. 90 million Iranians in occupied Iran do not have a voice. And what you, sir, are hearing is Islamic regime propaganda. So I would suggest you take a step back, open up you open your mind a little bit more, and maybe ask yourself, why did the Islamic regime shut down the internet? Why has the Islamic regime cut off the internet, silencing the voices of 90 million people? So please, sir, do not interrupt, do not insult Iranians.
Okay.
Do not interrupt me when I'm speaking. Have some respect.
Wow. Oh my God, Goldie, you destroyed him. Wow. You annihilated that man.
He went on and on and on about like how this whole conflict is like an Israeli project. He's like, it's part of the greater Israel project, like just all the whole like, weird jihadi Israeli conspiracy stuff, right? I felt bad being kind of like strict with him because the guy's like a former Marine. Apparently he was the one apparently that like his hand was broken or something when he was being like dragged out. Remember, and he was like,
that was his fault. That guy's retarded. I saw that video. That guy's retarded. He believes in the most crazy conspiracy theories, and Yeah, no, that guy's retarded. Like, don't know. You did such a great job. You did really well. This man is like, I mean, he might have served his country at some point, but now he's a traitor to his country. He's a traitor to his country and everything his country stands for. So thank you for his service before, but now he's standing against his country. He's un-American. He's anti-American. And you did a really good job, Goldie. That was beautiful.
Thank you.
That was beautiful.
Thank you. Anyways, that's like a short clip of Piers Morgan. I guess it came out. So
wow, can't wait to watch the rest with you.
We can watch it later tonight if you want, once we're done with the news and stuff.
Oh, it's coming out tonight?
Well, if the clips are out, that means it's already out.
Oh.
It's already out because he's already put the clips out. So it's probably already out on YouTube. So we can have like a YouTube watch party whenever we're done sharing the news.
Oh, okay. Well, let's do it now because hold up. Well,
we still have to play President Trump. So why don't you play, because the helicopter thing from President Trump is really important as well.
Okay. Do you have the full version of that? Because I only have clips.
I have the full version. I'll send it to you so that you can share it as well.
Okay. Then I'll just do only.
And I'm going to take like a 5-10 minute break because I haven't taken a break, and I also want to post this clip on Instagram. So I'll be back.
Okay. Let me close a whole bunch of my tabs because my computer is frozen for some reason. Too many tabs open. All right. So let me just do this one. Earlier today, this is Prime Minister Netanyahu posting out earlier, saying, earlier today, I spoke with our friend President Trump. President Trump believes there is an opportunity to leverage the tremendous achievements we have reached alongside the U.S. military to realize the goals of the war through an agreement that will safeguard our vital interests. Let's see what he says here.
מוקדם יותר היום שוחחתי עם ידידנו הנשיא טראמפ. הנשיא טראמפ מאמין שיש סיכוי...
Wait, I need to read this.
מוקדם יותר היום...
Okay, so basically it's the same caption that I read, so you guys could just read the subtitles.
מוקדם יותר היום שוחחתי עם ידידנו הנשיא טראמפ. הנשיא טראמפ מאמין שיש סיכוי למנף את ההישגים הכבירים של צה"ל וצבא ארצות הברית כדי לממש את יעדי המלחמה בהסכם. הסכם שישמור על האינטרסים החיוניים שלנו. במקביל, אנחנו ממשיכים לתקוף גם באיראן וגם בלבנון. אנחנו קודשים את תוכנית הטילים ותוכנית הגרעין עד דק וממשיכים לפגוע קשות בחיזבאללה. רק לפני ימים אחדים חיסלנו עוד 2 מדעני גרעין והיד עוד נטויה. אנחנו נשמור על האינטרסים החיוניים שלנו בכל מצב.
Interesting. Again, we're going to see exactly what this means in the next couple of days, but one way or another, guys, if there is a surrender or a complete destruction, it will both lead to regime change. So let me see. Iran International posted this. It's saying on Friday, March 19th, the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps confirmed the killing of the spokesperson for this military force in military attacks by Israel and United States. Ali Muhammad, here, let me see the name in English. Ali Muhammad Naini had spoken in his last statement about having a surprise for the war, and just a few days before his death, he had also threatened supporters of Prince Pahlavi and the people regarding the holding of the Charshamba Suri. So this guy is dead. This is a speaker of IRGC that just died. And let me see. So, guys, this guy is dead. We just got the news that this guy just died. And these are some of his threats against the Iranian people. He said this Wednesday, it's a Wednesday for burning our enemies. So he's referring to Charshamba Suri, which is he's basically the celebration where we have fires and we burn things and we celebrate the fire and stuff, but he's like referring to Charshamba Suri as the day that we burn our enemies.
و انشاءالله با شدت بیشتر پایگاه‌های آمریکا سرزمین‌های
And he's like, with much greater than before, we will destroy the foundations of America, the bases of America,
صهیونیستی
and the Zionists.
زیر آتش موشک‌ها
They will under the fire of our missiles.
قرار خواهد گرفت انشاءالله. نمادهای سلطنت طلبی تروریست
And also the monarchists
تجزیه طلب
and the separatists.
مزدوران در کشور انشاءالله به آتش کشیده میشه.
So yeah, we will burn the Americans, burn the Israelis, and burn the monarchists. So this was just before he was killed. So basically Zart, or like, yeah. So this is a lot of people are posting this just because this was just a few days before eventually he was killed as well. It's amazing how many videos that we have of people right before like saying the most alpha, crazy, pretending to be strong against their enemies, like right before they die. Like it's getting repetitive. It used to be such a rare, like it's such a joy, but now it's just so much. It's like the hypocrisy, the fact that they come out and wave their finger and threaten the Americans and Israelis, and that they die just immediately after. We had so many of these that we're losing count. By the way, Mohsen Rezai showed up on state TV, and look at where he is. Do you see this? Are these cardboard? Is that a cardboard wall? Like, look at this. They're hiding the background. Look at this. This is Mohsen Rezai, and people are making fun of him because now wherever he is, they have cardboard walls, or mushtaba walls, as we now call cardboard in Iran. But look at this. They're even now, like, it looks really pathetic, and people are making fun of that. Guys, now every time we see like Pezeshkian or Mohsen Rezai, wherever they're hiding, people keep using AI to extend the small areas that they have to see what that looks like, and this is what it looks like. So this is supposedly where he's at. We got a new video from the IDF that I wanted to watch. This is for Iranians. So this is IDF in Persian saying we will resolutely continue our actions until we achieve victory. So let's look at this video. These are messages that messages that the IDF sends for the Iranian people. And you can see it's in Persian, and the video is also, hold on, let's actually play the video, see what that looks like. See, look at this. This is so beautiful. I really love this, that IDF is going out of their way to make these videos for the Iranian people. This is not Hebrew. This is not Arabic. This is not English. This is Persian. This is for Iranian people. The IDF is making these videos for the Iranian people. I really appreciate that.
מדינת ישראל כולה וצה"ל מצויים במערכה רב-זירתית. אנחנו נלחמים מול איראן בציר הרשת. אנחנו ממוקדים ופועלים בעוצמה רבה מתחילת המערכה במשטר הטרור האיראני. לפעול בנחישות עד לניצחון.
Do you want me to translate this? Okay, let me translate the text on the screen. I mean, this is the audio as well. So in كل کشور ایران, the entire country of Israel and the army of Israel در یک کازار چند جبهه‌ای قرار is on a multi-front battle. We are basically fighting the axis of evil inside Iran. We are focused with full force from the beginning of these operations against the terrorist regime in Iran. ما با قاطعیت به اقدام‌های we will continue to do our operations with great resolve until we reach victory. Okay, that was fantastic. Anyways, let's go to this video by President Trump, because this was this was one of the most important videos that we have seen for a very long time. There's so much that came out of this. So let's just play this before we go to the Piers Morgan show with Goldie.
Good morning, Mr. President. Let me just move over. Can we move over? Let's get out of the sun.
By the way, I really just want to thank the mods in the chat. You guys are amazing. Thank you so much for, working so hard. And you guys are amazing. I see you guys. I see you guys working very hard in the chat. So thank you for that. Oh, sorry. One last thing before people who are new here, guys. I posted this on my X account. This is when I was at the Dome of the Rocks in Jerusalem. I was there on Atheist Day. The symbol for atheist today is Atheist Day. If you guys didn't know, the symbol for Atheist Day is like this green circle. And I was, a couple of years ago, I was right next to the Dome of the Rock for Atheist Day. So I posted this on my X with this caption. By the way, I could post a link to this post that I just made in the chat if you guys want to go spread the word. So today is March 23rd, and this is my post saying March 23rd is International Atheist Day. Whether you're an atheist or not, if it is safe for you to do so, I encourage you to wish an atheist a happy Atheist Day today. A simple gesture like that can go a long way in making atheists feel accepted, especially in places where atheism is still taboo or dangerous. And if you'd like, you can use a green circle as a symbol to celebrate the day. Let atheists know they are not alone, not hated, and not invisible. I wish you a very happy Atheist Day. So guys, remember today is Atheist Day, and it's not just for atheists. You don't have to be an atheist. You could just appreciate the fact that atheists deserve to live. They deserve to be. They should have full equal rights, just like everyone else. And especially in Islamic countries, when they're hunted down, that is not fair. And they should just feel accepted and an equal member of society. If you believe that, you don't have to be an atheist. If you believe that this day is for you as well, and if you know an atheist, please spend some time today to just wish them a happy Atheist Day. And thank you guys. Oh, thank you guys. Thank you for the support in the chat. You guys are amazing. All right. Let's go to President Trump.
Isn't that more comfortable?
Mr. President, Iran's foreign ministry says you're not telling the truth when it comes to productive conversations.
Well, they're going to have to get themselves better public relations people. We have had very, very strong talks. We'll see where they lead. We have major points of agreement. I would say almost all points of agreement. Perhaps that hasn't been conveyed. The communication, as you know, has been blown to pieces. They're unable to talk to each other. But we've had very strong talks. Mr. Witkoff and Mr. Kushner had them. They went, I would say, perfectly. I would say that if they carry through with that, it'll end that problem, that conflict, and I think it'll end it very, very substantially. We have very much in mind our partners in the Middle East. We've had great relationships with a lot of them, as you know. A lot of them were surprisingly hit, and I was surprised to see it, and so was everyone else, but we have, they're very much in mind in the discussions. So the discussions took place yesterday. They went into yesterday evening. They want very much to make a deal. We'd like to make a deal too. We're going to get together today by probably phone because it's very hard to find a country. It's very hard for them to get out, I guess. But we'll at some point very, very soon meet. We're doing a 5-day period. We'll see how that goes. And if it goes well, we're going to end up with settling this. Otherwise, we just keep bombing our little hearts out.
Who were you speaking with in Iran?
A top person. Don't forget, we've wiped out the leadership phase 1, phase.
So yeah, top person. Everybody's assuming a top person means Ghalibaf, because remember I told you guys that after Larijani's killing, the main top person right now is Ghalibaf.
Phase 2 and largely phase 3. But we're dealing with a man who I believe is the most respected and the leader. It's a little tough. They've wiped out everybody.
Is that the Supreme Leader?
No, not the Supreme Leader. We don't. Well, nobody heard of the second Supreme Leader, the son. We have not heard from the son. Every once in a while you see a statement made, but we haven't. We don't know if he's living. But the people that seem to be running it, and they seem that based on really fact, because things they've said have taken place.
Mr. President,
Again,
Mr. President,
I don't want him to be killed. Okay, I don't want him to be killed.
Mr. President,
nobody wants to be that. Nobody wants that job right now. You know, nobody's exactly looking forward to being the head of that particular country. But perhaps we'll be able to solve that problem.
Mr. President, you deployed ICE agents to American
Who are you with?
Newsmax, sir. You deployed ICE.
You're not doing a very good job.
You deployed ICE agents.
You're not doing a good job. Did you hear me? Okay, go ahead.
what exactly do you want from
You
these
believe in I'm
talks?
taking CNN over Newsmax.
What exactly are you looking for in these talks, Mr. President?
We're looking for all of the things that we've been talking about. We want to see no nuclear bomb, no nuclear weapon, not even close to it. Low key on the missiles. We want to see peace in the Middle East. We want the nuclear dust. We're going to want that. And I think we're going to get that. We've agreed to that. Yeah, we've agreed to that.
Do you want the enriched uranium before
Yeah.
you can end this?
And we want no enrichment, but we also want the enriched uranium. If this happens, it's a great start for Iran to build itself back, and it's everything that we want. And it's also great for Israel, and it's great for the other Middle Eastern countries, Saudi Arabia, UAE, Qatar, all of them, Kuwait and Bahrain in particular. So it's great for all of them.
If the war is ending, do you still need $200 billion?
It's always nice to have. It's always nice to have. It's a very inflamed world, and the Democrats inflame it. You know, largely the Democrats inflame it. And let me just talk about the others. So ICE has done very well. I've requested. Now, you know, I'm a big believer that they should be able to wear masks when they go and hunt down.
Last year you gave a $10,000 bonus. Sorry. Last year you gave a $10,000 bonus to people.
That's what this is all about. They don't want voter ID. They don't want proof of, and no men in women's sports.
Elon Musk so if these talks go well, and you use
I don't think he's going to be a newsman. Well,
if these talks go well and you use the ceasefire just with Iran, do you believe Israel would abide by that agreement?
I think Israel will be very happy with what we have. We just spoke to Israel a little while ago. I think they'll be very happy. This will be peace for Israel, long-term peace, guaranteed peace. If this happens, and, you know, I can't guarantee it, but I think it's going to. My life is a deal. That's all I do is deals, my whole life. I think this is something that's going to happen. And why wouldn't it happen? So tomorrow morning sometime, their time, we were expected to blow up their largest electric generating plants that cost over $10 billion to build. It's a very good one. There was no dearth of money. And one shot, it's gone. It collapses. Why would they want that? So they called. I didn't call. They called. They want to make a deal. And we are very willing to make a deal. It's got to be a good deal. And it's got to be no more wars, no more nuclear weapons. They're not going to have nuclear weapons anymore. They're agreeing to that. Any of that stuff, there's no deal.
You said you're going to get the enriched uranium. How are you going to get the enriched
Well,
uranium? Are you going to send
it's very easy. If we have a deal with them, we're going down and we'll take it ourselves.
Can I ask you, the Treasury lifted sanctions on Iranian oil in South Sea. You criticized President Obama for giving Iran $1.7 billion.
Well, I just want to have as much oil in the system as possible.
But Iran is
And we don't even know if Iran gets that money. Frankly, I think it's very hard for them to get it. But you have ships that are out there that are loaded up with oil. Rather than keep it there, I would rather see it go to the system. Any small amount of money that Iran gets is not going to have any difference in this war. But I want to have the system be lubricated.
even $14 billion
Where's the $14 billion?
the inflated price. They get $14 billion from the.
I don't think they're getting the money. I could tell you, when this is all over, I will tell you who's getting the money.
Why are you shooting the Marines from California, given that it'll take them weeks to arrive? Is the intention to police the strait or take off?
What are you doing?
Well, it's been reported that there are Marines that left California, left San Diego, left the. Why are they headed there now?
Well, let me ask you this. If you were in my position and I asked you that question, do you really believe I could give you that? It's a crazy question. We don't talk about strategy. Yeah? Yeah, let in by Biden. It's devastating. These people were let in by Biden. We're getting them out. We're getting them out fast. That's why ICE is so important. They're doing such a good job. This animal, I saw the whole thing last night. They gave me a briefing. Came in through Joe Biden with his open door policy, and his borders are Kamala, who never saw the border, never made one phone call. All the ICE people, you see, they all know me. Everyone knows me. They like me. I speak to them all the time. Didn't make one phone call during 4 years. She was the border czar to anybody on the border. Never went there. This person came in through the open door policy of Joe Biden, and we're taking them out by the tens of thousands. We're doing a great job, but it's a shame. They've hurt our country. Just remember this. Joe Biden and that gang of radical left lunatics, some very smart, but radical left and bad ideology, sick people. These people have hurt our country very badly.
Are we directly talking with Iran?
How is that different from what Russia is doing in Ukraine?
Well, I think it's a lot different. And if you look at the nuclear weapons that they wanted to have, that they wanted to possess, a lot of things are different. I'm not a fan of what Russia's doing either, just so you understand. All right, but it's a lot different. You're talking about a country that has been evil for 47 years. They've been horrible. Death all over the world, not just us. Look at the way they attacked unexpectedly all of those countries surrounding it. It was not supposed to. Nobody was even thinking about it. But they wanted to take over the Middle East, and they wanted to knock out Israel permanently. If they had a nuclear weapon, they would have been able to.
Are we president talking with Iran?
Look, I'm not a fan of the guy. If you look at, and you never cover this, if you look at his truths or whatever he went on, his ex-truth, if you look at his truths or his statements, he was all for everything. All of a sudden, he wasn't. He was a man that I met at Dover. He came and his wife was killed. He remarried fairly quickly. His wife was killed, and I felt badly for him. He ran for Congress. He lost.
Goldie, should we go to the Piers Morgan one now? Because I think the other part, okay. Because the other part, I think we covered it in the the diaper diplomacy part. Yeah. All right. Okay. So let's just go to your segment, okay? Because that's the part that we're interested in.
Well, it starts from the beginning.
Oh, yeah, you're right. Okay.
Yeah.
Want very much to make a deal. We'd like to make a deal too. Otherwise, we'll just keep bombing our little hearts out.
My guess is he's working on himself to find a way to pull out of this thing and claim some type of victory, which of course he will do.
We're not going to allow him to walk away, rearm himself, prepare himself, and then launch another attack 6 months from now, a year.
Oh my God, he's still alive? Somebody take him out.
From now.
Some people think this military operation is going to make Iran more radical and more angry. That's insanity.
No one
What's the fight for Israel?
I still feel very concerned.
Yeah, this guy has lost it. This guy, guys, just because he has served, when he was serving America, he was serving America. Nobody wants to fight for Israel is a conspiracy theory. It's one of the most anti-American, anti-Israeli conspiracy theories out there. It's basically the anti-Semitic Jew-hating trope that Jews are controlling the world, Jews control America. This guy, like, just because somebody served before, if they're now anti-American, well, they're anti-American now. So you don't need to respect them just because at some point they were serving America. This man deserves nobody wants to fight for Israel. Like, this is a huge disrespect to America, thinking that they're just a puppet of Israel. Israel and America are allies, and they're working because they have mutual goals, they have mutual interests, they have mutual enemies. They're cooperating with each other. American soldiers, this is a disrespect to all the other American soldiers who are now serving their country. They're not fighting for Israel, they're fighting for their own country.
About what we're committing American troops to, the cause we are. It's for the Greater Israel Project, and a key aspect of that project is the
Yeah, that's retarded. Greater Israel Project. This guy has lost it. The Greater Israel Project. These people have no idea what they're talking about. They have no idea what they're talking about. If by Greater Israel you mean Gaza and the West Bank and parts of the Golan Heights, that is Israel. That's not Greater Israel. Those are just Israel. The Gaza and the Judean Samaria and the Golan Heights, that's not Greater Israel. That is just Israel. But if you believe in the retarded conspiracy theory that the Israelis are trying to, I don't know, take parts of Egypt and Saudi Arabia and Iraq, then you shouldn't be taken seriously at all. And any of your analysis should never be taken seriously.
In the West.
There's so much craziness that I just heard. I don't even know where to begin. Do not interrupt when I'm speaking. I let you speak. Do not interrupt me when I'm speaking.
Oof. Goldie, look at this. You were so fierce that they put that at the beginning. That was the best part of the show. Like, the producers, they look at the entire show and like, what was the most epic part of the show? And it was this. That's why they put that at the beginning. That was so good. Okay, one more time. Look at this. You did, like, Goldie, you destroyed the man. This man has been in war and he had nothing over you. You crushed him.
It's for the Greater Israel Project, and a key aspect of that project is to weaken the West.
There's so much craziness that I just heard. I don't even know where to begin. Do not interrupt when I'm speaking. I let you speak. Do not interrupt me when I'm speaking.
The media expends a lot of energy talking about the influence of Netanyahu's Israeli government on presidential decision-making. It's increasingly clear that the invisible force of the stock market wields equally outsized sway. President Trump famously waited for the markets to close for the weekend before announcing war on Iran. And when the Dow Jones index plunged 900 points 2 Mondays ago, he called CBS to declare that the war was very complete, just in time for the markets to rally before closing. This weekend, he imposed a chilling 48-hour deadline for Iran to open the Strait of Hormuz or face the total obliteration of its energy facilities. This morning, with gas heading up and stocks heading down, the president said the strikes were off for at least 5 days. An all-caps statement on Truth Social hailed the very good and productive conversations regarding a complete and total resolution of our hostilities in the Middle East. The 5-day delay would, of course, take us up to the closure of the market on Friday. And the president was talking up the chances of a full ceasefire, including Israel, a couple of hours ago.
If these talks go well and you reach a ceasefire agreement with Iran, do you believe Israel would abide by that agreement?
I think Israel will be very happy with what we have. We just spoke to Israel a little while ago.
Goldie, I will be away for 30 seconds. I'll be right back.
I think they'll be very happy. This will be peace for Israel, long-term peace, guaranteed peace. If this happens, and I can't guarantee it, but I think it's going to. And my life is a deal. That's all I do is deals my whole life. I think this is something that's going to happen. And why wouldn't it happen?
Well, for its part, Iran is taking a victory lap. A state news agency denied there's been any contact with Trump and says the US backed down because it threatened to hit targets across West Asia and unleash economic chaos. All of this after Iran tried and failed to hit a US-UK base in the Indian Ocean, leading to speculation that its bombs could reach as far as Britain. Well, whether we're really any closer to a total resolution is extremely unclear. It's hard to see how Trump can declare any kind of victory right now. The regime may be weakened, but it's unchanged and remains in charge, far from...
It's not unchanged, and it does not remain in charge.
Complying with the US and Israeli demands. They're still bombing Israel. They're still able to throttle the Strait of...
Being able to, first of all, my Israeli friends are telling me that they're getting a lot less missiles than they used to. The distance between the alarms are much longer than they used to be. And if being in charge means I get to send one missile once every few days in Israel, I mean, that's not how I would call being in charge. That's not how being in charge looks like to me.
Hormuz, and is still sitting on uranium stockpiles. If the best case scenario is that the same regime staggers on, but reopens the strait and pauses its nuclear program, we'll be roughly where we were before the $20 billion war began. Then you start crowing.
That is not at all. First of all, even if that happens, that is not at all roughly be the same as where we are at before this war. What are you talking? Like, okay, so no, they lost the supreme leader. They lost all of their heads of IRGC. They're turning against each other. We have mass defections. They have lost most of their rocket launchers. They have lost most of their all of their navy, close to all of their navy. They lost all of their air force. So yeah, they lost all of their proxies. Well, most of their proxies. So I wouldn't say they lost a lot of their suppressing ability. They lost all of their a huge portion of the IRGC and Basiji bases. That is not at all the same as where we are at before this war began.
About victory will be Iran, whether the markets like it or not. It's hard to see how President Trump will settle for that. Well, to debate all this, I'm joined by Anthony Scaramucci, the former White House communications director and host of The Rest is Politics US, Hogan Gidley, the former White House deputy press secretary in Trump's first term and senior advisor at Power Us, Brian McGuinness, the US Marine Corps veteran turned anti-war protester and Green candidate for Senate, and Goldie Gamari, the former Canadian MP and host of The Goldie Show. Well, welcome to all of you. Anthony Scaramucci, welcome back to Uncensored. Been listening to your stuff on Rest is Politics US, so I know where you come from here. I got to say, I've been really struggling. Normally, I can see the logic of Trump's big moves. I may be distracted by the rhetoric and some of the contradictory things that he says, but I can normally see an underlying logic. I'm really struggling with the attack on Iran and particularly with its timing, just a few months before.
There's not, I mean, I don't know why he's struggling. It's pretty obvious. The Islamic Republic wants to get a nuclear weapon, and if they wanted to, if they got that, then they would be unstoppable. Just like the way that the whole world has accepted to just agree that North Korea is going to exist the way it is because they have nuclear weapon. And the Islamic Republic has been the main funder and supporter of terror all around the world. So imagine at least North Korea just stays in its own area and doesn't go around the world and support terrorism. So imagine if the Islamic Republic with a nuclear weapon, with the understanding that nobody is going to come and topple it anymore, and it has already been supporting terrorism worldwide and basically trying to work on building its own Shia pan-Islamic empire in the region. They already had Iraq, Syria, Lebanon, and Yemen, and they wanted to expand even more, building their Shia empire. And they were doing all of that without having a nuclear weapon, with the understanding that maybe one day the world would want to come and do a regime change from the inside and outside. So if they ever got to a nuclear weapon, then that would embolden them and give them a sense of confidence that would make them, do their exportation of their Islamic revolution and terrorism 100 times more than they were doing before, because now they know that they're untouchable, and that had to be stopped. What is there not to understand about that? That's pretty straightforward to me.
Midterm elections, and the reasons I've been struggling, I think, have become crystal clear the longer it's gone on, is that none of the original war aims appear to have been achieved. And now it looks like, whilst it can't compete militarily, Iran has been very, very adept at competing economically by controlling the Strait of Hormuz. Like 20% of the world's oil comes through every...
Okay, great. Guys, we were told that as soon as something like this happens, the price of oil would hit $200 immediately. $200 immediately. Okay, I'm not saying that will never happen, but the fact that till now, with everything that the Islamic Republic has done, the price of oil didn't even reach 120. is like a miracle. It shows how insignificant this military operation is to the world economy. I mean, for example, if you look at the stock market in the United States, we just see a slight drop. Like usually, guys, military operations to this scale have like historically had a much bigger impact on the economy than what we're seeing today. This is nothing compared to, I don't know, the Persian Gulf wars that we have seen before. Like, guys, remember, like Americans, do you guys remember the lines of, the cars that had to wait for gas based on, your license plate number, like odds and even numbers? They had to pick their day to come in. Like there's shortages of gas in previous Persian Gulf wars that you had before. Nothing resembling that is happening. Which shows how this is a much more limited effect on world economy. This is not as significant as people are making it seem to be.
Every day, and by attacking its Gulf state neighbors, both in its refineries and also in tourist areas, which has had the effect of scaring the hell out of them and the people that may want to live there. I just don't.
Okay, yeah, the economic impact on the Arab countries around the Persian Gulf, that would be a lot more significant.
I don't see how any of this constitutes any kind of victory as things stand. And yet I also think there's an impending urgent need for Donald Trump to somehow get out of this. And if that means he declares a Pyrrhic victory, well, so be it.
President Trump clearly communicated that they are in no mood for ceasefire and they're going to continue going this, and they're very comfortable with continuing all of this.
Well, I think, let's be fair to the president for a second, and let's go to the logic side of this thing. I think the pitch to him was, this is a 6-day war, a 12-day war. This will happen very quickly. Well,
no, wait, what? This is your defense? Nobody said that. Who said that? Who communicated that this is going to be short? Okay, even the defense is not right. They're like, oh, they thought this was going to be 12-day. They're ahead of their own schedule based on how the rates of things are going. Nobody assumed that this is going to be 6 days or 12 days. Where is he getting that information from? Nobody assumed that. Where did that come from?
Hit them very hard.
But he said, like, oh, let's actually look at the logic side of it in defense of President Trump. I'm like, oh, okay, this guy is going to make some sense now. But he doesn't make any sense.
And the Mossad told him that there would be capitulation and regime change as a result.
Where are you getting? Mossad told them that within 12 days the regime will capitulate. Really? The Mossad has less information regarding how the Islamic regime operates than me? Like, if you ask me, based on what I know about the Islamic Republic, I knew, like, guys, it's famous among us Iranians. We say, we knew that based on their ideology, they would never bend the knee. They would never capitulate. You're telling me Mossad has less information regarding how the Islamic Republic operates than me? I don't believe that. I'm pretty sure Mossad knows the Islamic Republic way better than me. And this guy is this stupid that thinks that they're this misinformed. And let's defend President Trump. It was the Israelis' fault. It's not President Trump's fault. The Israelis gave bad information to President Trump. This is the defense for President Trump. Okay, fantastic. I mean, this is a bigger insult against President Trump than whatever Piers Morgan said, because what this suggests is that, oh, President Trump doesn't know anything you're doing, that Israelis come and said this, and he's acting like President Trump is like a puppet and the Israelis are the puppeteers, and the President Trump just does what the Israelis tell him. That's what he's suggesting.
Told him that there would be capitulation and regime change as a result of riots in the streets and overwhelming the IRGC. And so that didn't happen. And I obviously asked the
guys, do these people have any evidence that that's what Mossad expectations were, and that's what they told President Trump? Like, give us a source for this. Like, where are you getting this from?
And you're a terrific journalist, Piers. You've asked around. I think the Mossad really miscalculated on this. I don't think they were misleading the president. So now you're into the second.
Guys, if this was the case, if there was even the slightest evidence that this was the official calculation of Mossad, the media would be it would be everywhere. It would be headline news. Somehow this guy has some access to some information from Mossad that the rest of us don't have access to, and he's exposing it.
phase of this where I think your illogic starts to happen, because what he originally thought was going to happen, and he also said this, he tipped everybody off a few weeks ago where he said, well, I didn't expect, or none of us expected the Iranians to hit the Gulf allies. And he thought this was going to be like the...
Well, here's the thing. I will never believe that the Pentagon and American intelligence did not expect the Islamic Republic to do that. And here's how I know that I won't believe that. Because that was the entire point of waiting for this long for the military operation to start. They specifically said that there is at least 11 countries that need to be protected before we start these military operations. The whole reasons why, guys, remember when Goldie was telling you we have to wait after the Lion and Thunder Revolution, and you guys like, where are the Americans? Where are the Israelis? And then we're waiting and waiting and waiting because they were planning for something bigger that they knew that the Islamic Republic would lash out and react to. So they needed to bring all of their aircraft carriers and everything else in the region to protect all of these countries when the military operation. So that was the whole point of it taking so long. And I don't know if this is correct or not, but my guess for why President Trump is saying we didn't expect that is because he wants to make sure that the Qataris and the Emiratis and the Saudis have the narrative to tell their own citizens that, yeah, President Trump didn't cause this upon us. Like, oh my God, we're surprised. Why did they do that? Like, that was the point, is not to blame President Trump for the missile attacks by the Islamic Republic on these countries. Like, oh, that was unexpected. But it was not unexpected. The Americans prepared for exactly that. Goldie, do you think that's the reason?
Yeah.
Okay.
I agree.
Okay. All right. We'll continue.
12-day war last June, where there would be some retaliation, but it would be measured. So you're now in that overtime period where my guess is he's working on himself to find a way to pull out of this thing and claim some type of victory, which of course he will do, no matter what happens here, no matter how bad it is. Just like when he lost the debate to Kamala Harris in September of 2024, he'll
lost the debate to Kamala Harris? Guys, Iraq cannot lose a debate to Kamala Harris. What debate was this guy watching? My chair would not be able to lose a debate to Kamala Harris. What are you talking about? Okay.
claim victory, but I think there's the logic. The intelligence briefings were wrong, and now he's stressed out about how to end the thing.
Hogan, Giddy, welcome to Uncensored. I think the last time I physically saw you was in the bowels of the Churchill War Rooms in London.
Churchill's bunker, yep.
Yeah,
100%.
I was just thinking that when I interviewed President Trump in his last term, and it was a great interview, actually, and I gave him one of Churchill's hats as a souvenir, which he loved. But an ironic setting for our last meeting, because, of course, he's been saying that Keir Starmer's no Churchill because he hasn't stepped up in the way he wants the UK to step up, and so on. You were a former Trump White House press aide. One of the big problems I have with what's been going on is the really contradictory messaging that's been coming out here, not just from President Trump, but a lot of his senior aides. To what Anthony just said, we all heard what came out of Marco Rubio's mouth when he was asked, why did the United States attack preemptively? And he said, because Israel had told, he didn't name Israel, but it's obvious he was talking about, another country had indicated they were about to attack Iran, and therefore Iran would respond by attacking American assets, and therefore we had to get in first, which sounded at the time incredibly convoluted. And then there was a big reining back on that and so on.
No, oh my God, there was not a reining back. That was a clarification, because I don't know why you guys don't get what Marco Rubio was saying. He wasn't saying that we didn't want to get involved in these military operations, but the Israelis started and we had to. These military operations were planned way ahead of that event. What Marco Rubio was referring to were like, okay, we might have attacked on Sunday, but we attacked on Saturday instead because of what he was describing. He wasn't saying that Israel dragged us into a war. The timing of the military operations changed a little bit based on the information that the Israelis gathered, and they understood that because they were going to get started earlier, Americans had to get started earlier as well. I don't know why people don't get this. It wasn't that, oh, we weren't going to do the military operations, but because Israel started, we had to get involved. This was planned way in advance. This was planned in early January. All of this was being planned in early January. The Israelis and Americans were on the same page on this needing to happen. In fact, it was the Israelis that hold, like, America was going to get involved earlier. America was about to attack earlier. They were going to attack in January. In fact, if anything, they delayed it because of what the Israelis said. They delayed it so that they could do a bigger attack. The Israelis didn't drag the Americans into this war. Americans were going to do it earlier. Oh my God.
But, as we sit here to debate this, very little of what we were told.
People are saying, thanks heaven Armin was not on that show. Yeah, I know. Like, I would, I don't have Goldie's patience. I would have lost it. I would have been kicked out of the show. Like, who is this? Who's this crazy man? Okay.
Start of this war would be the immediate after effects of it has happened. We see no rioting on the streets at all. There are a number of reasons. Obvious ones. There are bombs flying over the streets. Obviously, a lot of protesters were killed in January, and it's quite clear that the regime remains in charge and that the IRGC remain in control of the people. Otherwise,
oh my God! Oh, guys, the regime still is in charge. Guys, this was January. The military operation is like 2 weeks. About 2 weeks. We're like, oh my God. First of all, the regime is not in charge. The regime itself doesn't know who the goddamn leader is right now. They don't even know who's in charge. You're saying they're in charge. The regime doesn't know who's in charge inside Iran right now. So, I mean, if the regime is in charge, that's news to the regime itself. Okay. Like the IRGC is fragmented. Everybody's doing their own thing. They've taken the president hostage. Okay, Ghalibaf is in a hole. Most of the IRGC leaders are hiding. The families of IRGCs are like, why are the leaders not even, where are they? Why are they hiding? Nobody's commanding our brothers and our husbands. Everything is falling apart. Who's in charge? Like, Piers Morgan, if they're actually in charge, can you name me who's actually doing the lead? Look, who's in charge? Who's the name of the person who's in charge? I don't know but also the expectation. Why people are like, oh my God, TikTok, why is the regime still hasn't fallen? Like, guys, go read the history of revolutions and other military operations. It's not supposed to happen this fast. Why are people so impatient?
It was very difficult for me, Armin, to just not interrupt as I'm listening to all of this.
Yeah, I mean, good job though. Amazing job. Okay.
Oh my gosh.
Wow. I would be like, pulling my hair out.
We need to get you on Piers Morgan and then just have you go into like a shouting match with Chunky Yogurt.
Oh my, well, I don't know if that would be a good idea, because they're going to be like, okay, look, this is the Chunky Yogurt is the anti-Zionist screaming guy. Well, here now we have a Zionist version of a screaming guy as well. So I don't know if that's a good idea, but okay, I'll take that.
Oh, man.
Okay. All right.
There probably would be out rioting. So none of these things, to me, make a lot of sense. Make some sense of it for me. If you're in the Trump White House right now, just tell me. I mean, General Petraeus wrote a book called "How Does It End?" Right? And that should be the question he said you ask when you launch every war. How does this end, and what does actual victory look like?
Well, listen, I think there are a lot of factors here that go into these planning military operations. As you mentioned, I was in that first administration, and we gamed these things out top to bottom with all the brilliant top brass from every single branch of the military to find out what could potentially happen. These things are all gamed out in real time. The president of the United States.
Yeah. These things, guys, the idea that, the Islamic Republic will do these things, not only it's not a surprise to the Americans, They have already tested, they have already gamed out, as they have already had simulations of this happening. They have already practiced this. The American military has considered every single scenario, even some crazy scenarios that me and you won't consider. They've considered it and they have practiced for it.
Though I think did clearly state at the beginning of this what he wanted to accomplish, and he has largely accomplished that. You have many people on the right saying this is done, so go ahead and get out now. And they were clear. You did not want Iran to get a nuclear weapon. That's virtually impossible now. Even after bombing the Fordo plant about a year ago, they began to rebuild almost instantaneously. He's knocked that out. He wanted to get rid of the ballistic.
So guys, the regime will never be unable to build a nuclear weapon unless there is no regime there. No matter what you do, no matter the most devastating military operations that you do against the Islamic Republic, if you don't do regime change, they know how to rebuild all of it. They have oil, they have gas, they will sell it, they will take that money, they already have the knowledge on how to build a nuclear weapon, and no matter how much you destroy, once you're out of there, they will go back to building a nuclear weapon. And guess what? This time, they're going to focus on that more than anything else, given that they have lost all their other deterrence capabilities. And having a nuclear weapon will be the only deterrence capability that they have. Once this military operation stops, if the regime doesn't fall, they will immediately, on day one, on day zero, okay, like if the Americans and Israelis are leaving and the regime is still there, like while they're leaving, they're like, okay, let's get back to the drawing board, and they will start on day one rebuilding their nuclear weapon infrastructure and to try to get to it as soon as possible. That's why, and they have the money and they have the knowledge on how to do it. And that's why the only thing that will stop the Islamic Republic from having a nuclear weapon is for there to not be an Islamic Republic, is regime change. They have to go. There is no other way. They just have to go.
Missile capability. He's done that in large measure as well. And he doesn't want them to have enough money to fund terrorist proxies all over the world. That's in process as well. So there are some clear victories here that Donald Trump outlined at the outset and has accomplished. The question always is, how long are you going to stay there, and what do you want to happen after you accomplish the things you state you want accomplished? And those things have been done. So for me, you mentioned the people in the streets. Will they rise up and try and take back their government? I sure hope so, because they're...
You don't need to hope so. They have done so every single time. Every time the people bet against the Iranian people rising up, they were proven wrong. Every single time. And every time they came out stronger and more united and more organized and more ready to finish the job. Every single time. That will never change. The Iranian people will never tolerate the Islamic with these military operations or without these military operations. The Iranian people were never going to tolerate the Islamic regime to continue even before the massacre of January. And now with the massacre of January, there is absolutely no way. There is absolutely no way the Iranian people will accept the regime to continue. One way or another, the Iranian people will be back into the streets, and they will keep doing it until the regime falls.
What, 90 million people there? Those folks should be the ones out there chanting in the streets and getting rid of the IRGC.
No, they shouldn't be out there right now. They've been told to stay home. The time is not right now. They've been told by Americans and Israelis and Prince of Pahlavi.
Armin, he's on our side. Just listen to what he has to say.
Their government? I sure hope so. Because there are, what, 90 million people there? Those folks should be the ones out there chanting in the streets and getting rid of the IRGC, et cetera. I don't know if that's going to happen. But let's be clear here as well. Whether you want this thing to have happened on the front end or whether you didn't, largely the perception or the opinion of this military action will be dictated by whether or not people view it as a win or a loss. And if the wins are racking up and you can put someone in place there that you can actually talk to and negotiate with in Iran to allow them to be kind of a burgeoning economic hub, if you will, or someone that doesn't slaughter its people at the first sign of anger, then I think that will be a win that the American people will understand and root for.
I think you're being quite optimistic. I think it might be a win.
He's actually, something he said is very, this part of what he said is very correct, because a lot of people are understanding that the lesson they learned, the wrong lesson they learned from Afghanistan and Iraq, is that the American people don't want military intervention. But that's the wrong lesson. What the American people don't want is they don't want to lose. If there is any form of military operation and you come out with a clear narrative that is obvious that you have won, then the American people will support that. They will change their view towards it. The American people want to win. The reason why there's such a negative attitude towards military operations, because the common narrative right now is, when it comes to Afghanistan and Iraq, the last ones was that was not a success. But if you show them success, that will change their mind.
The MAGA hardcore Trump base will go along with. But I think the problem for Donald Trump is going to be, certainly electorally in the midterm elections, I think there'll be a lot of people who are on the more moderate side of the Republican Party, or independents have voted for him in the general election, who are just not happy about this. And all the polling shows they're not happy about this. Let me bring in Goldie.
The polling shows that most Republicans support this. And the polling also shows the people who are against it is like 40, it's 40 something for it, 40 something against it. I mean, even if the people against it are not even if the people for it are not the majority, the people against it are not the majority either. And it's not that much of a difference right now between the people who are for it and against it.
Depends on the outcome, Piers.
Yeah, but you see, I mean, Goldie, I'll come to you in a sec. I mean, the thing is, Hogan, I would say to what you said. Now, you said, okay, the nuclear capability has been pretty much ended, except we were told that had happened last summer. That was the whole point of the 12-day war. And then it turned out within 10 months.
They began to rebuild it.
Right, but why can't they do that again would be the obvious question. They can, right? They could do it then, they can do it again. Secondly, the ballistic missiles being neutralized, they're still firing them. And in fact, they're going a lot further than anyone believed possible, because the Iranians...
Okay, they went a lot farther without hitting their target. They sent 2 missiles. One of them fell halfway and didn't even succeed. The other one was taken out. And the only reason why it managed to win all that way is because they probably just reduced the payload. It's not like a new missile that they have. It's just they reduced the payload, and that's how it managed to go further.
Clearly were lying about their capability. But when they start to reach distances as 2 did last week, which means they could potentially get to European cities like London and Paris and so on, that doesn't say to me that their ballistic capability has been neutralized. It says to me it's alive and kicking and a lot more dangerous potentially than we realize. Now, a lot of it may have been destroyed, but clearly they are still firing a lot of missiles around. And
it's basically like beating somebody up and basically breaking every single bone in their body except one, and saying like, well, I still have one bone that is not broken.
I think the idea that somehow we've ended that, we can walk away and they won't have any ability to rebuild any of that stuff, I think is for the birds.
Well, it depends on, again, who's installed to run the place. I mean, I think that's kind of the position moving forward. But yeah, they have missiles. Of course they do. And I don't know if we were aware of how many they had, but they're greatly diminished, if not completely eradicated, sans a few here or there. But I mean, that's what the whole point of this military operation was set to do. They're not talking about regime change, although they do.
Well, they did talk about regime change.
They want someone new there they can negotiate with.
Well, no, but they did repeatedly talk about regime change. I mean, that's where the question here is like, Donald Trump talked about regime change very early on. He doesn't talk about it so much now.
Regime change is the solution. It's the only solution.
Because it's quite clear the regime ain't changing. The leader...
How is that clear? It's quite clear the regime ain't changing. Where are you getting that from? Where are you getting this from? Like, again, 2 weeks into the military operation, you're just going to be like, oh, it's not changing. I guess it will never change.
Armin,
talk about it so much now.
Well, I have a feeling that Piers was saying these things to try and trigger me.
No.
He was saying these things to try and trigger me. He wanted to see if he could get me to like start yelling and screaming and pulling like a chunky yogurt or something. That's why I was extra calm on this panel. I also felt like my microphone was louder than usual, because like on other episodes where I've shown up, my microphone is not this loud. So I feel like the producers made my microphone extra loud to make it seem as if I'm like yelling or something.
But it worked out. It was good, Goldie. Like, I'm glad that they did that.
Yeah, but I was, as you can see, like my face was just very calm.
Yes, yes. Goldie, if I ever get invited to Piers Morgan, should I be this like this, or
No,
should I
you
be
be
more
you.
like you?
You no,
Huh?
I mean you be you. You do whatever you think is best for you.
Okay.
Listen, I have a different personality and persona. Like when I'm doing these things, I go into politician mode, right?
Yeah, you're the professional politician, right? Yes, exactly. It's impressive how without like yelling and like going, you manage to control people and make them behave without actually like yelling at them or anything. Like you come like without raising your voice, you show a lot of strength without actually yelling at people. I don't know. It takes a lot of talent to do that.
It's quite clear the regime ain't changing. The leader's been decapitated, and so have many of the other leaders. But there are plenty more where they came from. It doesn't.
Yeah. There's plenty more where they came from. Guys, there's a janitor within the IRGC. I guess he could be the next IRGC leader.
Look like the Ayatollah's son may even still be alive. We don't know. We haven't seen him or heard from him, which seems very suspicious to me. But the IRGC are clearly still.
The Ayatollah's son was I'm not even going to mention. The Ayatollah's son couldn't even if he was in one piece, he wouldn't be able to be a supreme leader. Even if he was in peace, based on everything that now we know about him, that guy wouldn't be able to, I don't know, run like a store. Like that guy would not be able to, like that guy. The main thing a mullah does when it comes to managing things is do khutbah, basically speaking, give speeches. And apparently, according to my talk with Mehdi Nasiri, Mujtaba Khamenei couldn't even speak properly. The one thing that a mullah needs to know how to do. The one thing, this guy, even if he was in one piece, and apparently he's not in one piece, he wouldn't be able to be. He would be a puppet of the IRGC, even if he was alive.
Firmly in control of it.
Oh, what is this? Okay, got a super chat. Okay,
the country.
I just want to read this. So if someone is saying Goldie and Armin, please remember Anthony Scaramucci. So Anthony Scaramucci is the first guy, the guy right beside Pierce. So Anthony Scaramucci, George Papadopoulos, General Mike Flynn were all installed by Chris Christie, then fired by Trump. The Scaramucci play to clean out the White House of spies. The clowns are bitter. Yeah, I think someone said Scaramucci was only there for like 9 or 10 days before President Trump fired him. So apparently he's really bitter about that.
No. Okay.
So this idea, the regime has certainly not been toppled. And I don't know who this moderate Iranian Islamist regime change guy is going to be, but I don't see many of them around.
Well,
wait, isn't that a contradiction? Like, I don't see regime changes happening, but I also don't see any of them around. Okay, so doesn't that mean that regime change, like we're going for regime change if there's nobody left?
He got rid of them. But the one he's talking about in the clip you just played, that's interesting to me because it's obvious Donald Trump decided, okay, hold on, I'm going to pause this for a minute to see if this negotiation can actually move forward and we can come to some type of an agreement here. And as you point out, with the missile capability potentially being able to hit places like Paris and London, it also makes you wonder, when are these other nations going to step up and join in as well and say, no, wait a minute, we didn't know you could attack us. Now that threat's on the table. Maybe we should actually join with our.
So, guys, the reason why the missile is a threat, even if it's not accurate, like the ballistic missile that now, like the range is a lot higher. The reason why Europe, because some Europeans are like, oh, that's not actually a threat because the missile didn't perform very well. It doesn't need to perform very well when you turn that missile into a nuclear weapon. When you put a nuclear warhead on that missile, then it doesn't matter if the ballistic missile is very accurate or not anymore. That's why Europeans should be very worried that the range could actually be that high. Like, oh, well, it's not performing very well. It's not very accurate. Yeah, atomic bombs don't need to be very accurate.
Partner and ally U.S. and do some more maneuvers to protect our interests as well.
Okay, Goldie and Armin, welcome back to Uncensored. I guess the big question is, people keep asking me, why has there been no uprising so far in Iran? And how much of the agenda do you think is being driven by the Israelis, who have maybe a completely different agenda to the Americans? I think the Israelis would be quite happy just to have general chaos in Iran, whereas general chaos for the Americans would be a bit like the general chaos we saw in Iraq after Saddam fell, which was it led to the rise of ISIS and many attacks on American troops and so on, and was a complete fiasco and disaster. So, you know, you've got competing agendas by competing countries here.
Well, first of all, thanks for having me on, Piers. Great to be back. So with respect to why people haven't risen up yet, the answer is very simple. It's simply not the time. The United States is saying this, CENTCOM is saying this, Israel is saying this, the Crown Prince of Iran, Reza Pahlavi, is the leader of the Iranian Revolution. He's saying this as well. In fact, General Cooper did an interview yesterday with Iran International, and even yesterday he was saying now is not the time for the Iranian people to go to the streets. When the time is right, when the United States has finished their military operation, we will let them know. The signal will be very clear, and at that point, Iranians can go to the streets to rise up and take their country back. So, I mean, that's the very clear and simple answer to that. With respect to your question about Israel, I'm a little confused about where you came up with the premise for that question. These last 47 years, the only country that has really stood behind the Iranian people against the Islamic regime has been Israel. And I mean, Israel has been the one true friend of the Iranian people. And, you know, now we have America on our side as well, thanks to President Trump and his administration. But we're very grateful for all of this that's happening. And, you know, with respect to what President Trump is doing right now, he made it very clear at the beginning, he wants nothing less than unconditional surrender. So what I think is happening here is President Trump is setting up these negotiations in a way for this, you know, if it actually is Ghalibaf, he's setting it up so that Ghalibaf can surrender. And then once Ghalibaf and, you know, whatever leadership is left surrenders, that's when I believe he's going to give the signal to the Iranian people to go back and reclaim the country, because the IRGC will not fight back. That's how I see this playing out.
Okay, Brian.
That's how you do it. That's how it's done. Fantastic. You covered everything so beautifully. Fantastic. Amazing, Goldie. That was amazing.
Yes, welcome to Uncensored.
Anything you want to mention about what you were thinking when you were answering to that question, or anything addition? No. Okay.
I'll let you give the commentary.
No, guys, that was perfect.
IRGC will not fight back. That's how I see this playing out.
Okay, Brian McGuinness, welcome to Uncensored. Now, you served in the
I think this guy was hating listening to that, especially when they see the Israeli flag in the background. The anti-Israeli people, this is like their kryptonite.
That's how I see this playing out.
Okay, Brian McGuinness, welcome to Uncensored. Now, you served in the United States Marine Corps from 2000 to 2004. You opposed this war, and in fact, you were forcibly removed from a Senate hearing after shouting, "Nobody wants to fight for Israel." We've got
after disrupting a gathering.
A clip here. You actually had your arm broken, I believe, in the process of your protest here.
Well, he had his own arm broken by holding onto the door and not letting go. And then
no, Armin. Like I saw they show the video. Like dastش گیر میکنه. His hand like gets caught in the door. So let's not try to let's just it is what it is.
I think he was responsible for it, but okay.
Have we got that clip?
Ow! No one wants to fight for Israel!
His hand! Oh!
Sir, control your Senate!
I'm stuck in the door.
Okay, sir. A U.S. Senator just broke the hand of a Marine! It's stuck.
The senator did not break his hand.
A U.S. Senator just broke the hand of a Marine! You're a coward.
No.
What do you say? Senator, go fuck yourself. That's why you got kicked out, fat ass.
So, Brian, first of all, how are you? And was your arm actually broken?
Well, my arm was stuck between those two doors, and as you can see from the video, my arm broke. not trying to talk about it too much because I'm in the middle of the legal process, but I would really like to be able to share my sentiments related to that protest of mine. I still feel, very concerned about what we're committing American troops to, the cause we are. It's for the Greater Israel Project. And a key aspect of that project is to weaken the West so Israel can be the dominant power in the Middle East.
Israel being a power in the Middle East has strengthened the West. It hasn't weakened the West. It has strengthened the West. Israel being a dominant power in the Middle East has made Israel destroy so many of America's enemies without Americans getting involved. It has saved many American lives, and it has saved a lot of American taxpayer money by not having American troops in the Middle East fighting America's enemies there, and having Israel, who is really good at, they know the Middle East. They have been demonstrating that they're very effective in the Middle East, and their enemies are the same enemies of United States, and they're eliminating America's enemies in the Middle East without any Americans. And again, guys, this is not even our interpretation. We know this because the Islamic Republic says that. The Islamic Republic says that Israel is the little Satan and America is the big Satan. And Israel is in their way. They want to destroy America, and Israel is in the way. So Israel is the wall between America's enemies and America.
Our bases over there are getting hit with missiles, killing 13 Americans so far, erasing American presence while elevating Israel's dominance. And we're spending $2 billion a day, increasing our national debt, all while attacking a country Joe Kent clearly stated posed no imminent threat, and that we're doing it because of Israel's influence.
They pose no imminent threat. The Islamic Republic first action when it came to power is to capture the embassy, America's embassy, and kidnap Americans. That was the first thing that they did. Guys, I grew up in Iran. We were constantly told all the time in our school, in our television, when I was walking to school, on the walls every day when I was walking to school, on the walls, there were paintings on the wall regarding bringing down America, bringing down the great Satan. That was bringing down America and destroying the United States is in their DNA. They constantly tell us on TV that one day going to turn the White House into a Hosseinieh, like the place that you go do the Durka Durka song and dance thing. The Black Death song and dance thing. So that they don't hide this. They have been saying this all the time. The nuclear bomb, building a nuclear bomb, they have been telling us, like in their own media, to the Iranian people, that we're going for a nuclear bomb. They haven't been hiding this. Like, I don't know where is he getting. Oh, it's not an immediate threat. It's not an immediate threat. Well, not according to Khomeini and Khamenei. Like, guys, when your enemies tell you that they want to kill you, believe them. Believe them. They're not lying. That's what they actually want to do. And how are they not? Is this not an insult to all the Americans who have died in the hands of the Islamic regime all of these years? Like, is this not an insult to the other men and women in service, and American men and women in service that have been killed by the Islamic Republic and its proxies? How is that not an immediate? It has always been and guys, this is not a war that the America is starting. This is a war that started in 1979 against the United States, and now finally we have a president that is trying to end this war, this 47-year war against the United States and Israel.
Bring our tax dollars back to the Americans who pay them. Instead, the investor class, which includes the Epstein class, profit while the working class watch their sons and daughters.
By the way, he's reading off of a screen. Look at his eyes.
Influence. Bring our tax dollars back to the Americans who pay them. Instead, the investor class, which includes the Epstein class, profit while the working class watch their sons and daughters, moms and dads, go fight for Israel. Israelis believe they're God's chosen, while our elected officials send them our troops and treasure. I believe this is wrong, and America doesn't want this.
I mean, a lot of anti-Semitic tropes here, by the way.
It was
A lot
full.
of anti-Semitic.
The whole thing was just anti-Semitic conspiracy theories.
Yeah.
Look, there are lots of people who say a similar version of what you just said. And as I said, what Marco Rubio said clearly pointed to a lot of Israeli influence on this decision to attack Iran. But other people say, look, the United States is the biggest superpower in the history of planet Earth. Donald Trump is not a shrinking violet. These decisions were made by America and Donald Trump because they also believed it was in the interests of the United States. I mean, I think that is probably true. It doesn't mean there wasn't influence or encouragement by the Israelis to go along with it. But ultimately, the responsibility for American involvement surely lies with the United States and the president, doesn't it?
Yeah, and actually the relationship is the other way around. It's America's influence over Israel is a lot bigger than Israel's influence over America, to the point that some Israelis complain about this. Some Israelis are like, we don't have our own independent foreign policy because anything we want to do, we have to wait for the Americans to give us a green light whether we could do it or not. That's a more reasonable complaint compared, it's the other way around. The relationship is the other way around.
I think it's a bad idea to believe Donald Trump, a businessman, a man of poor character, over Joe Kent, the National Counterintelligence Director. And he specifically stated why he resigned, because he cannot, in good faith, continue to support this war that's against Iran, they did not pose any imminent threats, and it was caused by Israeli lobby influence.
Okay,
this guy has just memorized his lines. He's not like, what the hell are you he didn't even answer the question.
Just hold fire panel for a moment. We'll be joined now by Shushank Joshi. He's the defense editor at The Economist. Welcome to Uncensored. I need you to do what I've been struggling to do, which is make some kind of sense about all the strategy here that's going on. I mean, take our own country, for example. Initially, the UK Prime Minister said, well, we're not going to allow even the bases that we share with the Americans to be used. Then within 36 hours, a complete U-turn on that. Now, I think they can use some of the bases, but only if it's for defensive and not aggressive reasons. Not quite sure how you take part in defensive bombing. I'm sure someone can explain it to me. So that's just the...
Defensive bombing is when your enemy is trying to bomb you and you bomb their equipment that they have that they use to bomb you. When you bomb them so that they can't bomb you, that's defensive bombing.
UK, and you've got similar kind of contradictory positions by a lot of other countries too. What is happening here? I mean, from a defense perspective, what is going on?
Yeah, good afternoon, Piers. Shall I start with the UK side? Does that make sense? I think what's happening is that the belief in government is this is a really needless, counterproductive and harmful war that is destroying the global economy and will result in Iran perhaps emerging more.
Destroying the global economy? Guys, I keep looking at the market.
Armin, he's with The Economist, and The Economist has been posting pro-Islamic regime propaganda this entire time. So I don't even know if you want to listen to this dude because it's just utter nonsense.
Okay. You want me to skip this guy? Okay.
Yeah, you can just go back to...
Yeah, one more Goldie.
There you go. Yeah, from there.
Okay. Yeah.
Press podium. How do you spin your way out of this? I mean, what is, given how potentially cataclysmic it is politically, never mind anything else, but what would you be advising him right now?
Well, first of all, I just want to point out on Friday night, Hogan said I was there for 10 days, but Piers, I was actually there for 11 days.
I remember.
So don't let Hogan get away with that on this pot.
He diminished your standing in a.
Oh yeah, no. I thought you were moving forward. Yeah, I know. I'll join in. I was having a technical issue, so I joined in 2 seconds.
Yeah, no, I didn't. I just wanted to see where are you? Yeah.
No, I come back.
Shocking manner. I
think it was generally unfair of Hogan to do that to me. But if I were with the president, and I would say, listen, get it down to 3 things that in your mind makes this a success. What are those 3 things? And then when we get to those 3 things, I would declare victory as quickly as possible. But as your prior guest pointed out, it's complicated because they're controlling that strait. And so what I'm worried about, because I understand the president's personality, you've got 4,400 Marines in the Marine Expeditionary Forces, 2 different groups heading for the area. And I know he's been briefed on this, that, one of the ways to clear out that strait is to put ground forces, U.S. ground forces in the area, try to clean up the situation. And so I'm praying that doesn't happen, because I think that's an escalation trap for the United States. But again, for me, I would tell the president, pick one or two things, pin your hat on that, and let's go home.
What's the best thing he could pin it on?
Oh, I think the best thing is that they're not. If you thought they were a threat, I know Joe Kent said that they weren't, but the president obviously thought that they were. But do you now not think that they are a threat? Have they been sufficiently degraded? And if that
the one thing that President Trump has been consistent on, that we need to make sure that they will never be a threat to the rest of the world with, the one thing that President Trump has been focusing on is nuclear ability. And guys, just focusing on just that one thing means that the only answer is regime change, because no matter how many times you knock them out, they will eventually, with the oil and gas money that they have, they will get back up again and they will rebuild. So yeah, what does victory look like? Victory looks like, according to President Trump, victory looks like when the Islamic Republic will not ever be able to build a nuclear weapon ever again. And the only solution to that is regime change.
that answer is yes, then I think it's time to go home, and then we can begin the process of diplomatic negotiation.
Why, when your enemy, when the greatest evil in this world, the main enemy of Israel and United States, is so close to the edge of a cliff, and all you have to do is just push it a little bit further, and it will be all over? Why at that point going home and letting it survive and rebuild? That means that you at some point you would have to do all of this all over again. Why not just push it until the finish, like to push it over the cliff, so that you never have to come back here ever again? It doesn't even, this would be the greatest blunder in history. If such an evil, if your enemy is so close to absolute collapse and that you let it recover, it would be the greatest blunder in history.
You know, listen, there's one avenue here that I really would love the president to pursue, because he is a deal maker. One avenue would be, and it's a more nuanced avenue, but to go to the Iranians and say, okay, we've got you degraded. Let's open the strait together and let's get your oil back on the market, which would be very good for the global economy. I don't think.
Oh, oh yeah, let's go talk to the Islamic Republic. And we're like, hey guys, let's do this. And they would show me like, oh, okay. The Iranians would be like, oh, you just killed our supreme leader, but we will just sit down and talk to you, and we will come up with this agreement, and we could work with each other on this. This guy has no clue how the Islamic regime operates. If you don't understand the regime, stop embarrassing yourself by commenting on things that you don't know anything about.
I think the Israelis are going to like that one, but I do think that's an avenue, given his deal making chops, Piers. That's an avenue I would like to see him pursue.
Hogan, we keep an eye on the prediction markets, and Polymarket has been asking, will the traffic in the Strait of Hormuz return to normal by the end of April? And there's currently a 36% chance, they think, from the money that's come in, that will happen. Do you think that's realistic? I mean, if you listen to the experts, the longer this Strait of Hormuz remains effectively closed, the more damaging everything gets for the global, never mind just American economy. Do you think that will be a priority of President Trump?
Guys, COVID was the bigger damage to global economy, and then the whole world recovered from that. COVID was a much greater disruption to the global supply chain. And just go look at all the stock markets. Just look how fast, how immediately, once everything was over, it went back to where it was. And this is nothing. This disruption is nothing compared to COVID.
To just get it open, come what may.
Yeah, of course. Listen, a couple things that have happened in the last 10 minutes I do want to address here. Joe Kent being against this, sure, but he was for it before. So it's kind of a Mitt Romney, I was for it before I was against it thing with him. Second is your journalist you just talked to, Piers, made the point that some people think this military operation is going to make Iran more radical and more angry. That's insanity. They already want to kill everyone that isn't of their belief. They already want global domination and destruction. It'd be like when you and I were in that bunker and World War II was happening, and you were saying, we don't want to really fight Germany because, after all, they'll hate Jews more. Like, they're already killing them. That's insanity. They're the world's largest global sponsor of terrorism. And everyone from Hillary Clinton to Kamala Harris, to Joe Biden, to Barack Obama, all have said that Iran can't get a nuclear weapon. Donald Trump's the only one really doing something to prevent that from happening. And at the same time, the journalist you just brought on said, but they have all this nuclear material in these different locations. Okay, are we going to do something about that? Was he advocating that we should just allow them to keep it? When that regime was in power, we know the death and destruction they caused all over the globe, whether through proxies or whether through their own capabilities. Diminishing that is important. But here at home, understand, cost is what matters to the American people. And while the American left will say it's all about affordability, I kind of find that a fake term, because what's affordable to you, Piers Morgan, as wealthy as you are, not probably affordable to me. But is the cost up or is the cost coming down? That's what matters. And if Donald Trump's military operation here brings down the cost of oil, brings down the cost of gasoline here in this country and around the globe, that's the victory. In addition, of course, to preventing them from getting a nuclear weapon and causing terrorist threats all over the world.
They say Armin, Goldie and Armin, the bald guy, is an Antifa-like group that works against the USA and Israel. There are free Palestine nutters, him and his wife. Yeah, exactly. Palestine, free Palestine. These people love surrendering to Durkas. It's like a kink or something. Okay.
Chaos, bringing that rational, responsible, strategic use and flow of oil through that strait is what's going to matter here eventually, I think, to the American electorate and how they decide to vote.
Well, it is, but of course the damage may well have been done, and it will have been done by Donald Trump's decision to attack Iran in the first place, which led to it closing. So, people aren't that stupid. I mean, they're going to think, well, if in the end it's a messy ending to this, where
guys, think about the amount of oil that will enter the markets once Iran is free and a U.S. ally. Like, this is the short term. Like, guys, it's not like the oil prices are at 200 all of a sudden. It's like it went to it's under 100 even now. I think Brent crude went down today, but imagine, like, if this is the up and down that you're seeing because of what's happening in the Strait of Hormuz. Imagine when Iran puts this oil in the free market, selling it to the whole world instead of just at a discount rate to China. Imagine the effect that will have on global markets if this temporary event is this level of causing this level of disruption. So once Iran is free, and then we have also Venezuela's oil in the free markets, then that would be a huge boost to all of the globe's economy. And in the right hands, like, it would be a U.S. ally and instead of a Chinese ally, which means that it's going to also help with keeping the world order, the Western global world order, intact instead of like it getting challenged by the CCP.
really any plausible victory is kind of laughed at, not least by the Iranians if they're all still in power there, then, it's hard to see.
You mean if they're alive? Yeah, the Islamic Republic officials are laughing. They're laughing if they're alive. If they're dead, they're not laughing. And if they're alive, they're laughing because they have lost their minds because they're so afraid, not knowing if they're going to be next. Who's laughing in the Islamic Republic? They're dying left and right.
How you can spin rising inflation, rising cost of living prices, rising gas pump prices, in weeks and months of pain to the
rising inflation. The inflation is much lower compared to when Biden was in power.
American electorate. I don't know quite how you square that with, well, now they've come down again, therefore I'm the hero.
Well, they were at record highs under the previous administration, under Joe Biden, of course, and Donald Trump brought them down. This, as your journalist just mentioned, would make prices spike $150 per barrel or more. They predicted that as well. Now they're way less than that, of course. These experts are typically wrong. The question, though, is even if the costs come down, how do the Americans feel about it?
Right.
And that's something that's very difficult to quantify. So, if the price spikes by $2 and then you bring it down to $1.50, it's still 50 cents higher than it was before, but still way lower than it ever was under Joe Biden. Then it's a whole messaging conversation and messaging war moving into the midterms, and it's a tough one to have. Don't underestimate it.
Okay, Brian. I mean, I'm just wondering how the average Trump supporter. I think in the polls, the MAGA crowd will always go with Trump. It's almost got religious fervor to it. But Brian, when you look at the overarching thing that I look at, which is this is a guy, Donald Trump. I've known him 20 years. We're friends. I no defense of that. I've always got on well with him. Had a few blips, but I like him personally. But it's interesting to me that he would campaign so vociferously after 4 years out of office on no more taking America into wars in the Middle East because they're so ruinous economically and on human life, and a focus on America first and the American economy.
Well, the thing is that President Trump is not taking America to wars in the Middle East. The Islamic Republic has already took America into wars in the Middle East. And if you're somebody who is against war, then, well, we should end the war. We should end the war with the Islamic Republic, a war that started 47 years ago in 1979. If you're against war, the whole point of these military operations is to end a 47-year-old war.
Boosting the American economy.
Armin,
and
get ready.
Here,
Armin, I was just going to say, get ready to hear the most insane, like, anti-Semitic conspiracy theory tropes from this the bald guy.
Oh my gosh, should I? Oh my God, should I
Just
interrupt
prepare
him, or are you
yourself.
going to respond?
No.
Okay.
I mean, you can interrupt him when he's speaking, but I'm just saying, just prepare yourself.
Oh my
Like,
God.
deep breath.
in one fell swoop, at the end of February, he launches the biggest war imaginable in the Middle East, and it's caused the kind of ruinous economic meltdown that many predicted would obviously happen if America and or Israel did that. So I really struggle to understand why he would do that now and expect people to come out in November and vote for a Trump-led Republican Party.
I think it gives reference to the power of the APAC, American Israeli Public Affairs Committee, and the great the
APAC is not a very big lobby. I think when it comes to lobbies, it's like number 190 or something. There are dentist lobbies that are bigger than APAC, and APAC is not an Israeli lobby; it's an American Jewish lobby. And American Jews have every right to get involved in the politics of their country. In fact, other countries have lobbies, and Israel doesn't have really a strong lobby in the United States. APAC is not an Israeli lobby. Qatar has lobbies, Saudi Arabia has lobbies, Canada has lobbies, China has lobbies, the Islamic Republic has lobbies in the form of NIAC and in Washington, D.C.
The Muslim Brotherhood has a lobby. Muslim Brotherhood has a lobby too. CARE.
Yep. Okay. They have a lobby. Yeah. Israel doesn't have a lobby. APAC is American Jews. And by calling it an Israeli lobby, you're being anti-Semitic because you're suggesting that American Jews don't get to be involved in the politics of their country as Americans just because they are Jews, just because they're associated with another country. We don't say this about Italian Americans. We don't say this about Scottish Americans. We don't say this about German Americans. But for some reason, we say this about Jewish Americans. They somehow are not allowed to be involved in the politics of their own country.
A great existence of Israeli influence, and Trump is very much susceptible to that. And
if anything, I do have a criticism for Israel. Why don't you have a lobby? Why is it that Qatar has such a strong lobby? Why doesn't Israel have a lobby, a strong lobby? We need a strong Israeli lobby in Washington, D.C.
Of Israeli influence, and Trump is very much susceptible to that. And I think they have the Greater Israel Project. They have everything. They've been wanting America to attack Iran for years. They've said Iran has been 2 weeks away from nuclear bombs for 30 years. And so they finally...
And they were right every single time. I don't know why people don't get this. When Israelis came out and said, like, oh, the Islamic Republic is 2 weeks away from having a nuclear bomb, 2 months away, 3 months away. They were correct for the past 20 years. They were correct every single time. We're like, oh, then why didn't they get to a nuclear weapon if they were only 2 weeks away? I wonder why. Because Israel stopped them. Because Israel came and told the whole world, like, hey guys, hello, these idiots, these Durka jihadi people are getting a nuclear weapon. Are we going to do anything about it? And the world like, maybe not. And Israel like, okay, here we go again. I guess it's me. I guess it's just me and no one else. And I'm going to stop it every single time. Every single time they were almost at having a nuclear weapon. And it was Israel who disrupted it, who stopped it. So thank you. Instead of blaming Israel, maybe the entire world should be thanking Israel. Israel was the country that alone by itself stopped Syria from getting nuclear, from getting Saddam from going nuclear in Iraq and Syria. Syria under Assad was getting nuclear. Israel stopped it with military operation. Iraq under Saddam was almost getting nuclear. Israel with military operation stopped it. The Islamic Republic, many times they were so close to going full nuclear. It was Israel that stopped it every single time. North Korea, which Israel is not involved with, they were getting nuclear. The world had diplomacy strategy with North Korea. And guess what? It didn't stop them. North Korea is nuclear. When it comes to the Middle East, with Syria, with Iraq, with the Islamic Republic, Israel chose military option instead of diplomacy. And guess what? The Islamic Republic didn't get a nuclear weapon. Syria didn't get a nuclear weapon. And Iraq didn't get a nuclear weapon. This is how you know that the military option works against these terroristic regimes. Military option works. Diplomacy doesn't. North Korea is a failure. Syria, Iraq, and the Islamic Republic is a success because of Israel.
Got Trump away from nuclear bombs for 30 years. And so they finally got Trump to do that, to capitulate. And they've greatly weakened Iran. And this is a win for Israel. But this narrative is so hard to be on this panel. I know it's an economic panel, but it's just not thinking about the many victims of the Gaza genocide and all the attacks Israel is doing against Lebanon.
Armin, go back. Do you see my face? Look at my face. As soon as he says Gaza genocide, I just like roll my eyes. I'm just like, oh my God, not this one.
Okay,
be on this panel. I know it's an economic panel, but it's just not thinking about the many victims of the Gaza genocide and all the attacks Israel.
It's like when they don't have an argument to fall back on, they just go, "Oh, Gaza genocide." It's like, anyways.
What is even his point? Like that's
Armin,
not related to the question.
He doesn't know what he's talking about. He's literally just like stringing sentences, like random sentences together because he doesn't know what to say. Like his no disrespect to, veterans, because I have a lot of respect for veterans, but this guy, I don't know what he's going off on. And like, it's like his 2 brain cells are working overtime.
Yeah, Goldie,
you're right. He doesn't know what to say. So he's just like, AIPAC, Gaza genocide. This is a win for Israel. And I'm just like,
Yeah, the talking points. And he doesn't do the talking points right as well. Yeah, Goldie, because he was reading off of a script when he was doing that statement at the beginning. Now that he has to answer to questions and he doesn't have like a writing in front of him to answer, he's like, genocide, Gaza, AIPAC, yeah, okay. Mission apartheid, do apartheid next.
Was doing against Lebanon and all the surrounding area. And I understand the plight of the Iranians and their struggles, but Iran has been under severe sanctions for years, for decades.
Oh, Goldie, it's not the Islamic Republic. It's the Americans. Our like Goldie, I'm so glad that this American is telling us why we are in such horrible conditions. Thank you so much. We Iranians, we didn't understand. So it's not the Islamic Republic. It's the Americans who have been oppressing us with sanctions. Wow, Goldie, I feel so educated by this American about Iranian politics. Do you feel educated
I
as
love
well?
it when like a random white guy from America Iran-splains my country to me, right? Like, thank you.
Wow.
Thank you for your service to educate me, because, as an Iranian woman, I don't understand. I don't have the capability to understand, but obviously you do. So yeah, it's all about
Thank
the
you. Wow. Wow. Okay, guys, it was America all the time. Sorry. It was not the Islamic Republic. Okay.
Isn't that also kind of like treasonous, Armin? Like, so he's basically blaming his own country. He's basically blaming the United States for what's happening in Iran. I don't know. That seems like treason to me, especially when it's like, when you're in a time of war. It's just very weird to me. Very weird.
Yeah, and Goldie, for people who don't understand, like, okay, well, but wasn't the sanctions bad? Guys, when a regime in a country starts attacking your citizens, starts supporting terrorism, starts doing expansionist policies, there's only three things you could do. You could either ignore it, which just shouldn't be an option because then you're encouraging the rest of the world to do the same, or you could do military response, or you could do economic pressure. There is no other option. It's one of these three. So if you're saying no to sanctions against the regime, then you should either be like, do nothing, or you are on the side of military operations against the Islamic Republic. You have to choose one of these three. So the sanctions against the regime, the Islamic Republic, the hardship that it caused Iranian people, the only entity that deserves blaming for that is the Islamic Republic. No one else, not the Americans. It's the Islamic Republic. This is what happens when you support terrorism, when you do terrorism, when you start doing expansionist policies.
Lebanon and all the surrounding area. And I understand the plight of the Iranians and their struggles, but Iran has been under severe sanctions for years, for decades. And that's why they execute so many of us. Oh, Goldie. So when the regime is coming, when the people are protesting in the streets and the regime is using machine guns to just go through tens of thousands of them in just 2 days, it's because of the sanctions. Those soldiers couldn't help it. Like, oh no, I can't help myself. It's the American sanctions that is making me shoot the Iranians in the streets. Oh my, I didn't know sanctions make you do that. By the way, guys, if it's the sanctions that's the cause all of these problems for the Iranians, then why do we have electricity shortage? Why do we have blackouts in Iran? Sanctions means that you can't bring things from other countries to your country. You have oil, you have gas, you are one of the most energy-rich countries in the world. How do you explain the energy outages? If there's one thing that you shouldn't be running out of, it's energy, because you don't need to import that. It's under your feet, it's in the ground.
Look at this comment.
Contributed to the.
Yeah.
Wait, I thought everything was Israel's fault, but now it's America's fault because of the sanctions.
Well, no, okay, no, but it's Israel's fault because America is Israel's puppet. So if it's America's fault, it's basically Israel's fault because Israel works through America.
Yeah. Exactly. Also, I just want to point out really quick. I know we have a lot of people who've served, veterans, or people who are currently serving, or families of people who've served. We know he doesn't represent you guys. We know this 100%. That's why I don't refer to him as a Marine. I just refer to him as like a crazy guy. So we know he's not representative of Americans whatsoever. But, Piers brings on the most extreme people sometimes. So yeah, no worries. No worries. We know that he's not one of you. We know.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, and thank you, by the way, thank you for your service.
Yes, everyone, thank you for your service.
Yeah.
The suffering of the Iranians. And I see you shaking your head, but I don't think militarism by America is going to help the social issues. Iran can help themselves.
Yeah, guys, militarism never helps solve these issues. Like, I mean, you remember during World War II, the Nazis, they just said at some point they were like, oh my God, are we the baddies? Oh, I'm so sorry. And then the Nazi regime collapsed because the Americans just spoke sense to the Nazis. And they were like, wow, oh my God, thank you for correcting us. I guess we'll just leave. It wasn't militarism that just saved Europe against the Nazis. It was just like talking to them. It was negotiating with the Nazis. That's what saved us.
I respect you in being that you are from Iran, but this is obviously not the time for American militarism to intervene and destroy the infrastructure, affect the global economy, and make this action. The Iranians are a sovereign nation, and Israel's record of destruction.
Yeah, well, actually, the sovereignty belongs to the Iranian people, and we don't have our sovereignty because we've been occupied by the Islamic regime. So, if you believe in sovereignty, well, the Iranian people don't have their sovereignty. Sovereignty belongs to the people, and the Islamic Republic has stolen that from us.
In that region has to be pronounced, and I can't tolerate all this conversation just discussing Trump's exit ramp and how it will best suit him. There's so much death and there's so much accountability that must be had. So I really hope that. Well, I demand accountability. We have to. Trump has backstepped on his campaign promises, and he's thrown us into a war. And I do have concerns about a nuclear threat, and we do have to de-escalate this. And I hope that Trump's negotiations continue positively.
Okay, Goldie.
What the hell? What was that?
I don't know what he said.
You were shaking your head there.
You know what, Armin? You might want to go back a little bit and re-listen to that, because I have no idea what he just said. He's spouting nonsense. He's also basically saying that he knows better about the Iranian situation than Iranians, and I don't know. It's just so weird.
He was basically war bad, negotiations good, nuclear is a concern. We can stop it with negotiations. I think that's what he was saying. I hope he negotiates. I hope we negotiate out of our way with this jihadi Durka end of times Mehdi, bringing the Mehdi back people. We could negotiate them out of them trying to get a nuclear weapon to dominate the whole world. Guys, basically 1400 years of Islamic ideology. Let's negotiate that out of their brain. Okay, sure. Let's try that. Let's do that. Let me see.
And there's so much accountability that must be had. So I really hope that. Well, I demand accountability. We have to. Trump has backstepped on his.
What is he talking about here? I demand accountability. What is he like?
Well, look at my face. I'm just looking at him I'm literally داری چه چرت و پرت از دهنت داره میاد بیرون. I'm just what is going on here? Yeah, look at the look on my face. I'm just staring at. You know what? I actually think the way that I was looking at him was making him very nervous, because if you go back a minute or something, once I start shaking my head and then giving him the look, that's when he starts he starts stuttering, and he basically forgets his argument.
I demand accountability. Okay, I'm sure everybody on this panel demands accountability. What do you talk about? That's the whole point of people talking and questioning things. You demand accountability, unlike the other people here who no, we shouldn't let politicians do whatever they want without them being accountable to anything. What is that even? It's hey, I really strongly believe that the oceans are wet. And the Pope is Catholic. I also strongly believe in that. I demand accountability. Okay, and who doesn't? Okay.
Decades, and that's greatly contributed to the suffering of the Iranians. And I see you shaking your head, but I don't think militarism by America is going to help the social issues.
You derailed him after this, Goldie. Yeah, I love the look on Goldie's face this whole time. Yeah, look at her face here. She's look at her here. She's I'm done with what the. Somebody cut that. That's so good.
Iran can help themselves. I respect you in being that you are from Iran, but this is obviously not the time for American militarism to intervene and destroy this infrastructure, affect the global economy, and make this action. The Iranians are a sovereign nation, and Israel's record of
affect the global economy. Okay, so then get rid of your military, because any military action will affect the global economy. So if you're not supposed to affect the global economy, then you can't ever use your military. So why not just get rid of your military?
Action. The Iranians are a sovereign nation, and Israel's record of destruction in that region has to be pronounced. And I can't tolerate all this conversation just discussing Trump's exit ramp and how it will best suit him. There's so much death and there's so much accountability that must be had. So I really hope that. Well, I demand.
So okay, yeah, actually, Goldie, you know what? I think he's right. There's so much death. And we need to have accountability. When I think of numbers of death, the people dying, the only thing I remember right now is the number of people the Islamic Republic has killed in the past couple of months. So yeah, we need accountability for that. And the only way to get accountability for that is true military action.
Accountability. We have to. Trump has backstepped on his campaign promises. And he's throwing us into a war, and I do have concerns about a nuclear threat, and we do have to de-escalate this. And I hope that Trump's negotiations continue positively.
Oh, positively, Goldie. We can negotiate with the Islamic Republic to not be nuclear anymore. Did you know that? I didn't consider that option. Had you considered that option?
No, I didn't know that we should negotiate with terrorists that yell death to America and mass slaughter their own citizens. I didn't know that.
Yeah, I mean, Goldie, I never considered the option of like telling the mullahs to stop being terrorists. Like nobody asked them. We should have tried that. We should have been like, hey guys, can you stop being terrorists?
Yeah.
Maybe they would have been like, oh, okay. We were waiting. Guys, the mullahs were just waiting for us to ask nicely. Why didn't we do that? By the way, we did do that, unfortunately, for so many years. It didn't work. We call it the reform option was tried and it failed.
Okay, Goldie.
Okay, Goldie, guys. Now, just listen. This is the Goldie time.
You were shaking your head there. Your response to that?
First of all, there's so much craziness that I just heard. I don't even know where to begin. But where were you when 2 months ago, in the beginning of January, the Islamic regime slaughtered over 40,000 innocent, unarmed protesters just because they wanted to live in a free and democratic society? Where were you? Where were you when on Friday, don't interrupt me when I'm speaking. Do not interrupt when I'm speaking. I let you speak. Do not interrupt me when I'm speaking. Do not interrupt me. Where were you when the Islamic regime gang raped 2 nurses because they were helping Iranian protesters? They took them, they gang raped them. One of them was gang raped so hard that they had to remove her uterus. Where were you for that? Where were you when on Friday the Islamic regime executed 5 innocent young innocent Iranian men? Where were you? Nowhere. So don't bring your Israeli conspiracy theories here. No one's buying it. No one cares for it. This is something that the Iranian people have wanted for a very, very long time. It's called the responsibility to protect. It is a UN doctrine. Do not interrupt me when I'm speaking. You are insulting the Iranian people's right to self-determination by claiming that this is some sort of Israeli project. What Iranian people are saying inside of occupied Iran is that we are grateful for American and US interventionism. And you would know that, except the Islamic regime has shut down the internet for the last 24 days. The internet has been cut off. 90 million Iranians in occupied Iran do not have a voice. And what you, sir, are hearing is Islamic regime propaganda. So I would suggest you take a step back, open up you open your mind a little bit more, and maybe ask yourself, why did the Islamic regime shut down the internet? Why is the Islamic regime cut off the internet, silencing the voices of 90 million people? So please, sir, do not interrupt. Do not insult Iranians.
Okay.
Do not interrupt me when I'm speaking. Have some respect.
Okay, Brian, you can now respond.
Goldie, we are so lucky to have you. We are so lucky to have you. That was impressive. That was so good. That was so good.
Thank you.
There's nothing that needed to be added to that. That was perfect. It could not have been any better. Fantastic. It destroyed his anti-Semitic nonsense. I don't even know. You almost made me feel bad for him. You destroyed him so badly that I was like, somebody come save that man. That poor man. Somebody save him.
Look at the faces of the other two. The Anthony Scaramucci guy. He's like, damn, I'm so glad Goldie's not responding to me.
Yeah. Oh my God. Did they have an ambulance ready for him in the corner or something? Oh my God. I don't know if he could recover from that. Jesus. Oh my God. Okay, let's see how he responds. That was perfect.
That they are defending themselves, and I'm sorry for that, those atrocities. And it's 90 million people. There's going to be atrocities happening like that, and I'm sorry for that. I don't condone any of that. But militarism.
What? What did he say? Look at Goldie's face.
Yeah.
What did he say?
He basically just said that because there's a population of 90 million, you're going to see atrocities like that.
Oh, what? There's 90.
It's crazy.
There's
So,
90 million?
But Armin, by that logic, the population of the United States is even higher. So you should see
three times as much.
Yeah. So you should see atrocities like that in the United States as well. Like, do you see how insane this guy is?
What the? Oh my God, Goldie. He's like, oh, there's just 90 million of them. So I guess like sometimes they kill like, I don't know, tens of thousands of them just have to go because I mean, Goldie, who cares? 100,000? There's 90 million of you. So 100,000 is not that big of a deal, I guess.
Yeah. And he's also like, well, there's 90 million. So yeah, maybe sometimes nurses are going to be raped so hard that they have to remove their uterus. And, sometimes men are just going to be 19-year-old men are going to be hanged, right? He's like, well, there's 90 million people. So there you go. It's just something that happens. Like pure evil.
I'm sorry.
Pure evil.
What the hell Goldie, I'm having a hard time not swearing. What did I just listen to? This is the most disgusting, vile. I did not expect that. What the hell? Can we go back?
Off the internet, silence.
Okay.
Do not interrupt me when I'm speaking. Have some respect.
Okay, Brian, you can now respond.
They are defending themselves, and I'm sorry for those atrocities. And it's 90 million people. There's going to be atrocities happening like that, and I'm sorry.
What the hell?
For that I don't
look at Goldie's face. Are you kidding me? Is Iranian lives this worthless to you that because there's 90 million of us, if the Islamic regime kills 100,000 of them, you should just accept it? Like in America, when one person is killed wrongfully by the police, it's headline news. But I guess 100,000 of us dying is just normal because there's 90. Well, there's 300 million of you. Are you kidding me? Fuck this guy. I'm sorry, Goldie. Like, fuck this guy. Oh my God. I'm sorry.
Okay.
Condone any of that. But militarism is not going to fix that. Sanctions by America is just contributing to the suffering of Iran.
I just can't believe it, Goldie. Like, are we this worthless? Are we this worthless?
To this guy, we are. That's why you see my expression.
America is.
I'm sorry.
And so.
Well, let him speak, Goldie. You didn't like him interrupting you, so let him speak.
And so, my sympathies for those who are suffering in this world. But the militarism is not going to help this. Adding more pain and suffering is not going to help this. Destroying our infrastructure for the globe is not going to help this. And so this is a big money move that is just sacrificing American lives. If Israel truly wants to get rid of Iran as a threat, why don't they contribute their soldiers? But they're too busy proliferating their land in Lebanon.
They have, you goddamn idiot.
On which they've never held tight to their ceasefire. Israel has a horrible record of not delivering on any ceasefires. They continue to kill the people in Gaza. They're annexing the West.
They not deliver on any ceasefire. Every time Israel has been involved in any military operation is because the other side started it. Every single time. Throughout the entire history of Israel, Israel has not a single time started a military operations just willy-nilly without reacting to the other side first attacking them. Every single military operation by Israel has been defensive.
West Bank. I've been to West Bank myself. I've experienced the cruel, brutal behaviors of the Israeli settlers. What you should be talking about is the Israeli settlers in the West Bank.
I will talk about Israeli settlers. Judea and Samaria is Israel. and we need to speed up the settlement process because it's ridiculous that Israelis don't get to live in their own country.
Their horrid actions. They are the true terrorists.
Well, there's certainly been some disgusting scenes coming out of the West Bank in the last few days, and I think that is extremely clear. And they're being committed by, in the main, Israeli settlers attacking Palestinians, and it's been appalling. Anthony Scaramucci.
What's appalling is the fact that they don't have control over that entire territory, given that that's their country.
Just what's interesting to me, looking at this from the politics again, is there's been very little sign of J.D. Vance, for example, in all this.
So, Armin,
what does it mean?
I'm just going to say, like, that's pretty much it for me. I don't really speak much for the rest, but it's very interesting to hear the rest of it if you just want to go through it really quickly. And then I just have like a quick comment like right at the end. But other than that, like that was pretty much like the two things that I said.
You did amazing, Goldie. You did amazing. So thank you, Goldie. Thank you so much for being our voice. I really mean it that we got so lucky that we have you. Like seriously, like the fact that you're getting invited in all of these places. If you were not there, like I used to watch these panels, and I would like, why is there not a voice there that is representing what we want to say? And now we have that, and now we have you. So that's great. Thank you.
I was just very, very insulted. Like, I thought his comment was very racist about how he's like, oh, it's a tragedy, but that's what you expect in a population of 90 million. As if he's basically just saying that we Iranians are a bunch of like savages who go around raping and murdering one another. Right? Like that's basically what he's saying. Like it was so disgusting. It was so racist. And I was just like you are just a garbage human being.
Yeah, he is. Okay, let's listen to the rest.
For life post-Trump. You know, there's a lot of jostling for position about who the heir apparent will be. How impactful will the Iran war be, do you think, in determining who that is? And is one of the reasons for Vance's relative silence that he wants to keep his name out of this?
Well, listen, I mean, it's been reported, you know, he leaked that to CBS News that he didn't want anything to do with it, and him and Tulsi Gabbard.
So this person is just going to keep reporting unconfirmed news, I guess. It's like, oh, it's been reported. Okay.
Joe Kent, others were put in a separate situation room away from Mar-a-Lago, the people that were dissenting from the military action. So, you know, I know this is a contrary statement to make, but it's not clear to me that Vance is going to run, Piers. His wife's pregnant. He does not have the support of the Pope. And I know people say, well, what does that mean? He just converted to Catholicism, as you guys know. And the Pope.
J.D. Vance is not going to run because he doesn't have the support of the Pope? Okay. What the hell?
Pope has really diverged from the president and from the president's policies and has been critical. And there are 80 million Catholics in this country. He's not going to be able to win the presidency without that level of support. So there's a good chance here he doesn't run, which would make Marco Rubio the apparent. And then you just have to tell me what the outcome of this is. If there's a positive outcome, it'll help Marco Rubio. But if it's a quagmire,
you know what?
This will be a disaster.
Really quick, Armin, you know what's crazy about this is like, as the only one who's like, I think I was the only non-American on that panel. I mean, you know, not counting Piers Morgan, right? But I was defending America more than like the retired Marine vet.
Oh my God.
And right. I'm not even American and I haven't served, right? So, yeah. So guys, right. I know that he's not a representative of Americans. The other guy, the one in the middle, Hogan was great. So like, you know, it was almost like Hogan and I on one side, and then that guy, the bald guy, and then this Anthony guy on the other side. So yeah, guys, believe me, I know he does not represent Americans. I know he does not represent the vets or the military. Guys, we know. So we're not judging Americans whatsoever. I know he does not represent the majority. He represents like a fringe. So I just want to point that out as well.
Yeah. That's a good point.
for the Republicans come 2028.
Hogan, there's a lot going on every minute. Even while we've been talking, there's a lot going on. Donald Trump said earlier today there have been very strong talks between Washington and Tehran in the last 24, 36 hours. It was clear Iran wanted to make a deal, but the Iranian parliament speaker,
Okay, so so the Islamic Republic wants to make a deal. Whoever they talk to would not be able to represent the Islamic Republic because the Islamic Republic right now is very fragmented.
6 hours. It was clear Iran wanted to make a deal, but the Iranian parliament speaker, Mohammad Bagher Ghalibaf, has reiterated that no such talks, as far as they're concerned, have taken place. He posted to X, no negotiations have been held with the US, and fake news is used to manipulate the financial and oil markets and escape the quagmire in which the US and Israel are trapped. Now, this is one of the people that we're supposed to believe the Americans have been talking to, and someone that can be they can do business with. Absolutely rubbishing any suggestion that there have been talks to try and end this, and saying it's all just a scam by the Americans or the administration to stop the markets crashing.
He has to save that because he doesn't want the IRGC turning against them, because the IRGC will consider anybody talking to the Americans to be the enemy right now.
Okay. I mean, the same people who said that they lied about their ballistic missile capability into hitting Europe. I mean, these people are proven terrorists. They're lying all of the time, of course, and to sympathize with them and their quote unquote struggle is absolutely ridiculous.
You can see Goldie nodding.
Ridiculous when you consider all the death and destruction that they've paid for, committed themselves all over this globe. People on the right and the left here in America have been furious at Iran for so long, and only Donald Trump did something about it. Now, how this ends up, of course, matters, and that's going to effectuate voting tendencies for the midterms, of course. But the fact is, there are people in Iran right now who have been oppressed by this regime for decades. This is not something Donald Trump did because Israel told him to do it. The only people Donald Trump is that he's beholden to are the American people. That's it. And if it helps our interests around the globe, and quite frankly, with our partners and allies, including the only democracy in the region, Israel, sure, then maybe we might do something. The America First agenda is designed to effectuate change and support and offer protection for the American people first, but it's not always America alone. He did this in the first term. And while the naysayers did what they did and said anything he does in the region is going to make it break out into utter chaos and we're going to see destruction in the streets, instead he got peace deals that no one thought was possible, several of them in just a few short years. This is on track to do something monumental yet again, because all the people on the left who complain about these atrocities to women, who complain about atrocities to those who voice their own opinions, have been utterly silent. And oftentimes in my political debates, Piers, what I think of is who supports what I support, who's against what I'm against. The only real groups against Donald Trump going in to Iran with this military action is Russia, China, and the Democrats. They're all in league together. Everyone else sees this as a global good. Donald Trump's the leader who's doing it.
Out of interest, I mean,
oh, that was good. I like this guy.
Given that Russia,
I told you he's on our side. And then you know what it is? Once, because when I'm sure he doesn't know who I am. He was like, "Oh my gosh, there's an Iranian. Like, what are they gonna say or do or whatever?" And I think once he found out that no, like I'm on his side and I support like President Trump, then he. I think he like relaxed a bit, and then I'm so glad he got into like the humanitarian aspect of it as well. So I thought that was great.
That was nice.
And China and North Korea all oppress their people in various ways. It's pretty awful being a woman in North Korea.
I mean, yeah, but they haven't massacred tens of thousands of their citizens. I mean, North Korea is pretty bad, really, really bad. But compared, like, most other countries have not done the level of oppression on their people as the Islamic Republic has. So it's not comparable. Except North Korea, other countries are not comparable.
And they all have weapons of mass destruction. Would it not be logical then that the United States would also want to attack those countries. And
no, okay, it doesn't make logical sense because the United States, it's true that the United States coming out and fighting against the Islamic Republic, one of the reasons is also liberating the Iranian people who are allies of United States, which will benefit the United States, okay? But it's not just that. There are many, many factors, including the fact that the Islamic Republic has waged war against America with the actual intention of hurting America. North Korea is more of a local issue. North Korea, as bad as they are and as oppressive as they are, they don't have a global domination ambition. Okay, so they are some, evil, there's an evil regime that is very, and I really feel bad for North Korean people, and I wish like there was a way to liberate them, but you can't expect other countries to come and liberate the people unless that country is a threat to your country directly. And North Korea doesn't have an expansionist policy. They're evil, but they don't. Like, you can't sell this to Americans that this is in the interest of America. And you have to be able to sell this to Americans that this is in the best interest of Americans. And the Islamic Republic, because they have killed so many Americans and they want to continue to do so, and their eventual goal is world domination, then it's an easy sell to the American citizens. That is, it's not just liberating the Iranian people, it's saving Americans. This is saving Americans.
Neutralize their ability to perpetrate evil, or is it just one rule for Iran and one rule for the others?
Yeah, one rule for Iran and a different rule for others, because the Islamic Republic has an expansionist global ambition.
Well, look, I went to North Korea with the president in the first administration. He was able to talk to and have conversations with that particular leader. Iran is a completely different issue.
Really?
Yes.
Do you think the Iranian regime is any different to the North Korean regime?
Yes. Maybe let him finish. Yes.
I mean, can you point to any of the last terrorist activity around the globe that North Korea has paid for or committed themselves?
I suspect the North Koreans are up to all sorts of stuff. Yeah, I mean,
No, they're not doing. The worst they do is cyber attacks. They do cyber attacks. They don't do terrorists. They're not a state sponsor of terrorism around the world.
Didn't they send 10,000 troops to
You
help
can
Putin?
suspect it. What I'm saying is
they did send troops against Ukraine to support Russia, but that's not terrorism. That's bad, but that's not terrorism.
So they
sent
something.
10,000
Iran is
troops.
actively doing it.
Well, they sent 10,000 troops to Ukraine to fight Putin's illegal war on a European sovereign democratic country. For one, that was one of their recent actions,
Which proves that they're a local threat. I mean, Russia after all of these years, Russia hasn't still managed to take over Ukraine, while the Islamic Republic, before the Americans and Israeli got involved, they managed to basically take over Lebanon, Iraq, Syria, and Yemen. Well, parts of Yemen.
Sure, but if you're going to pretend as though all of the despots and dictators all over the globe are the same, they're just
I'm
not.
But I'm just saying the reason why no one's attacked Iran in the past is because it's so big and the regime is so well armed that and it has control over the global oil supply, that there was always a risk of exactly what has now happening. That's what's.
They don't have control over global world supply. Like, only 20% of the global oil comes from the Strait of Hormuz. America is a major oil exporter, and now they have Venezuela on their side. And there's a lot of oil that doesn't go through the Strait of Hormuz. And actually, oil prices are increasing. As bad as that is for the American consumers at the pump and everywhere else, America as a whole, because they're an oil exporter, the net effect on their economy is positive.
They're not as big and they're not as well armed as they used to be.
You wouldn't want to start, even though America has the biggest military in the world, they wouldn't want to start a shooting match with Putin or with Xi or with Kim Jong-un. There have been similar arguments, but
and also, like, you're like, oh yeah, the North Koreans sent troops to help Russia against Ukraine. Okay, last time I checked, Ukraine. I mean, we want to support Ukraine, but Ukraine is not America. The Islamic Republic directly sends people to kill Americans. Their goal is to take down America. They have killed many Americans. So yeah, if I'm pretty sure if North Korea sent 10,000 troops in a war against Americans, then America would get involved. Okay, so yeah, I mean, like supporting Putin against Ukraine, as bad as that is, it doesn't get Americans directly involved in the way that the Islamic Republic directly targets Americans.
The argument appears to have collapsed with Iran, and many people are very concerned, understandably, that what we're now seeing is the repercussion of a reckless decision, which has let a tinderbox off.
No, I would disagree, obviously, with the characterization of a reckless decision. But let's be clear. Joe Biden actually said it would be fine if Russia had a minor incursion into Ukraine. And what did the world do? Rallied around Ukraine, led by the United States of America. How come this administration, this terrorist organization in Iran has nuclear weapons? Everyone agrees they shouldn't have them. Everyone hates them and says they're a terrorist entity that causes death and destruction all over the globe. And yet they're holding back and not helping their major ally, the United States, in this. Now I think they're going to come forward and actually start helping because they realize how difficult it's going to be for them.
President Trump managed to prove his point. He always suspected that they keep asking us for help with Ukraine, but when we need help, they're not going to. There's going to be a no-show, and he proved his point. He was right
in the future. But regardless, having worked in this White House, I worked in a White House with Donald Trump, understanding the global issues that this country faces. They are very nuanced. They are very difficult. They are rarely cut and dry. However, when you see a regime doing what it does to its people, what it does to the American people since the 70s, and paying for other entities to cause death, to cause casualties. We just had several terrorist attacks here in this country alone by Iranian nationals. And not one single mosque, not one imam came out and said, no, this is bad. We're the religion of peace. We're not going to support this. If a Christian came out, a supposed Christian came out and threw bombs at Mondami's house and said, I do this in the name of Christianity and Jesus, every pastor on the planet would come out and say, that is not Christianity. We disavow that. These people have come out in the name of Islam to destroy and kill and maim, and no single mosque, no imam in this country comes out and says, no, that's not what we're about. That to me is quite telling. And again, a global issue here that the world faces. America's taking the leadership, of course, working with our partners and allies, but we're the ones capable of doing this. What happens on the backside, again, matters to the American people and to the electorate. But right now, he's doing what needs to be done to keep this world a safer place.
Okay, well, I hope you're right.
Here's quick clarification on just a very small thing. The acts of terrorism were not committed by Iranian nationals. They were committed by people hired by the Islamic regime. One of them was Pakistani, one of them was from Senegal. So not Iranian
No,
nationals.
that's an important clarification. Yes. Yeah,
that's correct.
Okay. Look, I've got.
Oh, that was good, Goldie, and he accepted the criticism. I like this guy. He was
great.
very receptive. He was very receptive to your correction. Yes.
Well, you know what it is, Armin? It's because people are so used to saying Iran when they mean the Islamic regime. So
yes,
like the terrorists were not Iranians. They were like the guy who was charged for trying to assassinate President Trump was like a Pakistani dude that was hired by the Islamic regime. So guys, this is why we as Iranians, this is why we're sticklers when it comes to differentiating between Iran and the Islamic regime, because we're Iranian and we're being held hostage by the Islamic regime. And many of the people who support the Islamic regime are not even Iranian. So I just respectfully corrected him, and he agreed. So I just appreciated that. I thought that was great because he knew. Yeah, it was just like
and this is why you need to have Goldie, because even the experts could get it wrong sometimes, and Goldie would correct them when they do. And he was very receptive of the criticism. That was good.
Absolutely.
All right, we're not gonna do the Mamdani like the Mamdani part, right?
I haven't watched the Marandi part. I don't know if I will, because it's just like too frustrating. I didn't even know he was a part of it, because after this panel, like I left, right? I left to start the live stream. So
so let's just skip it. I'll just watch it later by myself because I don't want to.
Sure.
Oh.
I mean, we
Okay.
can watch it now if you want. It's up to you. If you want to give your comments on it, we can, but it's totally up to you.
Okay. But what do you guys think in the chat? I'm just like, because I kind of also need to go do something, but I'm just seeing.
Well, I mean,
Let's see what the people.
Yeah, it's
but
up
let's
to
see
the
what
people in the chat if they want to join you for like an Armin watch party for the rest of Piers Morgan.
Oh, watch it. Okay, I kind of need to go, but if you guys really want, I will watch it with you guys. Okay.
But before you go to that, Armin, look, I ordered something and it finally came in.
What?
I ordered a giant American flag and it finally came in. Look at this.
Oh my God, Goldie. Yeah.
Wait, I think I have to hold it this way.
Oh, yeah.
Look, my giant flag came in.
Yay.
So now I have like a big Iran flag, I have like a big Israel flag, and now I have a big America flag. So there you go, guys.
Yay. We're matching.
There you go. Just wanted to share that.
Goldie,
Okay.
I got something that will make you proud of me, I think.
Ooh.
That just arrived. No, bring us back.
Oh, bring us back. Okay.
Okay. Look at this. Oh.
Armin! Oh my gosh, I ordered one too. Wait, let me go get mine.
Oh, you did? Okay.
Yeah,
Guys,
I
this is
ordered one
different.
too. And it came today.
Really? Okay, guys, this is different from the one behind me because this one has a crown. This is the crown one.
You got the crown one, Armin. I'm so proud
Yeah.
of you.
Oh, I knew you would be proud of me.
Look, I have the crown one too.
Oh, look at that.
Because guys, the one that I'm wearing, like my original one doesn't have the crown. My original one is just like the one without the crown. But this one has the crown.
Yeah.
I'm saving this for a special occasion. I'm saving this for when King Reza Pahlavi goes back to Iran. Then I'm gonna start using this one.
Okay.
So
Okay.
there you go.
And I also have this one.
Oh yeah, I have my Israeli flag too. Let me go find my Israeli one.
Okay.
I have that one too. Wait, let me find it.
I have.
Here we go. So, Armin, this Israeli flag is actually very. Oh, this is like a very big one too. So this one, I actually got in Israel.
Oh, you did?
Yeah, this is from one of my trips, and it's actually like really big. It's like extra long.
Oh, wow.
And it's got like a banner on it or something. So yeah, there you go. There's like my giant Israel flag too. So there you go.
That makes it more special.
There you go. So I have the trifecta. I have all three.
I knew you would be proud of me that I got the crown one.
I am very proud of you for that. Wow.
Yeah. Oh, okay.
All right. Okay. I'll be right back.
All right. Let's pray the Marindi part.
I'll leave it there. A very interesting discussion. Thank you all very much indeed.
You to be on.
Thanks.
As I said a little earlier, Iran's parliament speaker is one of the senior Iranians reported to have been negotiating with the US through Steve Witkoff and Jared Kushner. He's now denied that any talks have taken place. Joining me from Iran with his verdict is Professor Mohammad Morandi from Tehran University. Professor Morandi, thank you for coming back on Uncensored.
I hope he's written his will and everything.
Donald Trump posted this morning. I'm pleased to report that the United States of America and the country of Iran.
Look at that. Immediately he goes to smirk mode. Look at, as soon as he hears, this is what they do. These people, as soon as they hear the narrative that disagrees with them, they do the smirk. Look at this. He's like a neutral face. And when he starts hearing the Trump post, look at his face. Just look at his face.
To this morning. I'm pleased to report that the United States of America and the country of Iran have had a
he does that smile. He does that evil smirk on his face every time he hears the disagreement. things that he doesn't like.
Over the last 2 days, very good and productive conversations regarding a complete and total resolution of our hostilities in the Middle East. Based on the tenor and tone of these in-depth, detailed, and constructive conversations, which will continue throughout the week, I've instructed the Department of War to postpone any and all military strikes against Iranian power plants and energy infrastructure for a 5-day period, subject to the success of the ongoing meetings and
Is he sleeping?
for a 5-day period, subject to the success of the ongoing meetings and discussions. Donald J. Trump. What is your response to that? Because all the official responses have been that there have been no discussions whatsoever. Is that your understanding?
He's going to be okay. Let me guess. He's going to say, "Oh, like he's lying. He's making stuff up. Of course, we have nothing to say to them. We are not going to negotiate them. If he thinks that he could get out of this war, we're not going to let him. He walked into this trap, and we're going to punish them, and we're going to, make them learn this lesson. The whole world to see what happens when you mess with us. And yeah, we're not going to let them get away this easy." Let me see if he says that.
Yes, there have not been any talks. The reason it is believed here that Trump made this statement was because he was worried about the markets. And he made this statement, I think, an hour before the markets opened on Monday. And of course, these 5 days would end after the markets close on Friday. I think he's also deeply concerned about the fact that Iran said that it will retaliate with great force if these crimes against humanity are carried out, because obviously targeting vital infrastructure that ordinary people use is a crime against humanity. But of course, as usual, there's no outcry in the West, because for the West, we live in the jungle.
Well,
it's actually not a crime against humanity. I don't want the infrastructure to be destroyed, but it's not a crime against humanity if the infrastructure is being used for the military operation. Then it becomes a legitimate target under international law.
I mean, my response to that would be that I think that there's always been an understood red line that you don't go after each other's energy plants.
You don't do it if it's not being used by your military. So this is the problem. The Islamic Republic uses the same grid and energy infrastructure that the civilians are tapped into. If they were separate, if it was just civilian, then no, you don't do it. But unfortunately, that makes it a legitimate target.
And that line was crossed. I think it was crossed by Israel attacking one of the Iranian power plants.
No, they didn't attack an Iranian power plant. They attacked the fuel storage. What? They attacked the fuel storage that was directly being used by RGC. So no, wrong information.
Iran responded in kind, attacking a refinery in Qatar and threatening to do more of that. And we now get to a place where Donald Trump threatened to blow up huge amounts of the Iranian power plants and now appears to have backed down from that, claiming to have had discussions. So this red line is an important one, isn't it? Because it's in nobody's interest in this conflict that Iranians' power plants get destroyed and they respond by taking out all of the neighboring Gulf states' power plants. That would be energy Armageddon.
I mean, can they take out all their energy power plants? How many missiles do they have left? They're not hitting their targets.
So, Piers, do you condemn Donald Trump for threatening to take out Iran's critical infrastructure, its vital infrastructure that is targeting 92 million Iranians?
Yes.
Good. We finally agree on something.
I didn't agree with what Israel did.
Condemn? You condemn Trump? You condemn President Trump? The most you could say is that you disagree with him. What do you mean condemn? That's Piers, I don't know why he's so anti-Trump these days.
Good. We finally agree on something.
Like you made the Piers Morgan, you made this terrorist happy. Like good. He agrees with your condemnation of President Trump. When a terrorist agrees with you, you should question yourself.
I didn't agree with what Israel did in attacking the refinery. I wouldn't agree if America decided to attack more of the power plant.
What the Iranian people agreed with Israel doing that, so I don't know which. No,
I think in particular you have an issue with the Gulf states, with the desalination plants, both in Iran, but also obviously in all the Gulf states. It's
so what Piers Morgan should have done here, if he wanted to say yes, okay, so that's, I mean, I don't agree with him saying yes, but what Piers Morgan should have done here, he should have immediately followed up by saying, well, do you condemn the Islamic regime, the Islamic Republic's attacks on the infrastructure of Arab countries around the Persian Gulf? He should have immediately followed up with that, so that was a really good opportunity for Piers Morgan to show this guy's hypocrisy, because he's not going to condemn the Islamic Republic. So at least if you said yes to condemning Trump, at least that would have been a really good opportunity for you to show this man's hypocrisy, because they're like, oh, they're destroying our infrastructure, so you should condemn that. Well, now your regime is destroying these other countries' civilian infrastructure. Does he condemn that?
Bring states there, where, having spent a lot of time in the Middle East, I know that if you took out the desalination plants, then the ability of the populations of these Gulf states to drink water would very rapidly disappear. And you would potentially have millions of people unable to get to access water, which would be devastating. That's why it's always been a red line. But many red lines have been ripped up, it seems to me, in this war so far. How do you think this ends?
Oh my God, you should have pressured him on condemn. I thought he might come around and getting him to ask him if he condemns the regime. He didn't push him at all.
All the red lines were, of course, crossed by the United States. An unprovoked war, murdering 100.
All the red lines were crossed by the Islamic regime 47 years ago when they attacked U.S. embassy in Tehran and took all the hostages. They took hostage all the Americans staff in the U.S. embassy in Tehran. That's when the red lines were crossed.
Was crossed by the United States. An unprovoked war, murdering 168 little girls on day one in the first strike, murdering the leader, denying that they carried out the strike against the girls, pretending that.
Oh, guys, anybody who thinks the United States were like, oh, there's school children here, let's go bomb them. Like, you're retarded. Anybody who thinks Americans were like, oh, let's go murder school children, like, they are not worth talking to. They're absolutely retarded. You could completely dismiss them as a serious commentator. Like, yeah, honestly, I don't know how anybody could be taken seriously if they think Americans and Israelis go look for school children to bomb.
That it was the Iranians, in other words,
and this coming from somebody who supports a regime that has killed way more school children on purpose. Like, Americans, I mean, guys, in the fog of war, there are always mistakes. There's always miscalculation. There's always like bad intelligence. There are always going to be civilians paying the highest price in any military operation. We understand that. But what we appreciate regarding Americans and Israelis is they never deliberately target civilians. The Islamic regime does all the time. The Islamic regime and its proxies target civilians on purpose all the time.
Against the girls, pretending that it was the Iranians. In other words, pretending it was the victims. But of course, this is the 47-year-old history of Iran in the United States. The United States carries out aggression, and it always blames the victim, and the victim is somehow the problem. But I think the war will end in a strategic defeat for Trump. The Iranians are not going to let go until
you do not represent the Iranians.
Until the facts on the ground change and Iran feels.
And by the way, I support that. Please do not let go. Please keep resisting until all of you are gone.
Sure that this will never happen again. They're going to continue because we already went through this once. We were negotiating, and Trump was secretly conspiring to attack Iran with Netanyahu 8-9 months ago. Then again,
By the way, this is from a person who supports the regime that people from within it gas bombed their own schools, the schools inside Iran, with chemical weapons against their own the school children inside Iran.
This time around, as we were negotiating, he did the same thing. So we're not going to allow him to walk away.
Oh yeah, guys, I was right. We're not gonna let them walk away. They walked into our trap. We're gonna keep them here. See, I was right about this. It's gonna say that.
Rearm himself, prepare himself, and then launch another attack 6 months from now, a year from now, or 2 years from now.
Okay, but the argument, of course, would come back exactly the same to Iran. And many people will laugh, wryly at your description of Iran as any kind of victim, given its activities in supporting terrorist organizations all over the Middle East for decades.
There's the smirk. There's the smirk.
Given the repression of its own people and the 47 years this regime has been intact. And you and I have debated that ad infinitum. You're never going to give an inch about any of it. I'm not going to waste more time trying to get you to do now. But in relation to a settlement, the Americans and the Israelis will want exactly the same from Iran. They will say the whole point of why they waged this attack. And look, I don't know what they know, but they say that there was legitimate evidence that Iran had been very rapidly rebuilding its nuclear capability, enriching the uranium to a point where it could create a nuclear bomb, and they could not allow that to happen. And that was against undertakings that Iran had given the international community. So they want the same thing from you that you have just asked for from them. So I ask simply, how does it get resolved?
No, there's no moral equivalence between an evil empire and its victims. There never was moral equivalence. Iran does not have terrorist organizations in the region. Hezbollah, which you call a terrorist organization, was created as...
What the hell? Guys, Iran doesn't have terrorists. Say it again? Oh my God, what a joke.
There never was moral equivalence. Iran does not have terrorist organizations in the region. Sure. Hezbollah, which you call a terrorist organization, was created as a result of the Israeli regime's invasion of Lebanon. And
yeah, guys, Hezbollah is not a terrorist organization. Hezbollah,
yeah, you know what? The Lebanese will take issue with that. The Lebanese will take issue with that because it was not Israel that invaded Lebanon. It was the Palestinians and like the jihadis and the Islamic regime that invaded Lebanon and turned Lebanon into like an Islamic hellhole.
Yeah. And the Lebanese people are now against Hezbollah from constantly bringing war into Lebanon. Even now, there's war again in Lebanon because of Hezbollah. The Lebanese people, yeah, you're right.
Yeah, like before. So before the revolution started, when I still had like my regular podcast, regular speaking about like jihad and stuff, we spoke a lot about Lebanon, and I played a whole bunch of interviews from Bridget Gabriel. So. Oh my gosh, someone needs to send this to Bridget Gabriel because she needs to tear this jihadi a new one. Oh my gosh. Bridget Gabriel is going to have an issue with what this jihadi terrorist just said. Oh my gosh. You're on mute.
I say, Goldie, I mean, do we even need to debunk this person? This person is saying Hezbollah. This person is saying Hezbollah is not a terrorist group. So that's all we need to hear from this guy.
That's what terrorists say, right? That's what terrorists say.
Right. Anyway, guys, can you trust somebody who thinks Hezbollah is not a terrorist group?
Occupation of the capital of the country. It was born to expel this regime that had occupied its country. And in Palestine, all of the resistance organizations were created, every single one, were created as a result of occupation, ethnic cleansing, something that you know quite well, but you want to see otherwise, or the resistance in Iraq.
Ethnic cleansing. The only people who are trying to do any form of ethnic cleansing or genocide is the Islamic Empire that you guys are trying to build. Israel is resisting it. It's so crazy to tell people who are native to a land, while you're doing your expansionist Shia pan-Islamic imperialism, that they are the ones who are colonizing, they are the imperial ones. You're the resistance. Guys, it's not the Jewish people native to the land who are doing who are the ones who are being attacked. They are the oppressors. They are the imperialists. It's not the Islamic crescent all around Israel trying to wipe out Israel. They're not the imperialists. It's not the Arab Empire or the Islamic Empire that started in Saudi Arabia, in modern Saudi Arabia, and now it's basically over 22 Arab countries and around 50, 50 something Islamic countries all around the world. That is not expansionism. That is not imperialism. That is not colonialism. It's the tiny little Israel country with the people who are native to the land living there and resisting them becoming part of this empire and being taken over. They are not the resistance. They are the empire, and this global attempt of building a global Shia empire, that is not the imperialists, that is not the colonialists, those are the resistance. It's basically the opposite world. It's the opposite world. It's basically everything is complete projection.
For Afghanistan, you deny the people of these countries agency when a foreign power controls their fate, and then you want to blame Iran for everything that happens. Instead of invading countries and occupying countries and murdering people, the empire should just go home and have normal relations with each.
You are the empire. You are the empire. The empire should go home. How is America the empire? America is a nation state, and it doesn't do it. It has no expansionist policies, and everywhere that it has military bases is with the permission of the country that it has the military bases in. Every place that it is, that is not empire. That's just being a superpower. I'm sorry, like, you don't become an empire just because you're strong, just because your economy is big and your military is big and your culture is very influential. That doesn't make you an empire. That makes you a nation state. It just makes you a nation state. It just makes you a very strong nation state. You know what makes you an empire? Is governing over people without their permission, like you're doing in Iraq, in Lebanon, in Yemen, like you were doing in Syria. That is empire. That is imperialism. You're the empire. America is a nation state. You're the empire.
With each country, and then we wouldn't have this sort of conflict.
So do you concede? Do you concede quite happily then that the Iranian regime has supported, both with money and with arms, Hezbollah, the Houthis, and Hamas? Are you proud of that?
Yes, why not? They are liberation organizations. Without Hezbollah, the US regime, the Israeli regime, would still be occupying Lebanon. They would still be controlling Lebanon. The same is true in Palestine.
What? This is absolute projection. You're controlling Lebanon without the permission of the Lebanese people.
By now, they would have ethnically cleansed the entire land of Palestine. Right now, as we speak,
Israel, if Israel wanted to do ethnic cleansing in what you call Palestine, they would have been able to do it in one day, in half a day. They could have started in the morning and it would have been done before lunchtime if they wanted to do ethnic cleansing. It's so amazing that Israelis are so good at everything, but if they were actually doing the ethnic cleansing, it seems like they really suck at it. They really suck at it. They're good at everything, but they really suck at. I mean, they have all the tools and everything necessary to do ethnic cleansing in Gaza very quickly, very easily. The reason why their job is difficult in Gaza is because they're trying. It's amazing how Israel has done more than any country ever to try to reduce civilian casualties when defending itself, and that's the country that gets accused of doing ethnic cleansing. It's not just wrong. Calling it wrong is an understatement. If this is the truth, it's basically, it seems like these people are challenging themselves. Can I say something that is so far from the truth that it could not get any farther? And I think they have managed to actually do that, like win that challenge. Like, let me accuse the country that has done more than any other country to try to reduce civilian casualties when they're protecting themselves. Let me accuse them of genocide and ethnic cleansing. Okay.
You know this as well as I. They are carrying out ethnic cleansing in the West Bank. And the West is silent. Not a single Western embassy. You mean Judea and Samaria? The name is Judea and Samaria, you goddamn idiot. And they're not. Oh my God. Where are they doing ethnic cleansing in Judea and Samaria? In the West Bank, and the West is silent. Not a single Western embassy protests. Why? Because all of the West believes unofficially the same thing that the U.S. ambassador does in occupied Palestine. What does he believe? He believes that the Israeli regime has the most moral army in the world, like in Gaza with the genocide, and that if it takes over the entire region, that's fine. This is the unofficial. You know what Piers Morgan should ask him now? Piers Morgan should ask him, like, okay, if Palestine should be a nation state, do you believe Israel should also be a nation state? Because when this man says occupied Palestine, you know what he means? He doesn't mean Gaza and Judea and Samaria. He's talking about the entire land that we call Israel. The official parts, the parts of that even the international community recognize as Israel, this man calls that occupied Palestine as well. So he's like, oh, Israel wants to do ethnic cleansing. He wants to do ethnic cleansing because he doesn't even recognize Israel as a country, and he thinks that the entire Israeli people should be wiped out. And Piers Morgan should have asked him that. Okay, what do you think about, like, you're accusing them of doing ethnic cleansing? What do you want to do with Israel? Should Israel be allowed to exist? Should Israel be allowed to exist as a country? That's what Piers Morgan should have asked him right now. Policy of the United States and its European partners. The official policy is something else. So without a doubt, it is the Palestinians who are the victims. It is the Lebanese who are the victims. It is actually I agree. The Lebanese are a victim of the Islamic regime.
And a victim of Hezbollah and a victim of the Palestinians. The Lebanese are victims of the Palestinians. The Palestinians were involved in the Lebanese civil war.
Right, yeah.
And the Palestinians came to Lebanon and they were murdering Lebanese Christians.
And he says the Palestinians are victim as well. But I mean, the people, I don't call them Palestinians. Palestinians is only referring to a terrorist group. It doesn't refer to all the residents in Gaza and Judea Samaria. But among the people of Gaza and Judea Samaria, the residents there who are not terrorists, yeah, they're victims as well. They're the victims of Hamas, which makes them a victim of the Islamic regime. The Yemenis who are victims, and it is the Iraqis who've been victims, and now it's the Iranians who are victims.
Okay.
Your countries. Yeah, you're right, actually. The Iranians are a victim as well. The Iranians and the residents of Gaza and Lebanese people, yeah, they're all victims, and they're all the victims of the same entity, which is the Islamic regime in Iran. You want to portray them as victims, but they go and kidnap presidents in Latin America. They strangle people in Cuba. They destroy Libya and allow slave markets to emerge. And somehow, it's not the Islamic ideology that created slave markets in Libya. It was the Jews. Okay, it was the Jews, obviously. Slave markets in Libya. Hey, go read your Quran. Your Islam endorses slave markets. What are you talking about? It's in the Quran. Always. Why is this man against slave markets? Are you against your own religion? And allow slave markets to emerge. And somehow you're always this innocent bystander, and we are the bad guys.
Well, just to be clear, I've never used the word victim about either the United States or Israel. I don't believe them to be victims. But I understand that. Yeah, they're not victims because they're strong. They don't allow Israel and United States will not. The Jews were the victims before we had Israel, and they will right now. They're still the victims because they get hunted down and attacked, and they're the victims of many terrorist attacks. But they refuse to be victims as much as they have been before because now they're strong. So they're not going to let them become the victims of Jew haters around the world to the same level that they were before they had Israel. The reason why they're not victims is because they managed to find a way to fight back. Their arguments for why they do what they do. I don't always agree with them, but I understand their arguments. In the same way I listen to your arguments. My question for you asked me to condemn the notion of America attacking big power plants in Iran, and I happily did that. I think it would be a terrible mistake because of
Okay, I was hoping he will ask him if he condemns what the Islamic regime does. If he said, yeah, I think somebody told Piers Morgan this was a good opportunity to ask him to condemn the regime as well.
I think Iran would immediately do the same thing to all the neighboring Gulf states, and it would be, as I said, energy Armageddon. Would you condemn the terror attacks committed by 3,000?
There you go. That's what you do it. It would have been better if you did it immediately after, but we'll take it. We'll take it.
Hamas terrorists on October the 7th, for example.
Oh, no. Okay, yeah. I mean, he's not going to do that. But the more interesting question here would have been, given that I condemn the attacks on a power plant, would you attack your attacks on a power plant?
In return.
I didn't hear the question because you kept on like interrupting to like be all excited. Could you just go back and play the question?
Yeah. He's like, would you condemn Hamas for their terroristic
let's
America attacking
big
power plants in Iran? And I happily did that. I think it would be a terrible mistake because I think Iran would immediately do the same thing to all the neighboring Gulf states, and it would be, as I said, energy Armageddon. Would you condemn the terror attacks committed by 3,000 Hamas terrorists on October the 7th, for example, in return?
Smart.
We went through that the first time I was on your show, and I said I would condemn them if I were to condemn the French resistance against the Nazis.
Okay, so you don't condemn it, just to be clear. You're equivocating, but you don't condemn it.
No.
Okay, so look, viewers can make their own minds up. If you can't condemn 3,000 people coming over a border and attacking innocent people who are at a music festival or...
Wait, why are you guys in the chat surprised? This Marandi Charandi guy, this has been his position all the time.
And attacking innocent people.
Armin, they're surprised that Piers Morgan is calling the October 7 attack a terrorist attack. I think that's what they're surprised about. But let's go back. Let's just listen to Piers Morgan and how Piers Morgan destroys him. Guys, the reason that Piers Morgan brings on Charandi Marandi is because he lets Charandi Marandi speak for a little bit, and then he just utterly destroys him. And Charandi Marandi falls for it every single time. This started when I exposed Charandi the first day, right? Remember the first time I was on Piers Morgan? And then I was like, this is fake news. And then I did the whole, like, your tip of your pinky finger. So ever since then, guys, every single time Piers brings on Charandi Marandi, it's because it gives him an opportunity to destroy this guy. So I don't know why people freak out whenever Piers brings Marandi on. And Marandi is so stupid that he takes the bait and he comes on every time. So let's just watch Piers just destroy Charandi Marandi.
I'm not going to pause. I'm I'm only pausing a lot because you said you could pause.
I know. But I'm saying the fact that the fact that Piers now all of a sudden switched is because now he's getting into attack mode.
Okay. Let's see what I'm not going to interrupt. Let's see what Piers does.
We went through that the first time I was on your show, and I said I would condemn them if I were to condemn the French resistance against the Nazis.
Okay, so you don't condemn it, just to be clear. You're equivocating, but you don't condemn it.
No.
Okay, so look, viewers can make their own minds up. If you can't condemn 3,000 people coming over a border and attacking innocent people who are at a music festival or in their kibbutz or wherever it may be, killing elderly people, young people, kidnapping a baby, kidnapping Holocaust survivors, if you can't find it in yourself to condemn the actions that day by Hamas, people will judge you accordingly. You can be as judgmental as you want against the United States and Israel, and some of the points you make I may agree with. But whereas I'm happy to condemn what would be a grotesque miscalculation if the Americans did attack your power plants, you can't even condemn the murder of 1,200 people and the kidnapping of another 250. And that says a lot about you, Professor Marandi.
No, actually, I think it says a lot about you because you know better than to say this, but you have to say this. That's how you keep your job.
Why? Who do you think I'm answerable to?
Oh, well, the resistance.
Who?
Again,
I own my own business. I own my own channel. I'm answerable to nobody.
Who
am I answerable to?
The people who keep your show on air.
Who?
So,
well, hang on, who?
The people who keep your show
Who
on air.
do you think keeps me on air?
Oh, well, you know much better.
Well, spit it out.
than
Say,
to
give me a
the
name.
sort of- you don't want me to
Give me a
respond
name.
to you. The people that own the media industry.
Who are you talking about? Who do you think puts me on air?
You know quite well. Who
Give
they
me a
are.
name.
That it is. You don't want me to answer your
No,
question.
I do. Give me a
know
name. Please
you're
give me a
afraid
name.
of my answers.
Give me a name.
Look, Piers. The first time you invited
Give me one
me,
name.
you allowed me to talk.
One
And
name
it
of
didn't
somebody
go
who
well for
controls
you,
me or
and
tells
it
me what to
didn't
put
go
on
well
air.
for you. And ever since then, you prevent me from speaking.
Just give me a name.
Because whenever I speak, you have no answer.
Give me a name.
Go and look it up. If you don't know who owns the media outlet that your company works and provides services for, go and look it up.
Sorry,
you can look
you
it
don't
up
seem
on
to
DeepSeek
understand what
after
my
the
company
show.
is. My company is owned by me.
Yes. In any case, your company that is owned by you uses this format, this platform to speak to me and prevent me from speaking, and you talk over
When
me
have
the
I
whole
prevented
time,
you from
as do
speaking? I've
every
had you
other
on
time.
multiple times
In any
in the last
case,
few
you
years.
never let me talk.
I never
You never
prevent
let
you
me
from
talk.
speaking.
So
You
can I
say
speak
that
now?
I'm under control by people, but you won't name them. Again, viewers can make their own calculation.
Look it up. Look it up. Look
Give
up
me
the
a
owners.
name.
Look them up. I'll send it to you after the show.
No,
look
just
it up
spit
and
it
I'll
out,
give you the
man.
names of the people who you work with.
We're
Yeah.
uncensored.
I'll look it up after the show and give you the name.
If you think I'm being censored, give me a name.
Why do you invite me if you're afraid of me talking?
Because you are a spokesman for the Iranian regime in Tehran, and therefore your opinions in the middle of a war in Iran against America and Israel
You don't let
are
me
pertinent
talk.
and
I'm not-
relevant.
You're talking nonsense because I'm not a spokesman for anyone, but this is how you like to discredit me. I'm an academic and I teach at the University of Tehran, and I don't get paid for doing this work. I risk my life. Did you know that a verified account
his life
on Twitter has paid partnership, is gathering money, $1 million in order to
Yeah, I
kidnap
saw that.
me?
I thought it was disgusting.
Yes. Do you condemn?
I condemn it, yeah.
Do you condemn the owner of Twitter,
Elon Musk? Do you mean
condemn
Elon
him?
Musk? I think Elon
Yes.
Musk should not allow that to be done on his platform.
You
I saw
condemn
it.
it?
I think it's terrible. Yes.
You condemn it?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah,
So
I find it easy. I find it easy to condemn terrible
like
things.
You
don't.
But people like you who dishonestly say I'm a spokesperson, even though if I were a spokesman, that would not legitimize what they do.
Right.
But by creating this aura that is dishonest, you create an environment where they can get away with these crimes.
Right. Well, just to
And
be
now
clear,
my entire
once
family,
again,
now all
once
of my
again,
loved ones,
once again,
all
just
of my loved
if I may
ones
finish
are
my
deeply
point,
afraid
you asked
because
me.
of the things that you say
Yeah.
and the actions that they take.
Fine. You've
But
asked
in
me
any
several
case,
times. You've
let me
asked
get
me.
to Gaza. Just let me
if
answer
I may
very
finish.
briefly.
You've asked me several times if I condemn various things, and I have immediately
Okay, now
condemned them.
let me
and I've
respond
immediately
to the
condemned
Gaza
them.
issue.
I asked you to condemn
Okay, you
one
condemned
thing,
it.
and it was the Hamas attacks on October the 7th.
let me respond to
and
that.
you chose not
Let me
to
respond.
and liken them to the French resistance. And people,
Yes,
like I
let me
say,
respond to that.
as they do with all our interviews, they will judge
Why don't you let me
according
talk?
to what you say.
You don't want me to answer the question.
You don't answer.
I'll answer. Hamas is a resistance organization.
Okay, you
The
said that
people
before.
in listen for a moment. The people who live in Gaza come from Palestine. They are refugees that were pushed
Right,
into
I asked you if you
Gaza.
condemned it, and you said no. End.
Any
You answered the question.
Listen.
I've got to leave it there, Professor
listen,
Morandi.
Listen.
You chose not to condemn it, and you chose not to tell me who you think
you
controls
don't
my
want to-
show.
you don't
Viewers
want to
can
hear
make
the
their own
truth.
minds up about your answers, but you cannot say I don't give you a platform, because I regularly do,
no, you don't give
and
a
we don't
platform.
censor anything
this
you
is a
say.
joke.
But I condemn things when I think they're wrong. You don't.
No, you haven't let me.
You
speak.
don't,
don't let
because
me
you
speak.
don't think they're wrong.
Your
you think
viewers
what
know what
Hamas
you do.
did
By the way,
was perfectly
the head
justified.
of Press TV,
I've got to leave it there.
The head of Press TV
I've got to leave it there.
has said that you can have a live debate with me
Let's
in
do it.
Iran
Let's do
on
it.
Press TV.
Let's
A
do it.
live debate,
Let's do it.
whenever you like. So come to Iran.
No,
We'll
I'm not
go
coming
to
to
the
Iran.
studio.
You come to London.
See how awesome
You
it
come
is.
to London and sit in the studio, and we'll do it. Done. Deal.
I've
Professor
been to
Morandi,
London.
I'm going to leave
I've
it
been
there.
to London.
I'll leave it there
I've
for
been
now.
to London. You've
but
never been to Iran.
I
You've talked
appreciate
about
you.
Iran, but
I
you've never
appreciate
seen
you
it.
coming on Uncensored. If you want to come and have the balls to fly over here and sit right
You are
here opposite
cowardly,
me,
Piers.
you do it.
You're
and we'll
afraid.
hear
Wow.
it. Uncensored.
You're
Thank you
afraid,
very much.
Piers.
You're a coward. Like, he's a coward for not coming to Iran, but you're not a coward for not going to the UK. I'm pretty sure it's safer in the UK right now than in the Sadr Cinema office in Tehran. Like, well, you're not a coward for not going under the buildings that might be bombardment to debate me, or we might kidnap you actually and hold you as hostage for ransom as somebody who is pro-Israel and pro-America. Like, oh
Yeah,
my god.
I need to text Pierce's producer and just be like, make sure Pierce does not go to Iran. Like, that's insane.
He's not.
That's insane. Oh
My god, he's not going to do that. Can we bring us to?
wait, Armin, I want to
Goldie-
share something really quick with you.
Okay. What? But Goldie, before you
Wait.
do, why couldn't he just say the Jews? Oh,
Wait, I don't. He couldn't say because he didn't want to.
scared of Jews?
Just watch this really quick.
Ayatollah Khamenei.
Oh, that's that was so good. Oh, guys, if
for you
you
one more
know,
time.
you know. Okay.
Ayatollah Khamenei.
Ayatollah.
Oh my gosh. So,
guys, if you know, you know.
oh wait, what's going on here? All right, there you go. So, wow. So Armin, there you go. Oh wait, we have a quick super chat here. Watching Pierce and Morandi talk over each other is worse than driving down the highway. Seeing, yeah, it was. But you know what? You know what? I enjoyed it. I actually enjoyed seeing Piers Morgan go after Chanandi Manandi like that. So, Armin, there's always a reason why Pierce brings him on. Like, Pierce brings him on, lets him like do his like talking nonsense, whatever, and then he just goes after him. The last time Pierce brought him on, I think he rage quit. So there you go.
Yeah, and Goldie, the fact that he could you know who they are, and guys, we all know what he was talking about. He was talking about the Jews. That's what he was talking about. Like, you're being controlled by the Jews, but that's the reason why he wouldn't answer, which to me suggests that he's actually the one who's being controlled by the Jews because he's so afraid of them that he can't even mention their name. Like, he's making a claim and he cannot actually put it into words, which shows that actually Jews have control over his mind because he's so afraid of even mentioning their name.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely. All right, Armin, thank you for your thoughts. I know people always appreciate the Armin Piers Morgan watch parties. So they love your commentary. They love your commentary. As they say in Persian, like harf delamo mizani, because like it's so difficult for me to not just scream sometimes when people say like stupid things, but
yeah,
it is what it is.
It is.
I go basically just to make a few points because I know that it is watched by a lot of people. So I go to just go to do the boom boom boom. Like one of my main goals today was basically to talk about why Iranians haven't risen up yet, and that's because we're still waiting for the order. And then the other thing that I want to speak about was, of course, oh gosh, the other thing was the other thing. So not rising up, and then I'm so exhausted right now.
You go sleep.
Yeah, I know. So it was the one thing was not rising up was the first thing, and then the other thing was the internet. I want to speak about the internet being shut down. So those were like the two main points that I wanted to get across. And I'm glad that I did. So that's why I went. So
By the way, guys, a lot of people in the chat are saying, Armin, you should go on Piers. Like, I can't just invite myself. I need to get invited. Like, I like you telling me to go on Piers. Well, they haven't invited
Armin,
me,
you need to get your accounts verified. You need to get your X account, your Instagram account, and your YouTube account verified, and Facebook, because apparently that makes it easier to go on if you have like a verified account.
Oh, okay. I didn't know that makes. I mean, my X is verified.
All of them?
My Armin Navabi, yeah, and both of them are verified. Yes, Atheist Republic and
okay,
yeah.
All right,
yeah.
Okay. I'll listen. It took me forever to get on Piers Morgan, and now it's like he wants.
Yeah, I mean, Goldie, you're on a different level. That's why it's easy for you.
Yeah, but it took me a while because initially, like, he wanted me on, his producers reached out to me like 2 years ago. And then they were like, we want you on. And I was like, oh, cool. And that was when I was like still an elected official. And then last minute, they were like, oh, no, we changed our mind. And I was like, okay. And then I didn't hear from them for like a year. And then they reached out. They're like, we want you on. And I'm like, cool. And then they changed their mind again. And then finally, like the first time I went on, it was about the Nigerian genocide, because I was speaking about it on my show. And then now I start going on because of Iran. So I think I go on about every like 2 weeks or something. So
yeah,
I'll try to
I
hook
think
you
they're
up.
gonna have.
I'll try to hook you up.
Really?
Like, yeah.
Thank you. But Goldie, I think they're gonna have you on a lot more based on what you did now, because they obviously loved it so much because they put it at the very first few seconds. So I think they liked it.
Listen, I know people have mixed feelings about Piers Morgan, but I will always have time for Piers because of the fact that he gave me an opportunity to directly confront Charandi Marandi. And I will always be grateful to him for that, for giving me the opportunity to do that. So,
that was historic, Goldie. That was historic.
That
was one of the times, like when we look back at all of these days of the history of our revolution, that's going to be one of the key moments. And also exposing Tucker Carlson, that too.
Yeah.
Those are some of the key.
Yeah. Absolutely.
Yeah.
We have a lot of memories here. All right, Armin.
All right. Go get some rest. And
You as
guys,
well.
I'm Israel Chai. Long live America. Javid Shah, Payande Iran. See you same time tomorrow. Oh, and happy Atheist Day. Bye, guys.
All right, I got to say it too. So, guys, God bless America. I'm Israel Chai, Payande Iran, and Javid Shah. Armin, to you, happy Atheist Day to you and all the atheists. And as always, to everyone who's celebrating the Persian New Year, Nowruz Piruz, we will see you guys tomorrow. We'll see you guys tomorrow for day 87 of Iran Revolution Live. Enjoy the music that we didn't play earlier today, guys. So we're going to play the rest of the songs for you. And yes, Bapish is coming up because we haven't played Bapish yet. Guys, have a good night, everyone.
Bye, guys.
Shadows cut from the light, sirens and gunfire in the dead of night. They took our voices, they shut the net. They're not our will, not our regret. Now hear us say, without any apology, America, send your angels of liberty. Angels of liberty, unleash your fire, and the Islamic regime lift us higher. Angels of liberty, hear our cry, freedom is
نام جاوید وطن صبح امید وطن جلوه کن در آسمان همچو مهر جاودان وطن ای هستی من شور و سرمستی من جلوه کن در آسمان همچو مهر جاودان بشنو سوز سخنم که هم آواز تو منم همه جان و تنم وطنم 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 بشنو سوز سخنم که نواگر این چمنم همه جان و تنم وطنم 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 همه با یک نام و نشان به تفاوت هر رنگ و زبان همه با یک نام و نشان به تفاوت هر رنگ و زبان همه شاد و خوش و نغمه زنان ز صلابت ایران جوان ز صلابت ایران جوان ز صلابت ایران جوان.
من به نام فرماندهی این شاهنشاهی جاودان با تاریخ ایران پیمان می‌بندم که این حماسه زرین ایران نو تا پیروزی کامل ادامه خواهد یافت و هیچ نیرویی در جهان یارای برابری با پیوند فولادین شاه و ملت را نخواهد داشت. دیگر شبیخونی نابهنگام ما را غافلگیر نخواهد کرد، زیرا که ملت ایران و نیروهای مسلح آن که از ملت برخاسته‌اند و از قدرت لایزال ملی نیرو می‌گیرند برای پاسداری سرزمین مقدس خویش روز و شب بیدارند. دیگر بیگانه و بیگانه پرست را امکان رخنه در بنای استوار حاکمیت ملی ما نخواهد بود.
نام جاوید وطن صبح امید وطن جلوه کن در آسمان همچو مهر جاودان وطن ای هستی من شور و سرمستی من جلوه کن در آسمان همچو مهر جاودان بشنو سوز سخنم که نواگر این چمنم همه جان و تنم وطنم 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 همه با یک نام و نشان به تفاوت هر رنگ و زبان همه با یک نام و نشان به تفاوت هر رنگ و زبان همه شاد و خوش و نغمه زنان ز صلابت ایران جوان ز صلابت ایران جوان ز صلابت ایران جوان بشنو سوز سخنم که نواگر این چمنم همه جان و تنم وطنم 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 وطنم.
Look at us here today. We see so many flags representing so many nations. We know we are not alone, and we thank you for being with us. For all people around the world who stand today in unity with the Iranian people, this is not just because it's good for us, and you do it out of compassion and care for our rights to liberty and justice and equality and human rights. But understand that it is in your best interest too to have, unlike this regime that has been propagating terror and radicalism, we the people of Iran are peacemakers and not warmongers. We like to be friends, especially with the free world. We'd like to be able to have the best neighborly relationship with the people of our area and the region, with the Arab countries, with Israel, and all our other neighbors. We are fighting for justice, we're fighting for human rights, we are fighting for liberty, we're fighting to put an end to all sorts of discrimination. Because as an Iranian, I stand here to tell you that I've dedicated 47 years of my life because I think that my country deserves far better than what we have right now. To now understand that their best remedy is to support the people of Iran, because ultimately a free Iran will be your best partner, not just to bring stability and peace, but it will be in your best economic interest and opportunities. Together we can prosper again, and the world will be so different once the Iranian people are free. I am here to guarantee a transition to secular democratic future. I am committed to be that leader of transition for you, so we can one day have the final opportunity to decide the fate of our country through a democratic, transparent process, through the ballot box and free elections. And let's make sure that this time, especially the free nations of this world and their governments, stand on the right side of history.
Ayatollah Khamenei is dead. This wretched and vile man, Ayatollah Khamenei, is dead. This wretched and vile man, Ayatollah Khamenei, is dead. This wretched and vile man, Ayatollah Khamenei, is dead. This wretched and vile man, Ayatollah Khamenei, is dead. This wretched and vile man, Ayatollah Khamenei, is dead. This wretched and vile man, Ayatollah Khamenei, is dead. This wretched and vile man, Ayatollah Khamenei, is dead.
شما نتونستید بچه ها.
حضرت امام خامنه ای ملکوت اعلا پیوست.
شما پیروز نشدید. انا لله.
حالی میدی میکشیمتون بالا 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 تر عالی میشه. ماشین پر میاد خالی میری. جانی دیگه ساقی کی همه چی که داره قاطی میشه. خشبامون داره خالی میشه. جنازه بو قاضی میده ولی میزنیم با زمین یکی بشی. جای لاستیکا روت بری به درک میمیری. زر تو جعب تلی بری نمیدونی جای ما رو. میکشیم زامنا رو میزنیم رو زمین قاسما رو. آماده ایم میچکونیم ماشا رو. روی جنازت میرقصم حالا میزنیم و میره سر بالا. به این کار میریم همه بالا. روی جنازت میرقصم حالا میزنیم و میره سر بالا. به این کار میریم همه بالا. شله آقازاده شده خودت کسته تو کجا مجه. زمین های شهر پر سوسه داره آتیش میگیره. حوزه موزه انگا همه کنکوری رشته تنها به ملت تو رو دوره کنه. مال مای شب لگت میزنیم باشه درا زیرت میزنیم که بری هوا. چشات سیاه میرن چشم پوشی کن لباس عزا. میبینی دیر نیست ببینی میریم و تیغ میغ میگیریم. میکنیم تیز میز میشینیم میکنیم ریز میمیریم. روی جنازت میرقصم حالا میزنیم و میره سر بالا. به این کار میریم همه بالا. روی جنازت میرقصم حالا میزنیم و میره سر بالا. به این کار میریم همه بالا. چقدر سر حالم از من تک شما همه با هم. کت تا چقدر تر تا زن جمع ما جمع همه پاین. صف میکنیم تن وارم رفیقاتم همه پک و پارن. فواره کر رگ پارد برو خونیمونی نشه پاچم. میکنیم شب و صفا میگیرین شب و عزا. میریزه سر تو بلا ملا بدنا میشه از سر و سوا. دوا موا چیه ادا مدا نوپا ساس فتا متا. باجا ماجا بسیجی و برادرم میرن همه هوا. روی جنازت میرقصم حالا میزنیم و میره سر بالا. به این کار میریم همه بالا. روی جنازت میرقصم حالا میزنیم و میره سر بالا. به این کار میریم همه بالا. روی جنازت میرقصم حالا میزنیم و میره سر بالا. به این کار میریم همه بالا. روی جنازت میرقصم حالا میزنیم و میره سر بالا. به این کار میریم همه بالا. روی جنازت میرقصم روی جنازت میرقصم. روی جنازت Iran's formerly supreme leader, Ayatollah Khamenei, is dead. Ayatollah Khamenei is dead. Ayatollah Khamenei is dead. Iran's former supreme leader, Ayatollah, is dead. Iran's former supreme leader, Ayatollah Khamenei, is dead. Is dead. Is dead. Is dead. Ayatollah Khamenei is dead. Is dead. Is dead. Is dead.
ایران غرق انقلاب است.
کشور ما، تاریخ ما درسی دگر فرا گرفته، گویی اهورا مستا دوباره در نور خود مرا گرفته. اشکون سرودی سر میدهم باز فارغ از رنج و تشویش. ایران غرق انقلاب است، به پیش به پیش به پیش. ایران غرق انقلاب است، به پیش به پیش به پیش. هن ای پدر، هن ای پسر، برخیز و با ما شو همگام، تا درد آن تجربه تلخ ما را نکشیده در خواب. بگذار هر دم بغرند گرگ‌ها دم لباس میش. ایران غرق انقلاب است، به پیش به پیش به پیش. ایران غرق انقلاب است، به پیش به پیش به پیش. ای کارگر، ای برزگر، راحت کنون ادامه دارد در این زمان که پرتو یزدان از هر سو بر تو میبارد. پس پیش به سوی آزادی از بحر خزر تا کیش. ایران غرق انقلاب است، به پیش به پیش به پیش. ایران غرق انقلاب است، به پیش به پیش به پیش. خلقا به پا بهر دفاع از استقلال و آزادی، تا بشکنیم پشت ارتجاع تیریزی ویران آبادی. تا زنده سازیم سنت‌های می از بر آیین و کیش. ایران غرق انقلاب است، به پیش به پیش به پیش. ایران غرق انقلاب است، به پیش به پیش به پیش.
با امید روزی که تمام این دلبشو و انقلاب تموم بشه و ما در روشنایی، نور و سعادت مردم کشورمون غرق بشیم.
نه خارجی، نه بیگانه، نه مستشارهای ویرانی، نه چیر خاران، نه کاسه لیسان، فقط هم رزمان ایرانی. ما با شرافت میهنی بسازیم بحر دل صف ما اکنون که آغاز رویاست. دشمنان بدانید ما زنده هستیم، بعد از ما هم ایران پابرجاست. آن روح شیطان ما را فریب داد با صد شعار مردمیش. ایران غرق انقلاب است، به پیش به پیش به پیش. ایران غرق انقلاب است، به پیش به پیش به پیش. پرچم ما پرچم ایران غرق خون شهیدان، روی شان هامان حمل می‌کنیمش در هر خیابان و میدان. تا ماسک دلقکان را برداریم از روی تسبیح و ریش. ایران غرق انقلاب است، به پیش به پیش به پیش. ایران غرق انقلاب است، به پیش به پیش به پیش.
تو ای خاک پربار ایران من، تو ای مظهر عشق و ایمان من، تو ای زادگاه نیاکان من، تو ای مهد آزاد مردان من. به خاک تو بود از دیوار برابر حقوق سپید و سیاه، که دوران کوروش در این بوم و بر شده پای ریزی حقوق بشر. زهر پیر و قوم و کیش و نژاد بود بین شارشته اتحاد. چو ایران نباشد تن من نباد، بدین بوم و بر زنده یکتا نهاد. جهان آفرین